This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Let's go! You ready? Nice! Bueno, weón! What a shot! Ay, ay, ay!
Get ready for a whole lot of vamos because the Latin American team is heading to Champions Los Angeles, and the only question is, which one? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VCT Americas Last Chance Qualifier Grand Final live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Golden Boy, joined at the desk yet again by Sean Gares. We have Mimi, and we have the guards. Valen here to close out a stupendous LCQ. And might I say, what an LCQ this has been, because Mimi, I genuinely did not believe that we would be at this point. Two Latin American teams that are going to be fighting for a spot of champions.
I don't remember the last time that there was like two LATAM teams that we actually felt like we're on even playing field. It was always one team's better, one team's weaker. And for the first time, honestly, I have no idea which one of these squads is going to take that top spot and send themselves to champions.
The crazy thing is that, like you're saying, Crew gets a 2-ban advantage in this best of 5 today. But I still think Leviatán is like 50-50 with them, right? These teams are playing so well. And it's been such a turnaround story for both of them. Even Leviatán, even though they made the playoffs, I think we were kind of writing them off a little bit coming into LCQ, and boy, did they prove us wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, both teams have been looking like favorites actually this whole entire event, and I want to talk about the double ban advantage because Leviatán has been permabanning Ascent, but a lot of times in the past, Leviatán has been incredible on Ascent. So I feel like it's really not as big as an advantage as we think, and it's going to be a great matchup just because their permaban actually isn't that much of a weakness, and both teams have been looking so good, grinding out the nuances in practice, figuring out their mistakes because they both kind of came from the ground up, losing a lot. And now we're going to see who hit their final form, who's the better team, and I'm excited to see the results.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that in the history of VCT, right, that 2-ban advantage usually dictates, not usually, I mean, it does dictate who would win typically because it's such a huge advantage. So to hear that is going to make this match even more exciting here. But of course, we want to know what you guys think because we care about you. And we want to know who you think is going to win today's final. Make sure you use those hashtags VALORANT, LCQ, as well as VCT so that we can feature your tweets on the broadcast. And they won't be called tweets anymore. They'll be called X's. I don't know. No one cares about that anymore. That being said, though, everyone called this bracket wrong, including us. Let's actually go ahead and take a look back.
I mean, guys, this should just be like the story of the Cloud9 redemption arc. Like, they almost made it to Tokyo. Clear favorite for the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, surely they're about to clean house and lock up that last slot, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least we have the Clout match to look forward to.
Match of the century.
It should be funnish.
I mean, you know what, though? It actually would be nice to, like, get an upset, you know, spice things up a little bit. It'd be fun.
Okay, what if? Hear me out.
Okay.
What if Crew went on a run?
Oh.
What if Crew went on a run?
It's not going to happen, right?
The showstopper out. Klaus also spikes that down. The plant coming down, and that's a 14 and a super Klaus. RGL now B. The shield! Symbolize that for the Red Bull clutch. True gets it done. Oh, Davies once again on fire on the attack with the operator. And reload, but then it's late. Oh my God! Second elbow, and Mauser gets the Red Bull clutch. And only up to Noswer. Showstopper out. Lands at the feet of Noswer. Casts it with 4 kills. The alarm bot going to give his position away. The double face! And Davies takes him down!
Turns out this David has a stone and a slingshot of his own. Crew keep their glass slipper and take down Cloud9.
Ascend may have been the winner of Champions 2021, but the story of the show was the Cinderella run of a Latin American squad. Crew and the rise of their players like Kesnet, Klaus, and Nags. They went on a crazy run there, but in 2022, things changed. Crew's coach, Onur, moves over to Leviatán, brings out a new roster stacked with fresh Chilean talent, and he pushes them to the international stage, where they usurp Crew and become the best Latin American team. Spikes were dropped, and stars were made, and it looked like they would always be on top. For Crew, though, after a disappointing first year in VCT Americas, going 0-10 to start, it seemed as though neither of these squads would compete for a global title in 2023. But then, the impossible happened, and now both of these LATAM squads find themselves in the grand final playing for a chance at champions. I'm joined now by RKT and Dan from the LATAM broadcast to talk about the history of this matchup that really is the El Clasico of the scene. And Dan, to start with you, for these two teams, it's always been one on top, one competing internationally. And this is the first time in ages that both squads have been competitive at an international level.
Yeah, exactly. Every time you think of Latin America, you think of early LATAM in VALORANT, and you think of Crew. Then last year, started seeing a lot of Leviatán being the favorite, to win a lot of events. And now you had a regular season when things were going back and forth between the two, but nobody was looking at the top. Now you have a Last Chance Qualifier where both of them are there putting up a fight and are looking and come from different ways, right? A Crew that almost got eliminated, made it all the way through the winner bracket, and also a Leviatán that towards the beginning, it seems like they were not going to make it here, but then they came back, they looked stronger, and they were able to push forward to the finals.
And RKT, despite the fact that both of these teams have been coached by Onur, 9 out of 10 of the players in the server have, it seems like now they have very different vibes and very different approaches to the structure of their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Onur adds a lot of structure to their teams. In both of them, you can see that when LATAM start winning in international event, you need that kind of a structure. But we now see the approach from Atom. It's much more closer to the players and much more to make the starts from what they do good.
Yeah, and Dan as well. there's some history beyond just the coach and all the changes back and forth. Some of these players have played for both rosters in the server. How does that really deep history book add to the matchup today?
It adds so much to not only, the fans that people are watching, but also the rivalry, but the friendship that the two teams have. You think of Kesnet, you think of Melser, and you also think of Onur as a coach. The way that they've been part of both of the teams, they've been having the chance to experience both of those environments that Erica T was talking about. So now you have that mix of the players that we've known for such a long time and the new players coming out, the players that we're still getting to know into the squad. So you think of Nosfer, for example, a player that has never lost the Last Chance Qualifier, and he's coming in. He actually beat these players when he was playing his own Last Chance last year. So you have so many players that know each other so well, and it makes it for such an amazing match.
But despite that history, it is still the last chance, and only one of these teams can make it to champions. But RKT, that does mean a Latin American squad is guaranteed to make it. And after a brutal Masters Tokyo with no LATAM representative for the first time ever, what does it mean for the community to have that team at the biggest tournament of the year?
It was a hard blow missing Master Tokyo for LATAM, but it's great for us now. Be sure that we will have a representation in champions here in Los Angeles. It's absolutely huge. No matter which team wins, will be great for LATAM.
It's still yet to be found who will be that LATAM representative at Champions. But to get this day started and get us into that matchup, let's send it over to Golden Boy and the desk.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. And yes, that sets the stage for what we are about to see. Crew versus Leviatán, a Latin American clash, El Clásico, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be a great game. And let's just further dive into this here and start off with Crew, the Cinderella run, the story that everyone keeps on talking about. Started this season 0-9, but yet here they are, Sean, in a grand final, in a best of 5, playing for a spot at Champions. We said that it was going to be impossible to win 5 in a row to get to this point, but this team is making the impossible actually possible.
I literally thought it was impossible, GB. The 0-9 team could run the gauntlet.
The 0-9 team?
Win 2 single-elim best of 3s, which would have to be their first 2 games they've won, and then beat, the best team in the league in Cloud9. And then now they're in the grand finals. Like, what is going on?
I can tell you what's going on. It's because they lost so much before, and they always say losing is learning, right? So those guys are like Einstein at this point. Yeah. Those guys have been losing a lot, but with that, genuinely, you learn a lot about the game. You learn about each other more, how you handle losses, and you only get better. And especially in an LCQ bracket like this, where it's a win-now situation, they didn't have time to go into a lower bracket at the beginning. They dealt with the pressure, and they came out on top. And when you deal with it and come out on top, your confidence is booming. And these guys are firing on all cylinders. It's so great to see after the tragic.
Yeah. So I got a question for you, Valen. So they are riding this heater. I fully agree with that. What does this 4 or 5 day break mean for them, though? Is their mechanical form, you feel like, going to drop? There's not many teams to play against. So you think that's going to play a part here? Because Leviatán got that match prep yesterday.
Yeah, as a player, I would definitely say having a longer stretch of a break before your next match kind of hinders you. But when you come out with wins, when you're feeling confident, it kind of translates when you just practice and play the game. So they should be feeling mechanically strong even when they're just practicing during the off time, even if they're not scrimming, just playing ranked. Yeah. The new team deathmatch is the best team warm-up, by the way.
Yes.
We ran team deathmatch every time we were in Brazil, and we came out on top. So if they're playing TDM, they're probably going to win.
Probably. Yeah. But as we take a look here at the turnaround that we have seen, right? I mean, this was Crew VCT Americas, and again, just not numbers that you necessarily want to write home about, but then you could see that improvement, right, from the round win rate, the first kill percentage that they were able to get as well. It's just the little incremental improvements that this team has made from LCQ. And what's fascinating is we saw on the previous slide as well, it's not as if Crew were getting just destroyed week in and week out. No, Sean, this team actually was putting up these fights. It just, they couldn't close out. But now they seem to have solved that problem.
Yeah, if you look at their total round differential, I mean, they're only losing by a couple rounds on average every single map that they played, which is insane for an 0-9 team, right? You would think that the round differential would be so much worse, but it was actually better than MIBR, who had won 2 series.
Yeah.
So that's that gives you a little bit of knowledge as for how close they were losing some of these series. And like you said, once they got the taste of the win, I just feel like all of that pressure was lifted off of their shoulders.
Yeah.
Just ride the momentum.
And you know what? Actually, when you get that taste of the win, it actually could elevate players as well. And one player that has been absolutely lights out in this LCQ, Davies. This was a guy, Valen, coming into the year where we felt as if, what's his spot on the team? We don't know, where we just didn't see much out of him. But now, here he is showing us who this player is and what he's capable of. And I love it, man. It's been awesome to watch.
He's been incredible, but as a knower, as a player, I knew Davies was always that guy.
Okay.
He would scrim him when he wasn't on crew, and he would play phenomenal. And once he got his first Tier 1 opportunity, he seized the moment. Every time he played the matches, even though crew was not winning, he was performing great, even in the
Yeah, he was doing what he needed to do.
Yeah, right. And now in the LCQ has been popping off, and not only stat-wise, but as his role. When you watch him play, he's very, very strong at anchoring sites, playing his position properly, kind of delaying for his team to rotate or to push through. He's actually one of the few Sentinels in the Tier 1 level that I really, really respect is just playing his role perfectly. He's not looking
4
for too
different
much.
agents.
Yeah, he's incredible.
I mean, he was locking down the Cypher on Bind. We seen him play the Killjoy on some of the maps. He played Chamber also on Haven. I mean, and then he plays KO on Ascent.
Right. Yeah.
So he's really flexing his map pool here and putting up huge numbers for crew. Obviously, you have to give a shout out to everyone else on the caster crew. I think they're all playing lights out, but just his flexibility, I think, allows them to do so much with their comps.
Oh, it truly does. And that has obviously played a huge role into crew's success, but also, we want to dive a little bit further into this matchup. We actually do have Sideshow and Mimi standing by to guide us through it. What you guys got?
Thank you, Golden Boy. Now, crew, during the regular season, not known as a team that was extremely diligent, but myself and Mimi are going to walk you through one of the things that I think they did fantastically in LCQ, which was their protocols towards B-Long on Pearl. They dominated this half. I don't need to particularly go through that. But one of the things that I don't think many of you will have caught are how good their B-Long protocols were. So, a lot of the time down here, you're going to get this deep cascade. The Sky is going to be putting a flash down here. You're going to be putting a Viper Orb in this kind of spot. You've seen teams do this before. But I want to walk you through exactly what they're doing here. So to start off, I'm going to focus on the Sky. So the Sky is putting a flash through right now that if we look at the mini map, the important thing about this flash is that it blooms about here and it gets very specific information. So a lot of teams will do this in combination with the Cascade too. The idea being if the flash catches somebody, you trailblaze because you know that someone's close on B-Long. And if the Sky Flash doesn't catch anything, you know that there's nobody there. Now that means you have to flash in certain spots because you don't want to catch the people on site. So in this situation, it does catch the Viper, they pop the Trailblazer, and they start pushing forwards. You can see how much Jake gets pushed away here by the Cascade, by the Trailblazer coming through as well. And here's another crucial piece of the puzzle. So I'm going to pause it here and highlight this piece of utility. This is Nag's Viper Orb, and he's picked that up from the first cross and thrown it on a lineup that is now going to bloom in a really, really powerful position for the team. I haven't seen anyone else do this, and crew are working with it masterfully. It's going to bloom here and allow them to control B-Long in such an incredible fashion. It means that you can't jiggle peek this corner. You can't jiggle peek this back corner for any information down B-Long. And if you try to reactively push A to get some more information around the map, you are so far away if they creep up behind the Viper Orb and commit to a B exec. So we'll watch a little bit further as well, and you'll see how important this Viper Orb ends up being. They run it in this round, in round 4. Here it is, and it just blocks off, and it allows you to control the timings. It's no longer the defensive Viper Wall that controls these timings. It's you, it's your team, the attacking squad. It makes it so difficult for teams to be able to get info behind it. In this situation, they get snipe-baited and things kind of peter out. But this is round 9, and another big thing that Nags does was his Viper Wall. So this time you have Leaf trying to contest it with the Operator, and they're going to drop the Viper Orb and peek into Leaf with 4 players. Look at Leaf here, he's trying to take this fight. Viper Orb goes down there all in his face. There is absolutely nothing he can do here. So the reason that I've got Mimi around, you are going to be my lovely assistant showing everybody how you can replicate this kind of stuff in your own games with the Viper lineup. So please, take it away.
All right, let's pull this up. To start off in true pro player fashion, just gonna have to fidget around with my things, but this starts right on the barrier as pretty much any normal Viper setup towards Long will do. As I'll turn off the timer here, it's a really simple lineup. Get in this corner, you aim right in the middle section of this diagonal on the ramp here, and it's just a basic left click throw. It doesn't have to be super precise, and you'll see this lands where everyone throws the orb right at the top here. What Cloud9 does is goes and they grab this orb once they're safely across to the position formerly known as ramp. And the lineup for the second stage of the orb that Josh was talking about is also pretty simple. You're going to position yourself right in the little corner here, and you're going to aim right here in the corner at the left side of that slant on the ceiling. You're going to pull out your orb here, and it's the first from the left line that is going, and you see it right there on the corner. It's a pretty precise lineup. You have to get this right on.
And specifically, it's this inside bevel that you're lining up with this. There's probably a couple of ways that you can do this kind of lineup, but Mimi's going to show you this one.
Yeah, and this one's really easy because all you have to do is chuck it as a left click. Takes a few seconds to land, and once you boogie on down long here, it lands right in the middle, and you can control that timing, put it up, and as you can see, if you're a defender, there's no angle you can peek through here. You have to completely go through the orb if you want to take a fight, or take the risk to jump up here. So a really powerful orb there that Crew's been throwing.
Yeah, incredibly good protocols, and massive credit to Atom for trying to integrate this kind of stuff into their game. Crew aren't just going on this run because Kesnit's on a heater. They've actually got great ideas too. So thanks, and we'll send things back down to GB.
Absolutely excellent breakdown. We want to thank the Yellow and Red Rangers for doing that for us there. Means a lot to us. It's morphin' time. That being said, though, an exquisite breakdown, though, genuinely, of how this Crew team, VALORANT, has evolved over time. And this was always there, but it does feel as if now we're starting to see these game plans start to come through, and Crew just look like a couple gosh darn geniuses.
Right. They've always had these in their arsenal, these little plays of getting map control and being able to play with the timings, like Josh was talking about. But one thing that they also do so well is they'll throw this exact same kit and then rotate back into A. So for the other team, it looks, oh, they're doing their B long control, but they're playing with the other team's mental. They're understanding the metagame of the IGL and kind of playing with the same reads and hitting a different strat. And that's why they've been looking so unreadable in these moments. Is because they have so many options off of their defaults. They can do that and freeze, or they can do that and go back to A, do that and go right into it. So it's like they have so many different timings, and when you have all of those in your set plays, you seem like an unreadable team.
And I agree completely. The way they do that and the way they've done it across all the maps and not just Pearl, like Josh pointed out, is, I mean, they have the Killjoy like operating on one side. The turret was holding all of mid. The alarm bot was holding the A push. But typically in the other maps, it's like Melzer and Nagza that are just holding opposite extremities, and the pack of three will work something. So if a Skybird does come up long B, it's still going to get the Viper, and it's still going to get false info that there's people along B. And Crew abuses that across all of the maps. They do such a good job of spreading out in like 1-3-1s or 4-1s and doing exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's again, this growth that we've seen from this team, you know, from the start of the Americas League now over here to LCQ, absolutely outstanding here. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents, Leviatán, because, you know, look, let's not beat around the bush here. They had a disappointing season as well, and a loss to Crew here at the LCQ. So, you know, I think everyone felt like this Leviatán team was going to be done, but then they managed to take down Sentinels, and we were excited for them, but we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves because their next target was going to have to be Cloud9, and then they did the impossible reverse sweep in a lower bracket final to get to this point. And Sean, this Leviatán team, and you know, we had a chance to speak with them yesterday, just the adversity that this team has had to gone through, similarly to Crew. So it's amazing that their journeys collide at this point.
It's so amazing to see how they've progressed as a team, and like individuals talking to Taco on that desk yesterday and reading an interview that King recently did saying that Cloud9 was like kind of afraid to change it up and take risks. And that's exactly what I think of Leviatán when I flash back to the regular season or the playoffs. And
very critical of them.
He's able to see that Cloud9 made those mistakes that they used to make. And this version of Leviatán are just playing with so much confidence now. It's a totally different team than even Crew played in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I want to add the individuals from the team, all of them have been performing incredibly. So that's why the strats and all the little plays are able to show, because they're actually hitting the shots too at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So that's been huge for them. I also think for Leviatán, because they've been going through some adversity losing, but now that they hit the reverse sweep, dude, this is like a magical feeling for them. They're in the grand finals of LCQ going against Crew. They want their revenge. And not only that, they have all the confidence in the world. What more do you want? You just reverse swept Cloud9 in an incredible fashion. All of the players are feeling great. Even in the interview with Taco, he was talking about how he had some mental battles he was going through, but now he's trying to find his footing. And I'm so excited to see how they're going to play today versus their rival.
I'm actually glad you mentioned Taco, as a matter of fact, because here is actually what Taco Leah had to say about that turnaround after the match. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, it's a crazy feeling because it's like you're so close to lose everything, like everything in the year. The year is going to be over. and 2 maps down, 9-3. You know, the only thing we start thinking is just round by round, forget the top of the screen, and let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. We can do this. We can do this. We have to trust in us. This maybe is the last game as a team. So if we lose, let's lose with happy,
Pride,
you know?
yeah.
Pride, and this is how it works, and there's a lot of time in this work, you know, as a team.
Again, and of course, welcome back, Mimi. Good job here. I see you left us from your Megazord. Just had to get one more in there. We're all actually in the, White Ranger, Green Ranger. But I'm just saying, I'm a big fan. Anyway, moving on though. Yes, Mimi, I know, boss. Here's the thing though. Here at the LCQ, right? It honestly, it hasn't been the king show like everyone else on the roster, was expecting it to, where everyone else rather was expecting it to be. Instead, the entirety of the roster stepped up, which kind of goes back to that point, Valen, that you were making, where everyone's hitting, so you're starting to see those plans come to fruition. But Mimi, to bring you back into this one here, you have players that are, almost breaking records on kill performances and maps. You got all this coordination. It feels like Leviatán are truly peaking at the perfect time.
I think normally this team puts so much pressure on King to be the IGL, to be helping out with the emotional leadership, and to be normally their top performer while flexing across so many different roles. And normally one person will pop off, perform with him to find solid success for Leviatán. But in these last few games of this tournament, the entire squad has stepped up and really taken that weight off of him. In particular, in the reverse sweep, there was a different MVP from this team in every single map. It was Nazwar on the Raze stepping up on Split. Then it was Shy having an excellent Haven. And Mazzino even making a rally back to be their top performer on Bind. Every single one of these players, I think, is really getting that mental boost from the team's improvement as a whole and really funneling that into massive increases in individual performance as well.
Yeah, and I honestly don't care what Shy's stats say overall. That guy has had an incredible tournament so far. His impact on all of these maps that I watched Leviatán win is so crazy. Just anchoring the Split A site, having multi-frags. You see it there on Haven. Lotus clips come to my head as well. Like, this guy is having such a good event right now for them. And he's not even like the aggressor on a lot of these strats. He plays every situation just to a T.
Yeah, well, and then, when you talk about matchups as well, right? I mean, you have all these players. Every player, I think, matches up against each other in this matchup relatively well. But I think a lot of us are very excited about, and that's why we brought Mimi back, because we want to talk about her favorite subject, duelist matchups. That's right, because Kesnet versus Tacolia facing off against one another today here. It feels like, Mimi, Taco is awakened, and then Kesnet is snapping. Like, this should be a blockbuster match.
Taco has been improving these last few games with Leviatán, but really I think the star of this tournament thus far has been Kesnet. Crew versus in the regular season, we're putting him on Jet a lot, putting him under a lot of pressure as really the solo star of the team. Here in LCQ, they've really prioritized getting him on Raze maps, playing a lot of Chamber to free him up from that Jet role, and by extension, he has been popping off so much as an individual. I think as well, beyond just his individual performance, which is always excellent, with him on the Raze, the way they integrate his utility into the plans for the team has been really good. You see so many more util combos that I think we're really missing from Crew in the regular season.
Yeah, and not only that, but having a player like Kesnet on your team who's consistently performing at the top makes all of his teammates kind of get that sigh of relief. The support players, the IGL, everyone knows that you can trust him to get the openers, to get the space for you, and it kind of eases your mind to just do your job. Especially me as a player, when I know my teammates are performing at, top caliber, I'm just chilling. Let me call, let me do my thing. I don't have to do anything more, right? So these guys are at ease of mind going into these matches, knowing that he's putting up these phenomenal numbers. It's such a mental relief and mental advantage for Crew.
Yeah, well, actually, Baby Bay and King were talking about that. Remember when we had them on the couch, right? King was saying how, I wasn't playing that great, but I turned to my teammate and said, I got your back, but thank you for having mine, right? Yeah. That's huge.
That is huge, and that's something we missed out of Leviatán. Kesnet does have that in them, though, where I feel like he's that type of duelist where he could just take the gloves off, drop the strats, just let Kesnet pick into a site. And if they can't stop it, we just keep doing it. And they have that in their playbook to play scrappy and loose. I don't even think Leviatán got to the structured Crew the first time they played in the upper bracket because they couldn't stop Kesnet in that series. That's what they have to really focus on today.
Yeah, and we could talk about this matchup all day, honestly, because it's an exciting one and one that we certainly did not expect. But Coaches Adam as well as Coach Onur are standing by for our map selection. So let's see where we're going. Check it out.
Okay, guys, welcome back to the VCT LCQ map pick bands. We're in the grand finals with Crew and Lev. Crew, you guys are coming from winners bracket, so you'll have the 2 bands and team select. We'll start with your team.
We are Team A.
You guys are Team A, which means Lev is Team B. Okay, let's start with the bands from Crew.
We want Fracture.
Band 1 is Fracture.
And we want Haven.
And band 2 is Haven. Okay, Crew with the first map pick.
Split.
Splits. And Lev, what side on split?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, for map 2 from Lev.
Okay, we pick a Pearl.
Pearl. And Crew, what side on Pearl?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, for map 3 from Crew.
We pick Ascent.
Ascent. And Lev, what side on Ascent?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, and map 4 from Lev.
Lotus.
Lotus. And Crew, what side on Lotus?
Defense.
Defense. Which means map 5 is Bind, and side from Lev for Bind. Defense. Okay, we'll go over it again. With the bands, Crew bands Fracture and Haven. So map 1 is Split with Lev on defense. Map 2 is Pearl with Crew on defense. Map 3 is Ascent with Lev on defense. Map 4 is Lotus with Crew on defense. And map 5 is Bind with Lev on defense. All right, guys, good luck, have fun.
I think those first few maps and that double band advantage really does give an advantage to Crew in this one. I think especially them getting split, which they dominated Leviatán on last time, early in this one, as well as getting their split in there, which has also looked really good. Implementing that chamber raise composition could be risky for Leviatán.
Yeah, not only that, but the picks matter because the first 3 maps go towards the way of Crew. They got to pick Ascent as the 3rd map, and that's a really consistent tactic in these teams when they come from the upper bracket, is they want to pick the Ascent or the permaban as the 3rd map. So Lev have been permabanning Ascent the whole tournament, and they picked that as map 3, so they're warmed up, and that's their closer map if they win the first 2. Really good strategy out of Crew, and I think they have a big advantage going into this.
I agree completely. I love the fact that they're starting attack on this split map, double duelist comp. We see Kesnet popping off potentially, and like we said yesterday, controlling the pace of the game on attack.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, I think now it kind of leads us to one final question. Who's going? Who's going to Champs LA? Valen?
You're starting with me? All right, I'm going to say Lev 3-1.
Lev 3-1.
Crew 3-0. They've been on a run already. I don't see it ending here.
Ooh.
Crew 3-2.
Oh, we're going to go to 5. All right, well, let's see how this one shakes out because 2 teams have one last chance to turn their season around and make a run at a global title. It's Crew versus Leviatán. Best of 5, the VCT Americas Last Chance Qualifier Grand Final and El Clásico starts right now.
The goal this year is to be able to go to Champions.
The pressure is on.
Let's go!
Por eso hay que ganarle a todos.
Skills do capitão ele quer mais! Oh, looking for the transfer! And he's gonna get it! What are you guys fucking doing? First miss of the second does not!
Para você ser o melhor, você tem que ganhar dos melhores.
Buena, weón!
Anyone can take any game off one another.
Saucy gets 3! And the B-slider's now open! What a shot! Ai, ai, ai! Sensacional!
Nada respecto a la final de LATAM versus LATAM.
Obviamente es ya el clásico.
Quedan pocos segundos. Yo lo acabo de escuchar. ¡Ah! ¡Le mete el tiro! ¡No te la puedo creer!
El plantador Spike quedaba dentro de esa zona y esa fase de pelea va a dejar las cosas un poco más jugables para Cloud9, pero Massino, dame otro 3K, Massino, ciérrame todas las rondas.
Yo creo que va a ser un partido bastante similar al que tuvimos contra ellos, ya que personalmente encuentro que están con lo mismo que se prepararon para el split pasado.
Situación muy difícil, muy adversa para Davis. Dale, Davis, se puede, vos podés. ¡Uno, dos! ¡Claro que sí! ¡Plata, plomo y bien, Melser descuenta desde su salida doble para el IGL chileno. Bien, Melser, tercera.
Nada, somos dos equipos que siempre han estado en el top tier de LATAM desde que básicamente empezó la competencia en nuestro continente.
Yo creo que los partidos nos han dado cada vez más confianza y aceptar de lo que estamos trabajando. Creo que vamos por un buen camino y vamos a seguir así.
Riot Games Arena, es hora de dar inicio a la gran final de este Last Chance Qualifier. Con 4 victorias consecutivas y en busca de la más importante. Esos son Davis, Naxet, Melser, Kesnit, Klaus y su entrenador Atom Cruz. Del otro lado, vienen de hacer un reverse sweep y obtener una victoria épica. Son también representantes de la TAM, Massino, Shai, King, Noswer, Tacolilla y el entrenador Onur. ¡El monstruo marino es Leviatán!
I'm known as a legend, but you call me sire. I'm too legit, man, I overcommit. Oh no, I never quit, but I'll make you retire. Say you a winner, but man, I don't buy it. Addicted to grinding, man, you gotta try it. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me. I gotta be first. I'm who they all wanna be. Come through your worst. I've been through the dirt. I've been through the dirt. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me.
We're on a collision course here, folks, as 2 Latin American teams are going to be the ones to determine who takes the last spot at Champions Los Angeles. You have Crew Esports, a team that is ambitious, a team that is on one of the greatest runs that we have seen in this game's history. And then you have a confident, hungry Leviatán that is ready to quell the fire that Crew have lit up here. Mimi, this is the stuff that we all want to see in this sport.
It absolutely is. At the start of VALORANT, Crew was always the Latin American squad on top. This team was dominant, but the last time these two teams faced off in a best-of-5 on LAN, it was that first swap over. Leviatán beat them, made it to the international event, and from then on out, through all of 2022, they were the top dog after a brutal season for Crew. And a revival here in the LCQ, the question is if they can take that spot back.
And I think this first map is just going to be a really good indicator for how this series is going to go. We're going to get Davies on the Chamber most likely. We're going to get Kesnit popping off on the Raze. And then we're going to have the double duelists on the other side with Taco and Noswer. There's going to be so much firepower in this server, and a lot of aim duels are going to go down. We're going to see the relative form today of these teams real quick.
And both these teams are so familiar with each other. Already in LCQ, we've seen them play. It was the start to Crew's run, really, a dominant win there. But Leviatán has improved so much in this lower bracket already.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Noswer pop off on the Raze. We saw yesterday on Split, he had an insane performance, perfect nade timings, really good support utility because he's been playing the other agents. So he has his utility down to a T. So excited to see this matchup. I think both teams are hungry. They don't want to end their season now. They want to make it to Champions LA.
And that's the best part about this, right? It's like, there's no like, I don't think that there's a favorite coming into this. You know, these two teams, they want this more than they want to breathe, which when you think about the stakes for both of these players and for both these teams, and Valorant, you can attest to this. You literally went through this just the other day at Ascension.
Yeah.
That has to be a feeling that is really, really difficult, but also exciting to embrace.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's really the same feeling. Your excitement and your nervousness is the same feeling. So it's as you as a player, how can you deal with this emotion? You just have to channel it into the game and have fun at the end of the day. The crowd's gonna be cheering or booing, whatever the case may be, have fun. And now we're diving into the agent select. Yep, no difference here. We see Nowzer and Taco Lila picking the double duelist.
And this is where I think our main character is locked in a second. I swear to God, this guy is just on a heater. I think this is like it's gonna go down as the greatest run ever if Crew gets the champions and wins this series on the back of Kesnit's performances, the way he's had. I think we're gonna remember this for a long time.
It will be the one to remember, and it's this unique composition as well, putting Kesnit on that race that he's been so good at, frees up Davies to be on the chamber, who he himself has had an exceptional run thus far. All these guys are so familiar with each other, back and forth across rosters. Owner has coached 9 out of 10 of these guys. The history's there, but today only one of them can be that top LATAM team and make the final spot at Champions.
Well, this is it. Riot Games Arena, I need you to make some damn noise as we get ready for this grand final. It's Crew, it's Leviatán, and let's send it to two awesome casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get this one underway here. The grand finals of LCQ, the Path to Champions, Josh. And what a way to set things up as well. It's that battle for the LATAM title, the most dominant team in the region, and also the right to represent your region in the biggest tournament of the year.
And it's unbelievable that we have these two teams here.
Yeah.
Both of them finding it in themselves to go on a run like this when they look down and out. During the regular season, Crew 0-9, but Leviatán too. What a fall from grace, this squad. Everybody was high on them at the beginning of the year. Everyone knew they were capable of something like this, but they just couldn't put it together when it mattered. Well, here it matters the most. You win this match, you are through to Champions, you get to represent LATAM on the big stage. And for the LATAM fans, I mean, one of them's guaranteed.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, only one can go through.
And this is such an exciting matchup. The form that Crew has been in, it's been fiery passion versus the cold iron, the discipline of LEV. And here we get started. Split is our first map here, the pistol round.
And it's an attempt from Crew to take things very slowly. Davies, though, turns the pace up as soon as Taco spots him.
Yeah, that's confidence. Rendezvous placed up. Get out of jail for free card, and now being helped out by the rest of his team. Stray shots being sent straight through the wall, hoping for an easy kill. Taco almost going down, has to back away for a heal.
Remember, Noswa was unbelievably good last time Leviatán played on this map. One of the big reasons why they were able to pull through. And they're going for a wraparound through mid. Nags has heard all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, Nags has heard them rotate off of A and through up to B male with his lurk position deep in mid. And Crew, we've seen them go for this kind of pathing before where they take A heaven control and then pressure into B.
Oh, and King could be in trouble. One snake bite to his name, has to back out. Just hopping around, and he does escape.
They didn't leave anybody posted up in A heaven. So while they go back here, they've got to be a little diligent, worried that Taco could be pushed forwards. They still haven't forced out Taco's dash. But the confidence from Crew in these kind of moments, they don't spend much time wondering. They just go.
To the final 30 seconds. It's got to start coming through now towards the back of it. Shy, flash over the top. Does connect, but Klaus, what an answer back. Damage being done. Taco, he's low though. And it's running and gunning. That'll finish him off. 2-player advantage. Spike will be going down into the safe position, but the post plant isn't too ideal still. Massive player advantage, but everybody grouped up towards the side, and Noswa trying to take matters into his own hands. Risks were necessary really to try and turn the fate of this round, and it doesn't go his way.
A 2v5 that looks completely unwinnable here with Nags having his position up towards heaven. But Mazzino and King are going to do what they can.
Needs a freebie here with Melter being low enough snake bite. There's Kesnit going down, but Yeah, they all topple just like that. The player advantage being a little bit too much there. So, Crew running away with that one. Pistol round under their belt. Great way to begin.
And I feel like a lot of people have in their heads that Crew are going on this run because the form of the players is absurd. And while that has truth to it, Kesnet has been on a monster run, and players like Klaus, Davies have turned things around enormously. But when I watch Crew move around the map, they are so different to how they played during that regular season.
Oh, yeah.
They're so mobile. They're willing to pressure different areas and return back and cut timings, play with different tempos. Even in that pistol round, they're wondering if they could call an audible and rush through to B, or whether they should end A, and they're very fluid with it. A lot of credit got to be given to Melzer, who used to be a player on Leviatán and is now calling to try and take his team to champions over the top of his former roster.
What a storyline that would be. This one should just be slam dunk, round win. Spike going down, have to push it back. It's not planted for main, it is close to default, but at this point, Lev, the discipline they show, most likely just going to be going down to the spike, looking to see if they can get any exits, do that economical damage. But you say it's not all form when you talk about these teams, Josh, and they have had these good ideas, that nuance that we're seeing almost. You're saying that, playing very fluid. You think of the Crew in a regular season, very much brute force being the name of the game sometimes. A lot of 5 players grouping up.
Absolutely, very little nuance to it. And I think they needed a little bit of time with their new coach, Adam, to be able to come in and help them figure out the ways that they wanted to approach these maps.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about how close they were at being able to secure wins during the regular season, but close really doesn't do anything. 0-9 this squad, and yet now poised as arguably very slim favorites in this final. But as the Des was talking about, I really do feel like this is anybody's game, up for grabs by either of these squads.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to see our first clash of the rifles in this round, where it is Crew's bonus, but they've got 2 Phantoms, 2 Vandals, and a Bulldog coming in here. So essentially just our first gun round.
Yeah, the money is flourishing. From the prior round, set themselves up here. Focus being laid down towards mid. Taco. AS'd up. Slight off angle. Misses the shot though. Has to activate the dash. Takes another attempt of it. Get out of there.
And as to what Sean was talking about on the desk earlier, notice how the flash from Shy does connect onto Melzer. And so Leviatán don't know how many players are outside A, even though it's Melzer controlling A, Nags controlling B, and that triple pack with Davies and Kesnet taking the brunt of the map control. This system has really worked well for them, all throughout LCQ.
Dog all leading the charge. Davies, you're in the jump spot. Pings it out for his team. Mid-control taken as well.
Melzer deliberately getting flashed again. Here. And now he moves away from A main. This looks like it's going to end in a B split, but remember, Shy just got confirmation that there were people outside A main. So he's got to stay towards A. And now Lev have 3 players over there.
And here it is, a face by King looking for information, but he will fall stacked up against him. 1 player left standing, the Zeno. But that's a read, isn't it? Nagset claiming that kill. Zeno at the off angle, they needed to get value there, playing around the smokes, but another 2-player disadvantage for Lev.
Spike planted.
And again, forced to make the difficult task, difficult decision. Maybe not for them, but to save. We know they're prone to it.
They definitely are. Yeah, I mean, even the audience knows what's going on at this point, right? Leviatán with another one of their save rounds.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of talk about this. It's one of the ways in which Leviatán demonstrate their discipline. They want to keep rifles up at all times, make sure that they have a decent buy heading into the next. But they're not one of the teams that tends to convert at a high rate on eco rounds, even when they have, a few rifles in there. And Kesnet's found one of them. So now only 2 Vandals looking to be brought into the next. And while all of this is going on, Crew's economy grows bigger and bigger. These players are all going to get the 3K, they've got the plant bonus, any kill bonuses as well added on the end. The economy already looking like it's going to be flourishing.
Yeah.
And we're only into round 4.
Bank is booming. They're giving out loans at this rate.
And it puts so much stress on Leviatán on their defense side.
We talk about form with these teams. It is an important talking point as well on the other side of things. Lev have come into their own with a lot of their individual players. Haven't seen too much evidence of that so far with this series, but players like Taco finding newfounded confidence that wasn't there in the regular season.
And I think that's an important point. We haven't seen it yet, and I think they probably need those players to get online early in the series to get that confidence going and feeling like they're warm once they get into later maps. And this is a winnable map for either team straight off the bat. This isn't one that's supposed to be one-sided one way or another. LEV or Crew both have their chances to win on split, although obviously Crew in the driver's seat at the moment.
I like this decision making. It's deep B main control. Giving over to Mazzino. As long as he holds that space, he's going to be granting them a lot of information. LEV can push players into other directions as well. Shore up the defenses towards mid, towards A. You know that space is locked up. Trailblazer needs to be dealt with. It is. Nobody was following up behind it.
There's a bit of danger in B main though here. We've got a judge on Mazzino, and usually Melzer is going to try and take that space on his own. Remember? 1-3-1. That's the idea for Crew. So if Mazzino just holds his ground, there is a big chance that Melzer is dropped with the spike.
Recall smoke. That's King, relieving that pressure as well. Right from behind, a bit of a backstab attempt. Mazzino's still there. The judge does not do the work, doesn't take out the opposition.
What an incredibly important fight that could have been the whole round for Crew.
Taking B main control, but still, it looks like Crew want nothing to do with it. Again, that fluidity on display. They force the rotations out all the way through spawn. There's only one player really anchoring, and they can hear the footsteps. Davies, does he win this fight out? King! How's he managing that? Traded, though. Just there behind him, took him out. Not even sure if that was intended. Shy onto the corner. Has to try and get one. Time running so damn short, but he falls. Could have been everything if he stopped it, but the spike doesn't look like there's a chance that it's going to be denied. Melzer's there, getting the plant off. Extension towards it. Satchel forward. Nozwa to 1v2, and he's brought down anyway. It's a three-piece for Davies. 4 rounds in a row now for Crew. They're feeling it.
And so many things going their way. Even despite the best efforts of King, challenging them over in B heaven and then in A heaven as well, being mobile himself around the map. It was this kill, I think, that really changed the tide of things. Melzer's the IGL. Once he gets that, he gets a read in his head of where the layout is of those defensive players and reads this immaculately. Plus the fact that he's in good form himself to be able to grab that kill against a player with a judge is no easy feat. So this has now hurt the Leviatán economy. They were able to buy in the prior with only one player having a judge, but now down to Stingers.
Yeah, dampener on the economy. Stingers and the Sheriffs. We've seen miraculous stuff occur with those guns in the past, but LEV are going to need it because this is a half that is steadily getting away from them. Wall dropping. Jiggle onto the corner, spam onto it as well. That was Shy just spotted out.
And now Crew ball up with 4 players, trying to avoid getting caught out by any individual on the anti-eco round. And they just leave the rest of the map to Davies with his trip. The trademark broken, he has to worry about B main, but again, it's the rest of Crew just all together, trying to feel out for whether or not there's a stack on A.
Yeah. That's a goal. Taking a time with it though. Getting down to the 50-second mark. Don't actually have control of middle B main. Still making this rotation through.
They're going to be heading into Taco, who only has a Sheriff in hand. And going to be asked to do so much.
Well, what can he achieve?
Little fakes with the snake bite. Nice lineups from Nags. He's going to make it feel like it's ending A.
He's in the off angle. Misses the shot though. Doesn't land. Showstopper now. Forwards. Taco! What is that? He's removed him. He's out. He's repositioned. A fox in the pen. Straight into the smoke. Mazzino is ripping and tearing right through them with the Sheriffs. They swarmed him. And my goodness, just like that. You needed a miracle. You needed something to offset that round advantage. There's one on the board.
Taco delivers with his first 2 kills of the match. How does he get this one? I mean, there's no way he even knows that Kesnit's there.
Yeah,
surely
like
just pre-aiming at head height, hoping that he catches Kesnit on the floor instead of blast packing any higher up. Unbelievable. That is what LEV needed. Taco now has the money to get an op online. The reverse Uno card in terms of the economy.
Yeah, it's twists and turns, isn't it? You can flip just like that. There's an operator on the other side of things as well. It's Davies' attack operator. He's been set up onto that A ramp angle. Might be a brawl waiting to happen here. Viper wall going to be fading soon. That's King holding close to the corner anyway.
And if anyone tries to punish Davies here by wide swinging, Kesnit's ready. He can also do stuff like try and break this Trailblazer.
3 players spotted.
Blinded. Bomb buddy out.
I think LEV are doing a great job here at just challenging Crew as they try and fight for map control. Yeah. Nobody's really exposed themselves to Davies' sightline, and yet they're still holding them back from being able to take A heaven.
Flash is going to be keeping a lot of the LEV players, again, tethered. That's what you were mentioning earlier, right, Josh, with it tagging onto Melzer.
And look, everybody else has left. It's only Davies there, but they've inserted him, and they're going to explore elsewhere on the map. And LEV still keep 3 players.
Yeah, Nozzle does spot it. Aid in hand, felt the pressure, and there we go, straight into ropes. That's King, pounced upon. They removed that position, all the way back over to Wei. Ring around the rosies. Never really know where this team's going to land. There's a pull, there's a nade. Shy, close to the corner, him and Taco. Got to do so much more. Towards the back of the site now. Seekers going across, damage done, I think, straight through the wall as well. It's a target-rich environment. Close to the corner, no one's cleared. Nozzle at the time is running so damn short. Taco, can he deny it? Plant, close to the corner, away from him. Nothing to deny this one. Still active into the elbow. They know he's there. It's a double face as Mazzino seeks to gain a bit of information, a better ground. All down to Taco, and Davies has got it watched. Missing the shot on either side. Knives whopped. Oh, it's whiffy.
He pops the knives at that point, Brad.
It's whiffy, man.
I mean, Taco had knives at a much earlier point in that round, and I wondered if he was going to pop them. He had updrafts to work with. He could have gone for a denial onto the spike and maybe tried to make the hero play at that point. But under pressure, feeling like he could have got swarmed at any point, he's stuck holding the angle with the off, and he pulls it out at the end.
Is that not an indicator?
Maybe a bit of the stress getting to him.
Yeah.
Or at least, hey, you could read it the other way, that he has the confidence to win the 1v3. I feel like that's an inopportune time, though, and an ult removed from him, as Leviatán take a timeout, and maybe some nerves need to be calmed here.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the case. You know, sometimes you see the best being brought out of teams when their backs are against the wall. Like, you know, I would argue the LEV that we saw in the upper bracket when they got knocked down by Crew the previous time that they matched up, the El Clasico matchup that we've witnessed, we saw almost just a rejuvenated Leviatán in the lower bracket. They went on an absolute tear when it came to the form itself as well. But sometimes, you know, when your back is against the wall, it's elimination time. That does bring out the best in teams. But where that falls off a little bit is when you finally reach the grand finals, the finishing point almost, the last hurdle that you have to overcome. It's almost a casual reminder that, oh, wait, it's not a fairy tale. You're actually in the moment. You have to perform here and now.
We've seen that all year with many different teams. I mean, Cloud9 springs to mind as well. Felt like there was a different performance there when they were the underdogs and no one believed in them, and when they became the favorites.
Absolutely.
We'll see whether that has an impact on either of these two teams. BO5s, very much, you need to be stable throughout. It's not about peaking in one map. You need to be able to bring consistent performances the whole way through. Shy only has a Stinger here, so a Stinger and a Judge being brought in on the defense side.
Yeah.
As King pops his ult in mid.
And the money is dodgy, but they want to light up some weaponry around these big ults. Hoping that the Viper's Pit will offset the economical disadvantage. B main controller's theirs, though, on the side of Crew. Spot on Mazzino.
They're looking to just post Davies up.
No way!
And that's ridiculous. Klaus just spamming that common angle, catches Mazzino, and Nags looking to control the reaction on the other side.
Goodness me. A flick to the side here. Melzer also watching for it, anticipating a push out. When you've got the two-player advantage, again, the pressure is on Lev to perform.
And it becomes so difficult when Leviatán lose a player on one side of the map and try and make a play on the opposite side. They know that there's 3 players B main. They're looking to try and push something out towards A. They know there's only 1 player there. But Nags is holding a great defensive angle and hits the shot.
Shy flash deep into A main there. It didn't tag onto anyone. Gave him a bit of false information because the rest of the crew now grouped up towards it with 30 seconds left, but he's made his way back onto the side.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this angle.
So
unorthodox,
exposed.
isn't it? So exposed, but he wins the first fight out.
Spike down A.
And gets away.
Repositions. Tucked into elbow. Can he get any more here to try and offset it? Potentially open towards main. There was 2 players there. Out in the open again. Time is running so damn short. It's 12 seconds. Shy could be an absolute miracle worker. Doesn't win it with a wider face. It's Melzer trying to get down. King from long range with the Judge. There's got to be some changes after that one. Surely he's hopping around the corner but cannot escape it. The sightlines were set onto him. 6-1. It's the scoreline that we face right now, Josh.
And this is absolute devastation. I mean, every round that Leviatán has tried to go for a half-buy or some kind of force, they've just been I mean, what is this? That's absurd. That's not even part of the game plan. They're trying to get Davies posted so that he can work a pick, and Klaus just grabs it anyway.
Yeah.
And that, Bren, is one of the most ridiculous things in terms of how this run has been working for Crew. They've been getting the first kill 68% of the time. I mean, it's probably higher now. It's probably more towards 70% if you're taking these rounds into account.
Wider is the face again, and you're feeling it. It's desperation. It's running its course for Lev here. King, I mean, he feels like he has to make a play with the snake bite pushing forwards, but already too many players have fallen with the stingers in their hands. I mean, it's a weaker bite. Got to go for plays like this, but this is just looking like Crew cementing themselves, Josh, even further.
Yeah, they're gonna... Leviatán are gonna try and go for this, but double stingers in hand. Nozra with his ult, but there's no point committing the showstopper.
Guy's contacted. Yeah, I mean... Just a tap onto it, hoping he can force the fight towards backside, expecting there to be a player there.
And as Nozra slowly gets squeezed out of this round, Crew are gonna be absolutely in the ascendancy. Yeah. First map, all flying. And there were a few questions about whether the break between the upper finals and the grand finals was going to hurt this team's momentum. So far, not even slightly.
No.
I mean, they are looking
Put the doubts to
dominant.
rest.
You know the wild thing as well about that first kill stat that I was talking about? They almost get 70% of their first kills. Most teams are around 50%, right? During the regular season, they were even worse than that. What's wild is it's not all Kesnet. It's shared kind of evenly across the board by this team. I mean, just now, Klaus is 3-1 in first kills to first deaths. Yeah, exactly the same as Kesnet. So these opening duels are happening everywhere.
If you told me the numbers that Klaus is putting up here now compared to the regular season, I mean, I'd assume someone else is playing on his PC because they have just been ridiculous. It's like a different player. But sometimes, this tournament structure, this format, the Crew players have spoken about, how it favors them, the long regular season, playing games out. For a team like Crew, you could argue Lev as well. I mean, doesn't favor their play style. And especially that momentum that they gained playing match after match after match. I mean, there's no team that's had a harder path all the way here to this grand finals than a team like Crew. They've had to battle all the way from the very beginning.
They had no second chances at the start of LCQ.
No.
And here, just getting slowed down slightly in mid. 50 seconds left. And if anything has been a bit worrying for Crew in this half so far, it might just be the clock. They've had a lot of plants with about 10 seconds left. And maybe that's something that Leviatán can focus on. Not giving first duels easily, playing a rolling retreat.
Crossfire setup. Together, it's ramp with him and King. Nozwa, can you do the most here? Well, it's all King, seemingly. It's 3 on the board. Dodges the flash. Magnificent. Elza, last one standing, and an ace denied. Much to the disappointment of the crowd, yet finally we see Lev getting online a little bit.
It's got to be more than King, though. It's got to be more than King. He's got 3 times the amount of kills as the next highest player on the scoreboard for Leviatán.
Wasn't that the story of the regular season?
Exactly. That's not going to be how Leviatán win this series, is with King going nuts. We know that he can do that. He's a phenomenal player. But he needs the rest of his team to also provide rounds like that to keep things competitive. It's a good start, though.
Time to keep this one moving. Again, operator v operator. Davies, it's no piece of it towards main. Steadily taking up that ramp control.
It's a nice teleport that Davies has got set up. It's going to take him all the way back to safety if he gets pressured in sewers. So he can just work picks on his own here. Yeah. And he's not worried about any kind of crunch setup. Chamber's so good for avoiding trap plays. Not that the double duelist comp runs too many of them that Leviatán are using. But it's slow and cautious from Crew again.
Now that Davies is here on this angle, just has to dodge the Sky utility coming his way, but he can hold this space well. Main's also being covered by Nagset, who's just behind him.
And you can see that Lev are adapting here, only using their utility later on in the rounds. They know that Crew are going slowly and carefully, so they're using flashes and seekers at 50 seconds.
Hang about, Dash is here. Here's the reload, and he claims the first. Nagset, he will fall. Pull right at his feet, shows stopper, it lands. Kesnet, so consistent with it, but he's got shy there. Back up right behind towards the elbow. Landing the shots, and the Rhino is here, man. Oh my.
Everything left down to Melzer in a 1v3. Playing against his former team, calling the plan for this round gone awry, and he's just got to save.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
What a performance from Shy there. I mean, and Taco, putting on like an Aspas cosplay, essentially.
Yeah.
It's so good seeing Taco activated because this player has been in such a slump for such a time. And on both of these teams, you're getting people who have previously given us underperformances, Taco, Klaus, you know, step up and really show what they're capable of. Fight for it. At the end of the year, at the final hour, showing that they're capable of getting their team to champions. Not just competing for the middle of the pack, not just deserving their spot on a roster in partnerships, but actually fighting to get into the tournament that means the most at the end of the year.
It's been a while since we've seen these two teams at any form of international events outside of lock-in.
You want to play? Let's play.
That's what this is for. Crew used to be a staple of almost every single event, but a bit of a gap in terms of that. LEV fighting hard as well to make sure that their season doesn't end in disappointment.
I feel like one of the big adjustments that Leviatán have made is saving their utility for the first kind of 40 seconds of the round. They know that Crew are not going for big 5-person pop hits at the start. So that means you don't need to throw as much early utility. But you've got to make sure that they don't contact into you. And Crew are taking a lot of space and a lot of liberties up in A heaven.
Dangerous. They haven't crossed the threshold, just the open window angle. Shy is out in the open here, so is Noswa, and they're just wide open. They didn't expect that space to already be granted to the Crew players. Nags is ready for the push. It's fallen to pieces.
I just love the adaptation from both of these teams. Leviatán were playing a slower defensive round in response to that. And Melza calls for them to go contact forwards. Okay, if Shy's not going to use his utility to find out where we are, we're going to walk into him. They're scared of us at this point. They're scared of the Davies op. Especially when he's got his Tour de Force active.
Yeah.
It really is beautiful. The system that Crew's figured out. A combination of Melza working with the newer coach Atom and the time that they've spent. And some of the time off as well.
Oh, yeah.
To ponder,
trust me.
to rethink, to make sure you don't get stuck in a rut.
Yeah, some people warm up in aim labs. Kesnet's a GTA role player. That man is loaded it up, trust me. That's how he's getting his warm up in. But if it works, it works. Some rest and relaxation, it's paying off. For a team like Crew, had a hard time of it. It's been a marathon this season.
Final round of the half. And apart from a brief showing from Leviatán, Crew have completely been in control. Lev are going to try and mix things up now with Taco walking down mid. The operator, in theory, should be able to find these players, potentially, like Melza and Nags.
The contacting, yeah.
But they normally hold very safe positions, Brent.
Yeah.
While the rest of the team is doing their job. Oh, and Taco oversteps himself and gets punished. That's the worry.
Falls down, Noswa, satchels up in the air, flashed up, blinded up. He cannot move, a muscle is brought down. The ult completely negated, that's a -8. With a minute left in a round.
Oh.
That is precise.
What a shot.
It leaves it up to 2 for Lev. Final round of this half, but all but locked up now for Crew. Should be the 9-3.
And if they win this round, every single round the Crew have got the first blood, they've managed to convert. 100% 5v4 rate.
And no more worries about the operator. Contacting to be heaven. Zeno. Up and down control, but he's just one man with a Guardian. What can he do? He's feeling it. There's one.
30 seconds left.
Good shot to be found. Smoke propped up, finds himself the upgrade with the rifle, but the plant's going to go down. Nevertheless, does get the Cosmic Divide online. Maybe he can do something with it.
I've got your trail.
Another star planted, but here's the Seekers to spot out where his last two players are. Aimed it down. It's a deeper smoke. It does give him a lot of exit opportunities, but spamming through the Vandal is risky. Giving away out in the open. Satchel at his feet. Shy is dealt with all down to Mazzino, and he cannot withstand it. 9-3 is the scoreline we look at.
What an incredibly well-played half by Crew. I'm just amazed at the difference in tempos, the way that they run this 1-3-1 kind of setup, and how good they are at neutralizing defensive aggression from every team. Melza is calling a masterful game to knock his former team out potentially here if he can keep it going and get his new squad to champs.
It is a masterclass in terms of the calling so far for that first half. Let's send it down as well. We took a listen in to King and what he thought about this El Clasico matchup ahead of it.
Sí, bueno, esa serie fue un poco especial, por así decirlo, porque totalmente no teníamos la misma garra con la que entramos ya en el lower bracket. Creo que cometimos un error, que fue dejarnos que nos cayera la presión, de pensar, de ver comentarios de que todos decían que íbamos a volver más fuertes. Y nada, fue un poco la misma presión que sentimos durante toda la Liga de las Américas. Y nada, después cuando ya nos queda la última chance, nos miramos a los ojos, dijimos que ya no había... realmente era la última chance y estamos sacando el juego que realmente hacemos siempre en las prácticas.
He's just talking and touching on that do or die mentality, you know, when you're pushed and shoved against the wall, when it comes to that scenario where this is your entire season on the line. LCQ, there's no second chances. It's everything. It's what it culminates down to. And who knows what's going to happen after this?
It seems like Leviatán need their backs up against the wall to perform. Pulled off a reverse sweep in a BO5 to eliminate Cloud9 and get to this point. You don't get any more backs up against the wall than that.
No. That's performing under pressure and more.
I mean, they're also down 9-3 on Haven and managed to pull back. But you can't do that every time. You can't always let yourself slip at the first hurdle in the series and battle back. Love the grammar from me.
Yeah. And this match, you know, it's been dubbed the El Clasico for good reason. I mean, how many times have these two teams placed off for that title?
Me when I'm English and say the El Clasico.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the classic match, of course.
Of course. I mean, this is going to be extremely tough for Leviatán. They were able to pull back a 9-3 on Haven versus Cloud9. But also, we've seen this before.
We have seen this before, yeah.
I mean, on Split, 9-3 as well. Leviatán have literally been in the exact same spot before during that match in LCQ when they played against each other. But now they need to turn it around. Now it has to be a different result. And Nozwa, the player that has been so fantastic for them on Split and had a breakout performance playing the Rays on this map, going missing here, not able to find the value on the defense side, which should be his best. This is going to be very tough. And we're only at map 1.
This is crazy. 4 players grouped up, seeing if they can get a cheeky kill. Nozwa spots it, gets out. A clue with his life. There's a response. It's instantaneous here from LEV. Shy out in the open. There was no real coverage there, but under smoke. And Davies, a good position with the rendezvous. 10 health, though.
They know where Davies is as well. They know exactly where that teleport went to. He needs help from Klaus.
Deep flash. It's good. Davies dodges it and still lands the kill. Heal not online fast enough. The nade will clean him up and finish him off. Shy just poking and prodding towards the side here. Nozwa still containing and holding, but does get traded and brought down. King is close to the corner to one undone angle. It's a fight also waiting to be taken here. Mazino for the right chance of this backstab. Nade is there. King close again to the corner. It's finally called out, but he's already claimed 2, and there's Mazino. Final line of defense. Ready to strike when his team needed it. So, pistol round for LEV. Maybe the start of something. A string of rounds, potentially.
That's exactly what they need to get this started. There's no other option for them if they want to be able to win here on Split. And that's going to show you a bit of the different tempo that these teams are playing at. Crew went for a 4-person push down mid, and that's going to force a reaction.
Get me there.
They think they've already won. I mean,
yeah, that looks like A5, I'm telling you.
Why are we here?
Exactly, man. Pump it off. I love it.
I mean, this is a day for the LATAM fans. It really is. You can't lose. You really can't if you're
cheering for one team or the other. But yeah, the region as a whole is going to be winning. Well, here it is. Striking back. They are... What? With the shorty getting away with that. Nagzet claiming too close to the corner. This is suddenly in much more than danger. This is looking almost lost. The spike out in the open. 2 players left standing. That economical advantage, it's gone to pot.
And the spike being down is a massive problem. I mean, Mazino is so far away, just assuming that his team are not going to run into Nag's double shorty kills.
Yeah.
Nagzet in the corner, just being able to pull those both out is spectacular for his team. How do they recover this? They have stars that they can put up. That's going to deny vision, but Crew are going to spam. No damage done just yet.
I wasn't even walking into that direction. Instead,
Look at Melzer watching behind him, worried that they
30
could have got
seconds
all
left.
the way behind to screens already.
Realizing they could have got out of there, but he didn't pick up the spike.
There's 20 seconds left. This extraction process has got to be moved a little faster.
Yeah, no opportunities to pivot over to B. It has to land onto A for any chance to win the round here. So it's close. Kisnet is out in the open. And here it is. Time playing its part. 12 seconds left. Close to the corner. It's a 1v1. Oh no. Nozwa has the spike, sticking it down here. Melzer, does he choose to take the time with it? It's planted. Damage done. Only 78. Hopping around the corner with the right clicks. That's the finisher. Gotta be joking.
It's not the cleanest round of Valorant I've ever seen in my life. But that's incredible for Crew.
Try harder now.
It will do.
The decision from Melzer is really nice there. He knows that there's a big decision process for his opponent to either get the plant down or to challenge him. He waits until he hears the spike sound planted, but then, oh, the classic right click almost betrayed him.
Yeah, I mean, that is... You're leaving it up to a coin flip.
But look at the reaction.
The corner, the right clicks. You really are, but yeah, they're loving it. A thrifty. They answered it right back.
And when there seemed like there was hope for LEV, oh, dashed in a moment.
The wind taken right out of their sails. Desperation on display there. Taco hoping to deep dash, maybe take some space towards A, but he's brought down so early. Not ideal. Yes, it's a half buy, but at this point, every single round, every single moment counts.
Right there.
And Crew do tend to be quite bunched up in terms of how they defend. I mean, you watch them on the map, and they're looking to try and get active with 2 or 3 of them, going for pushes or reclears. They're not happy just holding these static positions, and I think their idea is pretty excellent. They keep putting pressure on teams. Like that, as Zeno ends up walking into them. Crew looking to get up to 11.
I think it's smart. Group up as well when you're up against a half buy. There's no danger of getting overwhelmed. A singular player giving over a weapon. Giving up that A-Heaven control. It's a mad scramble, isn't it, on the left side. Hunting for an open angle, an open shot, but 30 seconds left. Which way is this landing? You don't want to be saving these guns.
30
and what must be
left.
running through the heads of the players that are just dead right now and having to think and ponder the fact that they're down 4-10. I mean, a 6-round deficit on the opening map, not the way that Leviatán would have wanted to open this. So difficult for them to even come back into this.
There's a trade-off, but a cleanup.
And you've got to wonder if that kind of mentality is they just have to sit there in these slightly slower rounds, stewing on the fact that they're down to their rivals from LATAM, a team that they've been better than for the last year at least. You got to wonder if that's going to impact them heading later. LEV have got to be able to brush this off unless they're able to mount a comeback. Because Pearl used to be at the top of Leviatán's map pool, but Crew have looked amazing at it recently.
It's the benefit you get when you go through that uppers. The double ban, moving Fracture and Haven. The second map, you know, the second map ban, a bit of a toss-up when it comes to what Crew would want to remove, but I think Haven's a decent one.
And while you would, as a competitor, want to just focus on the here and now and make sure you get this round, there's that little pressure in the back of your head as you realize the score at the top of the screen.
Oh, yeah. Dash forwards. That's deep into heaven.
With a judge. I like
the judge, yep. Seen this play before, but no util to his name. That's the money running dry. He's already used his one smoke. How does he get in there? Showstopper. Nozwa, can he pave the way? Can he clear out a bit of a space and an opening? Davies, you are mad to take that fight, but he does bring him down. Just the 1-for-1. Taco close to the corner. Dog doesn't clear it. Klaus, oh, he's wide open. Wide open, and there's the kill. Surely running right into him. Kesnet, he's claiming it. It's carnage. In the final moments here. 3 versus 3. Winnable still. Up in control. Still there's for Crew. LEV are all playing tucked towards side. Series of these close angles and one of them positions. Down towards it. Nags it. He wins it out in the open. Vulnerable. Forced to try and trade and take matters into his own hands. It's up to Shy. 1v1. Time running short. Does Melzer have it?
Not quite.
I don't think so.
It's close, but I don't think he's got it.
Damage done, but not the defuse. Barely missing out on that. Squeaking by.
And a lifeline for LEV. They're going to still be able to buy in the next round. It's a Red Bull clutch. Davies is actually right inside his rendezvous there, looking to try and fight the showstopper and still get away. Doesn't quite manage it.
I thought he was out of range of it. He didn't have his little gold vest on.
I think he just stepped out of range of it to fight the showstopper and take a more aggressive angle. But you know, the concept is there. Unfortunate though, millisecond timings.
Yeah, barely. Will this be a turning point?
Oh, Taco is so deep inside the pit.
As a dash inside to see if he can punish. He was pre-maiming towards Mail, actually, expecting the pit to be offloaded from that position. King, he's already vacuumed it up. Pushing forwards now. Showstopper all the way through. Kesnet spots it and nails it. The Rockets, the consistency. This is looking like 12. Crew, just like that. That's from back of a round of their own.
Awesome movement from Kesnet there too. Using the blast back of the rocket to push himself away from King and around the corner so he couldn't get punished.
I'd love to see if anyone is tracking as well the stats on this. It feels like Kesnet gets a kill every time.
Every time he uses the showstopper.
Yeah, every single time.
He's got to be the most efficient raise that I've seen with it in this tournament. But you've got to remember too that this is Kesnet's best tournament run ever. Yeah. We've seen amazing star-level performances from Kesnet since he first came onto the scene. And yet this is still him performing at his peak.
Blocking vision.
That is quite ridiculous.
Right there.
And it's been one of the big reasons why they're able to power themselves forwards here. You heard Valen and Sean talk about how much of a weight that just lifts off the rest of the team.
Yeah. 30 seconds left.
And it helps them play better as well, I think. You know, as I said, it's not like Kesnet's getting all of the first kills. He kind of is here on Split. He's got at least 5, I think.
Again, another
6
decision.
7 maybe.
To save here, Josh. I mean...
Yeah, it's tragic. I mean, Leviatán are playing for the draw at this point. I wonder what this ends up doing to the mentality, but this is how they play. This is how they've practiced. And these are the kind of decisions they go for.
Don't blame them to a degree with it, but you got to keep these guns as well if you're going to make this decision. If you're not going to make a go of the round, you've handed it over. There's a 12 for Crew. Almost anticlimactic in the way that one goes. Will they keep the gun? Shy. He stays alive.
Very close. Doesn't really help them too much. And a timeout called for Leviatán. Look at that movement, though. Using the recoil of the showstopper to push himself back around the corner and ensure that King is given only the slimmest of timings to trade that.
Yeah, we've been treated some premium Raze gameplay over the course of LCQ. Some of the movement has been pulled out. It's been nothing short of incredible. Like prime Bunny.
Yeah.
Going around, man.
I mean, I think, you know, people are looking at Durka being able to win Masters Tokyo playing just all the Raze and thinking, well, what's to stop us from doing the same?
Not?
If you've got a great Raze player like Kesnet on your team, somebody that can play other duelists as well, but has a specialty there, added into the compositions. I mean, Kesnet was playing Raze on Haven too, which is actually a map that they decided to get rid of in this map veto. Would have still been a decent one, but that's the thing.
That's the weird thing about these two teams, the maps, is because I really think that it could go either way on a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's only one map where it was obvious Crew wanted to get rid of it, which was Fracture.
Yeah.
And then they kind of had their pick of whichever ones they wanted to go towards. And it's difficult when you're in LCQ because the sample size is so small from what you've seen from your opponent and how good they looked. And were they playing against a team that was great or was the team they were playing against bad? It's very difficult to evaluate that.
You just don't know the improvements teams have made over a month and a half.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I thought we were going to come into map 1 and have a really competitive map between these two teams. And it go down to the wire because I thought Lev looked explosive with Taco and Nozwa playing up towards their best. This double duelist duo has not been able to get active at all. And that is full credit to Crew. They've just shut it down utterly.
Everything on the line now. Look at the investment. Of course, you have to buy up around it. One round stands between it. Melza spamming down. Damage done, certainly. And here it is. Pull at their feet. Nade as well. It's all collapsed upon. Into the choke point you go. You do not stand a chance. Cosmic Divide. It's a bit of respite. Away from all this damage. Maybe you can get a 3-1 for them. It looks like they want to try and attempt to try and fight through. They were gearing up for it. You can see Shy was holding a flash, I think, for maybe a pop flash play through the Cosmic Divider, but they had to give up chances for it, and the weapons are still not good. 2 rifles. Plant only just going down close to the corner. King's got the pit online. Can it help? Pushing forwards now. It's Crew trying to take space in it, but this is an Observer's worst nightmare. Walls and smokes and pits in the way. Everything is obfuscated. Faced up, though.
Look how close and tight the Crew players are together, trying to trade each other out inside the pit.
Fully blinded up, Shy. Can't see anything, doesn't know what timing to be taken. That's Kesnet bringing him down, and 2 standing. It's VALORANT here. King with the Bucky. He's traded. It's spraying. It's random. It's a prey. There'll be no blessings on the other side of that one. Not for Leviatán. Crew winning map number 1 here.
And in absolutely dominant fashion, Crew showcasing that their map pick to start things off of Split is one where they are utterly in control, playing to their strengths as being a team that neutralizes defensive aggression and has excellent ways of being able to take map control. The combination of the Sky and the Rays, with Davies to be able to take first contact and teleport away if any danger occurs, it plays to their strengths immaculately. And I just keep thinking about what Valen said, you know, take their permaban as map 3, just in case you win the first 2 cleanly. And with how good Crew look here, and how little we saw out of Leviatán in terms of specific ways of stopping them from executing their game plan, we're about to go into Pearl, where I feel like they just do the same kind of stuff. Mix up the tempo, have great ways of taking map control. They stop the defenders from getting aggressive. How does Lev respond?
There needs to be that response as we head deeper and deeper into this series. The grand finals of LCQ, up number 1, wrapped up here. Dominant fashion here for Crew. Certainly that break not tempering the form that they've been in. That's going to do it. Let's send it down to the analyst desk after this, just to break it all down.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
And Crew managed to pick up that win on Split in dominating fashion, 13-5, as they take their first map win on a road to champions. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside me with the guards, VALORANT, as well as Mimi and Sean Gares. And let's just jump right into this here because, well, that's kind of what Crew did. They started the game off. It felt like I looked away and then I turned back and it was 5-0 out of the break. So it felt like this Crew team is really showing that little break that they had, VALORANT, not that much of a factor. They used that time to grind.
Yeah, they were hitting almost every single shot I saw them take, playing with maximum confidence as a team. And I want to shout out Melzer because he was putting up phenomenal numbers on the smokes roll, but not only that, he was calling for the team. And I'm telling you, GB, I've never seen Crew call a map better than that. That was amazing to see on their attack. Push-pulling on the extremities, inserting players in situations, and just kind of manipulating the rotations based off the enemy sky. It was incredible to see.
And with this chamber in their comp, Crew plays so many of these 4-1 rounds where they're just pushing towards one side of the map, pulling out utility, and then really being flexible in the mid round with the chamber holding down everything else. I think this round 11 was a great example where they changed the pace from these slower rounds, realized that Leviatán was going to play way further back because of that, and started just contacting in, got all the way into sight, and popped out and won the round. Those adaptations came literally after losing one round, both times that Crew lost one of those early rounds, which was so impressive to me.
Yeah, it was a calling masterpiece, like you said. Like, honestly, they punished so much extremity aggression. Nags in B main was getting opening kills. At A, you had Davies constantly controlling the ramp with an op on Chamber ready to TP away. It shelled up LEV so much. They were terrified of peeking these extremities, and they were afraid to make risks with a double duelist comp. And like you were saying, they were pulling rotations by taking vents. They would go up the vents towards A, down the vents back towards B. And they would constantly keep messing with the rotations between the sites and always hit the perfect site at the perfect time.
Yeah. And they did so well at starting these rounds strong as well. In that push-pull, they were always ready to trade each other, and we're getting so many of those first kills. I think 13 picked up, and they converted 11 of those rounds. Crew's training in this tournament has been so precise. Just the synergy between these players has been on point, as well as the individual step-ups.
Yeah, talking about the individual step-ups, someone who we've seen is Klaus. That guy has been popping off for sure. Also, I want to point out that when they were push-pulling the extremities, they always kept someone to mess with the Sky, which is really good because the Sky kept trying to get the information. He was playing it right, but it kept pinging, oh, one's there, and then sometimes there'll be 4 coming at you. They were just playing the game plan of LEV so perfectly. And Klaus, man, he's been popping off. Look at his stats compared before to now, man.
He's been a dynamic force on this team in this tournament, which is wild, Mimi, considering the fact that, we genuinely didn't get to talk about him all that much throughout the regular season. Now, all we could talk about is Santa Claus.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, I don't feel like there's been a player that we've watched this LCQ that has had a bigger step up from the regular season to now than Klaus. He's just been consistently excellent after being the guy that I think all opponents were like, this guy's getting dropped ahead of next season after his regular season performance.
He's done so many things at a top level throughout this LCQ run. His utility usage is just amazing. And his trades off of Kesnet being like second or third into these sites, he's always well spaced. He's never getting like first blooded in the background, kind of like what Leo does for Fnatic when you watch them play. His spacing has been perfect.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kesnet gives us a great opportunity to go into our aim lab shoot around because, well, it's with Kesnet, and we get to see him shoot some bubbles for a little while. Allows us to continue this conversation here for Crew because this squad, VALORANT, is on the track now to potentially go to champions. 2 more games, and as you had noted in that map picks and bans, they have set themselves up real nicely for this potential 3-0, given the track win, and Kesnet's a big part of that.
Yeah, for sure. They set themselves up perfectly because they kept the permaban of Leviatán being Ascent as map 3. So if they can come out on Pearl and manage to take this win away, I think we're going to see a 3-0 for sure. I think this is a big map for Leviatán if they want to get themselves back into the series here. Man, they have to wake up. I'm not gonna lie, they looked a little shaky in the first map, maybe a little tired from their previous best of 5 rather. Took so much out of them, but I still have a lot of faith. Pearl is a great map for them, and man, but look,
you got to do it here.
He's hitting these.
He's hitting these bubbles.
I don't know.
You got to do it here and now, Sean. Right? You can't allow yourself to go to Ascent down 2-0 in this series if you're Leviatán, because then at that point you're gonna have to do it again and pull off a reverse sweep again, which is like, yeah, sure, you could do it once, but can lightning strike twice?
I'm worried for LEV for the same reason you just said. The form of the player versus the form of the Crew player right now. And on an open map like Pearl, where I've seen the mid game come out of the Crew IGL Melzer, I've seen how he pushes and pulls rotations. If you do a push on Pearl, he'll react off of it really quick and hit the opposite side. And their spacing is so good in a pack of 3. This is going to feel like an A map for Crew, and the LEV players have to step up.
And for Leviatán, they really were struggling on that map. Not just were they being outcalled, but I think on the individual level, we saw a lot of really shaky moments.
Yeah.
Taco was whiffing a lot of shots, anchoring the site solo. They had a lot of these just little fumbles that we don't normally expect. Remember yesterday, they had an exhausting 5-map BO5, and they're straight back into it. And as we'd expect, there are no changes. It's the bog standard Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper here on Pearl.
Yeah, and you want to talk about players versus player, like who's in better form right now? This is the best way to see it. We have a complete mirror of a composition. Both teams actually have stayed on this composition for a very long time. It was kind of pioneered by Loud, so in that region they have a lot of practice. They know the ins and outs, and now it just comes down to which team is ready for this map. I mean, we're going to see who deserves to go to Champions right here, because if Crew pulls out the 2-0, I think it's going to go 3-0 based on map 3 being Ascent. Leviatán has to step up big right now.
Yeah, this do or die right now for Leviatán if they want to maintain themselves in this BO5. We're ready for map 2, so let's go ahead and send it over to the guys that actually predicted literally all of this. The curse breakers, I guess. It's Brennan's sideshow.
We definitely didn't do that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, definitely did.
I saw the bracket.
No, I was scrambling and picked a random.
Deep fake, mate.
I picked a random one and I picked Crew because I thought it was funny, and now here we are.
Here we are.
No one's got more egg on their face than me.
Yeah,
nobody.
I mean, certainly.
Nobody believed in Crew less, and also look at them now. I mean, they just are a different team to the regular season, and they're coming in hot into this map.
Yeah, the form is tremendous. Desk was talking about it. Players lighting up the stage right now, but for LEV, got to ignite that passion again. The form that we saw from them in that lower bracket, and who knows, maybe that's all taken out of them. Having to battle back and fight back in those elimination games, so it doesn't get really any harder than this here. Map 2 of our grand finals of the LCQ. This is it, pistol round beginning on Pearl. Will we see that answer back?
Leviatán instantly committing to taking a bit of space over here.
Yeah, right into mid. It's Taco, he's leading the charge, tanking the alarm bot.
And also the Trailblazer going down very quickly. So the Trailblazer is supposed to clear all the way through and funnel people in so they get pinched by Taco and Mazzino. That didn't really happen. Davies able to break it back off into a safe spot. And now Taco just controls the middle of the map. This is going to force somebody to keep an eye constantly on this little area underwater that they've currently got their eyes on. But in general, they're waiting for a commitment into the A site.
Yeah. It's good mid-rounding so far. You break all of that util, like you were saying.
Here.
Have to keep your eyes now locked on the different middle areas of the map, just in case a player could be lurking.
I mean, the spike is heading now towards B. They have 3 players prodding over here. It's only Kesnet.
Yep, he's got to do the most. Flash. Avoided, dodged to the side. The spike now. Change of mind, change of direction. Mazzino is the one who strikes back. Just, again, lurking into these 4 positions, doing a significant amount of damage.
They're expecting people to have rotated off A, but there were still 4 players here. They thought, surely if we take contact with Kesnet on B, they'll leave.
Rooted into the back of the side as a dash forward as well. That space is going to be taken, killed, exchanged and traded high tide in the face of Davies, but finally it fades. Flash forwards, here online, no one's watching the angle, and they're taken out, but it is, again, just up to Melzer. Still in that position, weak enough from the prior shot. And Taco picks up 3.
What a cool pistol round there by Leviatán. Clear gameplay right from the beginning.
Let's leave whatever happens
Very
in
quickly
the
taking
past.
mid-control, going towards B-Link, seeing if they can work a pick by catching somebody out of position. And then, yeah, I mean, almost overplaying it, to be honest.
Yeah,
a little
with
prod
3
towards
players
B.
anchoring towards the back.
They just, there's no real reason there to expect there to still be 3 or 4 players on A, and only Kesnet watching B. Almost caught Leviatán off guard. But Mazzino was very good at being able to take that space.
Wanted to see return to that presence here of Taco. That is a lot of presence in mid.
What a shot.
Okay, Kesnet. Yeah, pulling out shots like that, I shouldn't be surprised. The name value that this guy commands.
And I think King is looking to try and control the Bulldog, but it's already been taken.
Yeah.
He's worried that somebody might have snuck up here. and he might just get the info. Yep, there's no Bulldog left. They've already been here and left. They've scampered.
Right under his nose, but there is a plant online, so time is going to be ticking. Puts that pressure now onto Crew, and there's going to be that backstab. You can see still King looking around the art position. Back at the side control still for Lev, as well as A main. Mazino wins his duel out. High tide in his face. Propped up. Taco spots it. There it is. Deep to the angle. Mazino. Perfect timing with that one. Pushing forwards, and the crossfire is excellent. So
I believe that's the first time the Crew have managed to get the opening kill and yet lose the round in this match so far.
Wow.
And of course, they're massively not favored in that round anyway, because their economy is just so much lower. But they've put a bit of suppression here on Leviatán's. The bonus round is not looking particularly great. Take a look at this replay from Kesnit's POV. If he's hitting shots like that, he's going to go nuts.
Stay down.
The Desk was talking about this is a great map to look at the form of the players. And the direct head-to-head that just screams out is Taco Kesnit.
Prior work that was put into that round here. We're heading into the bonus. The economy's not too good, but they have built up the Reckoning. That's the big one. Mazino picking up all those kills, and they're going to use it to try and clear out the site. It's Kesnit close to it, dodging the first one as well, trying to take the fight right to the opposing Jet player. Top it around, slowed down Klaus. It's supportive and suppressive fire. Down through the angle, didn't really know what he was aiming at, but he still collects the kill. And the site is granted, so player disadvantage still for Lev, but taking the timing now. Waiting for the next wave of util. Maybe even just contacting.
I mean, the next wave of utility is not going to come out for quite some time, and the Trailblazer are already looking to try and disrupt that.
Snakebite, all the angles pushed out here, and yeah, contacting deep into the spawn. Flash through the wall. Melzer, he dodges, and he collects two.
Team flash onto Shy as well.
Mistimed. Bit of a mistake. Moments like that as well. It's Lev trying to again take control back into the round, pushing forwards, but everybody falling. So, bonus round. Not going the way that Leviatán wanted.
Right from the offset, not going their way. The Reckoning invested too. That's a pretty large asset that they would love to have for one of these economic swing rounds, which, you know, the bonus round is an economic swing round, but also their rifles were just so low, their economy very suppressed. Here, this is the play where, to be honest, Melzer does such a great job of even dodging the flash. That's going to be a pretty straight-up duel anyway.
Yeah.
But when the blind doesn't connect on him and does connect on Shy, it's game over.
That's a brutal one. Guns in the hand of both these teams now.
And here's that Viper orb that we were talking about previously in the pre-show. Nags just, oh sorry, King just spotting that out and realizing that Kesnit is pushed up deep towards B. Here's the IGL is going to be feeding that information to the rest of the team and telling them to more quickly and aggressively take mid control.
Davies. He knows how much they've been playing for this middle position. Just gets the one and backs out. I respect it.
So similar to what he did on the pistol round. And you can't push that. As the attackers, you just cannot push that.
You are never favored.
Unless there is a massive distraction, a huge site exec happening on A that distracts the entirety of the team. You're just always going to die.
Zeno did. Of course, he's still got this space up with the wall.
Is very dangerous for Melzer.
Oh, the knife, Melzer, yeah. Doesn't anticipate it. He's still alive. 73 health. He wins the fight.
There's no way.
Not a chance, but Melzer is on one.
How does he get away with that?
30 seconds. Again, it resorts to this. Contacting all the way up. Nosworth, he's close. There's a flash around the corner. He's got backup. And the rest of his team, Klaus is watching for it. There's a reswing there. Shy out in the open. Brought down, vulnerable up. The utility is perfect. It is funneling these players. Corralling them. Nothing to be found. 2-2 now. Flawless for Crew. And a slight misstep. Losing the pistol round. Losing the follow-up, but they're right back up to that split form.
They are. I can't believe this. I mean, Davies does fantastically. That's a difficult shot to hit, and he does great. But how on earth is Melzer not getting punished by Mazino? Melzer's positioning is a little too far forward there. He's looking to just try and jiggle the box, thinking that Leviatán are going to be using utility if they're taking B-Link control, and instead, Mazino's walking up behind it. He's favored there every time, and somehow Melzer drops back and hits the headshot. Lev are taking a lot of map control towards mid, but they're not actually being able to convert that into good site execs that put pressure on the players anchoring sites. What we need to see from them is once they've taken art control, committing to an A split, and then fighting aggressively for dugout and trying to, you know, attack the players that are back there.
Yeah.
Naxet, Davies. Instead, it's more contacting around. And this could get very sticky. We've got Kesnit and Melzer in spots, not anticipating these players to be so pushed up.
They hear the updrafts. They got to know they've lost control of Link. It's a double push up attempt. King out in the open. Pops up the orb, faking like he could be backing away. Look who's eager to take the fight. It's Melzer. He's still there, wants to take it to him. Against the Stinger, barely winning out, but he does win it nevertheless.
And this is just a confidence difference at this point. And Melzer's looking to try and take the duel there. Wins it.
And this is such a similar game plan so far. It feels like every single round has ended in a familiar way. Poking and prodding. One side doesn't work out. Well, it's your turn. Mazzino and Shy this time seeing if they can work their way in. But again, never to clear out dugout. High Tide in the face. There's a player trap there, but they're just taking a fight through it. Taco over the top. That's what we needed to see. It's 2 kills. Knife still there. No refresher in sight. Has to whip out the weapon now. He's picked up the upgrade. Lockdown. Placed down.
They have to fight it.
And Davies cannot defend it. Reckoning time. He's running so damn short. Davies makes a choice to try and fight into it. It's stunned up. That's a spike. Drop down. Out in the open. And Taco. He's noted. It's running him down. What are we witnessing?
With only about a second left. About to be detained and Taco pulls it away. What a round from Taco Leah. Knives in hand, helping to put pressure on those players in dugout. We'll see it on the replay. Davies' perspective as he manages to spray down Mazzino coming in. And here comes the hero of the hour. Taco over the top, picks off 2. And then with Phantom in hand, yeah, ignoring the lockdown and making sure he takes out the player.
That is just nuts.
These are the rounds that LEV are winning.
Yeah, we are straight back into it. No messing around, no time wasted. Orb up, Cascade. Control now taken.
How does Kesnit find an angle, find an opening around this? The way that you play Operator into this is trying to find the opening.
No way, man!
And there are none.
Oversteps in south, of course. I mean, plenty more angles to play for with the new Pearl changes, but that is a little bit too much. With him falling, that's the go button. Cove. Flat now going down on top of it. King doesn't get away with it. Hoping and hunting for that timing. Melzer seemingly too aware for it. 4 versus 4 now. It's evened it up. How does the fight get taken? Operator.
They have Sky ult here.
Seekers. One still escaping. Zeno falls. Snag set. Dog. The collision course. Straight to Taco. Flash in his face. He's blind as a bat. Cannot see anything at all. He's falls in the Nano Swarm's Crew's utility. It's sublime. It's impeccable. And it's overwhelming.
Excellent stuff from Crew. The way that Pearl B post-plants play now is very different to what you will have seen during the regular season. It's not just everybody leaving the site and playing utility lineups. It's much more dug in, playing back halls, trying to anchor, and that puts a premium on snake bites, on nano swarms to clear those areas out. And the combination of the vulnerable and the nano swarms there from Davies and from Naxet, it's so good at clearing those positions. They're very diligent with it while the wall is up. And it puts them at 3-3 with economy advantage.
Placing alarm bot.
Stingers in a half armor. What's the play here? We're going to see a brawl and a clash into mid. The flash does connect. The 4-1 split towards the A side. Trailblazer. Taking note of a lot of this. Taco just pure disrespect, isn't it? Running right over towards the Nano Swarm. Taking a lot of damage in return. Trailblazer not seeing anything. This is getting dangerous here.
And here's the difference. Normally, mid-control doesn't get converted into a site take. This time, the lockdown. Oh. And Melzer again onto King. He's unaware of King's positioning, but wins the duel anyway. And there's another one.
It's instinctual.
He's just in ridiculous form currently. He's running around the map, wide-swinging people, deleting them.
Taco, was not Taco over Judge in spawn?
Yep.
Yeah, well, just trying to make the most of it again. Mazzino as well, of course. It'll take matters into your own hands, but sure you get the plant out. It's a lost round here for Nozwa. Too many players to overcome. Planted towards the back of the side, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. And of course, it's being watched by Kesnit. We're at the op. Consistent.
There are just so many moments already, and we're only just finishing round 7, where Melzer has been in a spot, potentially could have got caught out, but he wins the gun duel. Here, remember the Trailblazer had come through here, not found King. So Melzer's running into A main, thinking, all right, if there is someone there, I'll take the duel against them, but he's not exactly sure where they are. Runs out, better weapon, boom, King's dead. And we've seen that duel, Melzer and King, very often. Those are the two IGLs trying to get the better read on each other. And also, King, you would usually expect him to be the more impactful player.
Yeah.
Currently 0-5, getting knocked out by a 10-3 Melzer, who once again, bears reminding, is calling against his former team.
Same play by Lev, not too much difference again. Trailblazer goes through trying to clear out. This time there's a Reckoning layered on top. It's going to be the extra element to really clear them out. I mean, it's dug out on the back of the site. Nagset can't hold his ground and stand it down.
And this is very different. This time, nobody in dugout, nobody in spots where Crew can try and contest.
Oh.
But Taco just thinks that the entirety of the site is for free.
He's not supported there either.
Oh, no help.
It's a strange play. Cove broken. Their advantage now going towards him, but again, have to play forwards time.
There's only one snakebite here. They can't really play lineups.
Difficult position to try and do so. Cove actually missing as well, going a bit further back. This really just could be a scramble. Coming down to just trying to push through these smokes and making the most of it as well. It's all being watched. Again, Mazzino, he's been cut off from all of them, pushing past the high tide. 2 players into main. That's left standing. So many targets to choose from. Half under the fuse. Enough time being bored as well. All grouped up Crew, 5-2-3.
You got to have better plans than that to beat Crew on Pearl. Only Taco going forwards to try and contest Secret there. Once you get the plant down, once you actually get the site, you need an idea of what you're going to be doing in the post plan. How are you going to be playing it? Taco goes forward, the rest of his team goes backwards. They don't have utility to be able to play lineups properly, so they shouldn't be playing off site. I think Taco makes the right play, but he's made to look foolish for it because he's the only one going forwards. Gets caught, game over. Crew now look like they're starting to stretch themselves a little bit, momentum flowing.
Definitely on their side. Look at that, ready for the cross. Using the wall once more to try and lurk their way deeper into Link. Alarmbot, I believe, is going to meet them, so it's pinged out immediately. Crew are going to be aware of it on the defensive side. I got to say, I mean, how many times have we seen this from the LEV game plan? It's always the mid-routing into the middle of the map, removing a Killjoy utility, but it's not having much bite after that, right?
It's very reminiscent of 100 Thieves, yeah, and they were using their ultimates to be able to get onto the sites in the past couple of rounds. They had Shy's lockdown, they had Mazzino's Reckoning, but now those tools don't exist anymore.
I'm like stuck in Groundhog Day. Because we're going to get down to the final few seconds, and it's going to be on contact plays and looking for a pick.
And Kesnit's got the read here. He knows they're in B-Link. He knows they're here.
Not baited. Smoke around the corner.
And that's a nice one. Threatens that they could be walking out.
That's smart.
But they've still got to actually convert the mid-map control into a split. And this is where LEV have been struggling.
Look at the...
They're so indecisive.
Yeah, it just showcases in the positioning, the way they're moving around the map. And again, it relies on contact plays in towards the site. It's literally a repeat of so many of these prior rounds. Which direction is it going to go? Util being used to try and clear out towards the dugouts.
And now you have to force the fight towards Secret.
In the face, dashing forwards. Taco, he wins his time. So damn short! Snake bite! It denied it! The plant's not going down now. It's up to Shy to try and do it! Flashed up, blinded! They push right through! And you have to stick it! It's the only way you win the round, but Shy is an easy target for it. 6-2-3. Crew are on a heater.
This team is so good at making it uncomfortable for their opponents. LEV are lost. They don't understand how to get into the site and put pressure on these Crew players who just seem to be absorbing the aggression and then bouncing back. Very elastic gameplay from Crew. You fight them, okay, they take a bit of contact, and then they'll spring right back at you.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like I'm going insane. They take mid-control, they see that Kesnit is somewhere tucked towards the one side of the site, and they're like, oh, we want to avoid him. We want to get away from him.
Yep.
And they just scurry to the other section of the site and try and look for picks, just contacting into the other side. It's the same game plan over and over again. It needs to be something new.
It does. And this is what the timeout's going to be for. You know, Ono talking with King, trying to come up with a game plan. They've been ending A in a lot of these rounds. might be a good idea to try and mix in some hard B hits and force Crew to play the B retake. But to be honest, the Crew B retake looked really clean last time we saw it too, with Davies and Nagset combining together to clear out back walls. And, I mean, Atom is popping off right now, but to be honest, it doesn't look like his team needs to change too much. Lev is stumped.
Hunting for answers with this timeout. The round differential steadily getting away from them. Look at that. 4 rounds in a row. The retake's coming to fruition in some way or form. The money's not looking good again. The Bladestorm for Taco. Could get something done with it. They'd love a thrifty round here.
So you can see the pings on the minimap right now. I'll just point them out in this kind of area. Whoops. That's a bit large. But over towards Secret, in this kind of spot. So potentially, King calling that they're going to go for the same kind of thing. Over towards middle. Trailblazer goes out, broken by Davies.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, smoke committed. Onto the turret, over the top, he spots Kesnit. That's a pre-fire.
But all of this is just fake pressure, Brent. It's the same kind of idea once more. And I believe we're going to end up with a push into A.
Careful here.
And those pings on the minimap, I think, is their idea of where they want to be fighting in the post plan.
So proactive from Crew as the Trailblazer re-clearings into Link. They know it's completely clear. They're going to be calling this now. Doing up art control. Nagset is out in the open. Pit. Timing here is so important. They're going to try and rush him down, and there it is. Removing the Pit. Taco, who's leading the charge on the right clicks. Definitely doing the most. Plant down, Pit of their own. This looks like the best chance yet for Lev, but they're going to be cleared out anyway because of this lockdown. Giving up the space.
They can still keep the Pit up.
Free reign, but everybody playing towards the main of the side. Cloud is a pop flash play. There's nobody else playing up off of that. The turret's even getting into the mix. Davies brought down in the middle of it. And 2 players are left standing now. Taco out in the open, hunting. Just down to Kesnit. I don't think they're going to be offering you too much more. They want this operator out of his hands, but honestly, the money and the bankroll, so damn good.
What is that?
Giving him a warm-up for the next round.
Kesnit's got 9K. He could afford to throw the operator at Rosino.
Money's not really a problem, is it?
He could offer it as a donation. A tax write-off. And that round, Leviatán finally able to convert, and off the back of an audible too. Once Davies used his lockdown, they pivoted. They went for a more passive setup. They used King's ultimate to be able to control that area, and still, whilst leaving the site, have an opportunity to be able to get back in more easily. They now have lockdown. Other options avail themselves.
Yeah, this was the important one.
Yeah, there's the opener that really makes the difference too.
That Pit went up. Didn't get that opening kill. Doesn't look like it's ending in that round win. New beginnings though for Lev. Kesnit, you're blinded up, facing the wall. Tucked to the corner. This is a really dangerous position. He lands it anyway. The opposition taken out. Goodbye, Taco. He's still close to the corner. This is looking all over the place. Melzer, he's so pushed up, there's no one to help him out. The Cobra reason drops down. There's golden trails pointing over the head of Klaus. They know he's close to the corner. That's what the snakebite is for. Lockdown. He has to reposition. He has to move. Everything's fading away out of it. He's still looking for kills here. It's King. He is brought down. There's really no follow-up. There's no trade. He's going to be detained, though. Is there the coverage? Hunting him down. His last player tucked to the corner. They didn't know there was a gap. Kesnit's close to it. Cove still there. Sheriff in his hands. We're going to back out, can't hit the flick, and this is all over the place. Trailblazer, finally the detainment getting off here. Nagset, round for the flank, it's a 1v1. Nosworth picking up the operator. Is that the tool for the job? Nagset, he rips off his head, the hubris. You dare use that against me?
What? A round by Nagset as well. He goes on the flank. There's chaos everywhere. The rest of his team is holding them back from trying to get a fast B hit going. Delaying. And Nagset comes around and has to win 2 big duels. Amazing play from Kesnit to open things up. The dash as well gets him away from the Trailblazer. This is not a free kill. He has to take a straight up Angel against Shy and then wide swing it off. And he gets it done.
So damn sharp. It was a jumble over towards the one section that previous round, but final round now. The first half. Chance for Lev to really bring this one back.
The scoreline.
Close to the corner there. And the dog is broken. You got to suspect there's someone behind that box, and they do with a spam.
Yeah, that's a major first kill. Leviatán was struggling with those massively on the first map. Now they're going to make the pivot all the way over to B. They realize that Kesnit isn't there with the operator, and that's great. They can take all of this room down towards B long without having to be too worried about him. And a 5v4, can they convert? It would make the scoreline look so much better. This has still felt dominant from Crew.
Yeah.
And yet, it would be a 7-5 half if Lev can win the 5v4. Not bad at all.
Ball cutting it through and away. Melter is out. They want to try and flood defend this one. Push them back. Where they stand here, there's a cove in their face, still giving a bit of breathing room for Takulia. Could be alone here. All comes down to this aim duel. Kesnit, he's granted it. 3 angles, bringing him down. It's Melter who claims 2. King and Nozwa love to collect this. It's a 2 versus 2. Out towards a smoke. And still, Nagset miles away. Left to his own devices in the 1v2. Spike still needs to be planted close to the corner. Opportunities and chances to win this with King being so low, but you've got to think it's favored. And with that, it confirms they know his positioning.
Shouldn't be lost now by Lev. No. They can set up crossfires, swing off King's contact, or at least it'd be better for Nozwa to take contact here. A bit of a reposition as well as King goes into spawn.
I mean, this is perfect play by King. Just too much to watch for. Jump spot, first one, King. White face. Danger in the round, but no. They collect it together. Fighting them back, 7-5. That is respectable for Lev. Somehow, they scrounged it back.
With Taco having his performance that the team needed to be able to pull some of those rounds off, his entry in here and in the previous round where he had the Blade Storm online and he picked off King inside the pit. These are, I apologize, Naxa inside the pit. These are major, major rounds for him to be able to do.
Defining moments.
Still, I feel like Crew are playing the better game. Leviatán being able to win that pistol really helped them.
Definitely got the chances, though. Let's send it out to GB and the Death to break it all down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas. And 7-5 means that Leviatán fighting chance in this second map here. But let's go ahead and talk, though, Sean, about these Crew retakes, because it has been truly immaculate to see them. And it honestly felt like we were in an infinite loop for a moment where they just kept going back to A and then they kept retaking it. But that just goes to show how well these two teams read each other.
The flexibility at the A site to kind of recede back in dugout, take one on the initial fight. I thought Nags did a really good job, even though it's towards the bottom of the scoreboard, of doing that on these A hits. And you could see that when the Crew force would come in, they would retake, they would swarm the site so well. The B backhaul take that we saw right there, it just looks so drilled.
And I really like that they had the 2 versions. Their flood retakes on B were really good. Players were so fast to rotate in. With the more space in backhaul to play around with, it's a lot easier to go for those floods. And on A as well, they did great at conserving their utility, especially those mollies to work back in. But the thing is, Leviatán with that pistol round win have a solid half here.
Yeah, and to talk about the retakes a little bit more, when you're so confident with your retakes, it makes the entire game for Leviatán so pressuring. Because even if you're doing well in the mid-round, getting onto the proper site, now you really have to worry about your post plant. Even up 5v4, it was hard for them to close out these rounds. And going into the next half, we have to see if Crew can do the same on their attack post plants, because their retakes were incredible.
This half, though, could be difficult. Crew on this attacking side are really good at controlling B long control and working the mid round. Leviatán were really trying to slow the game down, but we're struggling to find those late round ideas. Thus far, Crew's been excellent at it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the composition here, because they have so much abilities to be able to take map control. It really relies on Crew to be able to, or Leviatán rather, to make the mid-round pushes here to get the information.
Well, hey, it's 7-5 and you get 2, and Leviatán are back in the fight. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
You know they need it. You can't lose this map. You can't just rely as well on that magic of trying to get the reverse sweep underway like you did the other day. It comes down to this. And the desk was highlighting as well, Josh, you know, you in the pre-show on top of it, about Crew's attack side on this map of Pearl. They are doing things that really nobody else is doing. It just sets them apart from other teams.
I mean, Leviatán as well, actually, are really messing with their Viper setups. I haven't seen many other teams swap the orb and the wall around. You know, just take a look at the way that King's got things set up. He's got the orb over here towards B, and then he's got the wall that goes all the way through here that's going to be applying pressure on the defensive side.
Nobody to receive this, though. I mean,
a 4-1 setup.
Yeah, they are just fully walking all the way in.
And yet they've got the right read. Leviatán have 4 players on A.
Grouped up. Will be enough to try and stop this here. Mazzino immediately there with the wall. Instantly used in response towards the back of dugout. They are none the wiser. It's Crew who are in trouble right now. Landed the shot still. Melzer, he's alive. How is he still in the fight? 2 kills for it. Maybe a few more, but Nosworth taking matters into his own hands. Running on with a pistol. Flash no connection into the back. They're not watching for it. No over the wall. It's finalized like that. Melzer again. They could not clear him out.
4 kills for Melzer on the pistol. He's been so monstrous for Crew on Pearl. And if LEV wanted to be able to win this map, I feel like they had to take both pistols. They had an amazing strategy, completely read where Crew wanted to go. Crew looked baffled that there was 4 players ready to meet them.
I mean,
they had no clue that Taco was in dugout at all. They're like, what's that guy doing there?
Yeah.
And then Melzer somehow able to stay alive, dodge it all.
Still persevere.
And kill 80% of the team.
Yeah. Massive credit as well. I mean, we could pop off about that previous round all day long, but we're right back into this one. Let's see if they'll poke out and prod and see that they're running right into another stack. Same again. Nosworth spotted.
So Nags has gone for that defensive, attacking orb reposition. So they've thrown Nags orb deep down B, and once this orb goes down from the defenders, he'll be able to bloom his. They can drop it whenever they like. I mean, at this point, they're just facing, not even using it.
Yeah, very willing to take the fight, aren't they? Jump spot, you hear it. This high tide just being used to try and reposition close to the corner. You call a cancel, you try and exit out of here. Now that all this gunfire is going your way. Gotta know the players are there. That is nasty stuff from Kesnit. Just off the traces. Locks onto his targets there, but again, there is still that danger because Spike isn't being planted in all of this. And as King, he's just locked into the corner. Noz was there. He's ripping their heads clean off. It's 3 in a round. And Crew, it's up to Davies. He's backing away.
30 seconds left.
Licking his wounds, but can you really still win this one out, man?
There's no way.
Spike's in the open.
There's 20 seconds left, and he'd have to recover the spike and kill everybody on site.
Just no chance.
It's just over. And that's 2 rounds here where Leviatán really should have won them both by stacking the correct site and creating crossfires that have melted Crew as they commit. I thought we were going to see Crew call the cancel, be able to use the fact that they had control of that entirety of B long there with their repositioned Viper orb, but instead they go for the contact play. We've seen both of these teams try to mix things up.
Maybe in the chaos of the situation as well, you know. Wow. I was watching it all. I mean, these are beautiful shots by Noz. We've got to give credit to him.
But at the same time, able to just walk out, no smoke in his face, flash connects, and those players are kind of sitting ducks there on the attack side.
It's the trouble when you use that high tide to try and cut across. It doesn't block off heaven.
So there's 1 hero rifle been kept, thrown over to Kesnit.
Stay safe.
And he's now got to try to carry this round as Leviatán have managed to work their way back into the half. Been tumultuous already.
Yeah, maybe a chance for them. The jiggle, shy. Good information gathered with that one. At least 2 players spotted. Orb gained. The Crew game plan, very different from what we just saw of LEV. I mean, they were putting their sole focus, it felt like, on their attack side rounds, all towards the middle section of the map, but just the extremities, farming up the orbs for Crew, looking towards those ultimates for later rounds.
And you've got to pay attention here to Takolia, I think. He's pushed up very deep towards B. If he gets overwhelmed, it's a disaster for the team.
Smoke, so one way. Using it to try and reposition. Bullets firing. Because it's wide out into the open. Taco.
He's lucky to get away there.
145 from the Sheriff. Very lucky to get out.
This is called all of the rotations over. I mean, look at the pack making its way to B. Meanwhile, the attackers have still not decided exactly where they want to go, but regrouping with their IGL, who has A main control. There's only 30 seconds here. It still shouldn't be too dangerous for LEV. In theory, Shy should be able to hold on to this.
Yeah, I mean, the nanoswarms.
But the should is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. And we've seen big, thrifty rounds.
Bird spots it, gives the timing as well to pop off those nanoswarms. Time is really going to be running short. Access to the site, but already the rotation from LEV. They are grouped up, barreled up. There's a flash into the corner. Davies dodging it towards the back of... Well, landing the shots, yeah, the rifles. They'll sail them through this one. Tumultuous.
remaining.
Players just trying to withstand it inside the smoke. Exit. Good luck. Not a chance for it. Right read of Lev. Heavy over rotations, but no punish there.
And I think that seems to be the game plan so far from Leviatán. We've seen 3 rounds, and in each of them, King has been calling large stacks on the defense side. In the pistol, they had 4 players on A. In the eco round, they had all 5 of their players defending B as soon as they heard the Sky utility and the Cascade and that kind of stuff. And now Crew are going to take a tactical timeout. Zona talks with the rest of the team. Oh, sorry. Atom talks with the rest of the team. I tell you, these two teams, 9 players coached by Owner, and the amount that they've been swapping players around in the last year is throwing me for a loop.
There's a lot of history.
There's a huge amount of history between these two teams. And both of these coaches are going to be trying to provide the most impact possible. We saw the mind games in map 1 so much with, you know, Crew taking map control away, posting Davies up with an operator, and then Leviatán realizing that they could save utility, and then Crew going for contact plays. Both of these teams are trying to adapt round by round to work out what's happening. And I think Crew should be able to read at this point that Leviatán have stacked sites that they're going towards and have some kind of read, whether that's Klaus's utility or whether that's, you know, Melzer.
Yeah, you got to think.
There's a tell here that Lev are using to be able to get their defenders in the right position, and Crew can try to mess with that.
Get some looks online could be deadly. Maybe the anticipation already there from Lev as well. It's the mind games on mind games and a battle for LATAM. Dominant title. Crew taking a mantle for the first time in a long time versus these two teams. This is a fight for even more than that as well. Not just pride of being the best team in your region, a chance to represent the region on the biggest stage of the year. There it is. No nuance beginning here for Crew again. Heavy play onto the extremity of 8. Pick up the orb, funneling it into Klaus. Maybe that's the big one that they want to work towards as well if they get a B long angle.
Yeah, you can go over and collect the B orb too. Seeker's on the defensive side from Nozwa. He's going to help with information gathering. There was a flash there into A main. I'm not exactly sure whether it caught onto Davies. One of the big things that Crew were doing excellently was giving false information to the Sky on split.
Taco is alone.
See, there's a cascade being used here, reposition of the orb too, and yet no defensive rotations just yet.
I like the Seekers. As soon as the orb gets propped up towards B long as well, the Seekers now connecting and collecting to a bunch of these players into mid. This gives them the information. It gives Taco a bit of peace of mind as well, knowing that there's not a high chance of it being that B pop. He still has to watch for it, but now they're going to be hearing it. Many footsteps. Great rumble heading all the way towards the side. It's up to Shy to put a stop to it. So does Util still lay it down? Similar positions for it. Off the turret's contact, they're popped off. Kesnet separated away. Vulnerability as well. King's there, applying it. The snake bites. So difficult to chew through. Trying to get themselves in, but it looks like Crew are just lost. There's the Cove. Beam down, broken down, plants there. Stuck and planted. An extension to the round, but they are losing players left, right, and center. Only 2 left standing. It's Kesnet and Davies. You'd have to pull off a masterclass, and they're playing from these positions. The Cove blocks off one of them. That's a beautiful usage of it. Forced to beam it down. They know Kesnet's there. There's one. Tap with a rifle. No one actually sticking this. Enough damage done, but well, cleaned up by Leviatán, and they've evened it up.
Both teams struggling with the same kind of thing on their attack side. They get to the site, and they are finding it difficult to put pressure deep into Flower and deep into Secret. Look at how much space Leviatán have to play around here. They're not getting pushed back. They can still play these spam angles.
One enemy remaining.
And other teams try to save their Trailblazer so that they can go very deep on those kind of hits. Other teams are just happy to push through their own harbor wall with a Sky Flash. But there needs to be something to apply pressure to those players and stop them from setting up so that they can spam you and try and flood retake as soon as you get the plant down. Leviatán struggled with it on their attack side. We were talking about how they couldn't convert the mid control into a site hit. Same thing here for Crew.
No fear is there from Kesnet. I mean, he was fully blinded up, still just tanking the open angles here. Double Dub is a high-low setup, I believe. Taco with the AWP. He's holding slightly further back. Nozwa taking the contact of it. Flash in his face. Taco has to get out of there. postured and pushed off the angle once more, but does Taco really want another go with it? The dog broken.
And now they know where the operator is.
Timing. Noswa. He was watching it. Oh.
Did Noswa see anything? It doesn't really matter because they know that the attackers have control of the middle of the map. It's Nagzet that I'm looking at here. With his orb, just able to control this area of the map and try and deny information away from Leviatán and maybe even work a pick.
What's the goal? Maybe moving into it. They got off these left players.
Thing is here, Nagzet's put his wall up so that the players can creep up B-Link. And it's King getting info on the other side. Back to back, these two Vipers are.
Pops up his own orb now with 30 seconds left. Time. Once more, the fuse running short. Burning to a crisp. Dash into the smoke, cuts it up. Enough for the crosshair placement. It is messy. It's the 1-for-1 still. Into the back of the sides, Mazzino striking forwards here with the rifle. He can't quite claim the easiest kill, but there we go. Time still running low. 10 seconds remaining. The spike needs to get planted. It's dropped in the middle of nowhere. Down to just Davies. Everybody cleaned up onto the site. He's picking up the pieces. Maybe do that damage to the economy. Maybe get a rifle as well and get out of there.
The rifle's huge. Davies didn't want to survive with only a sheriff at that point, so he'll thank Leviatán kindly for the donation. It's getting messy between these two teams.
Yeah.
Crew can't quite figure out how to break the defense. Very similar kind of setups that we saw on the other side of things. But also, the LEV players, aside from that really nice shot, looking a bit shaky. King with the crouch spray, committing to it for a long time, and Mazzino, you know, not the cleanest in terms of mopping up those eco players. We're gonna get another timeout. I believe the second one. So, yeah, Atom is not gonna have another opportunity to talk to the team. And this coming only after round 17. Ona still with one in the bank.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a big one. At this point, Crew, with the money, it's a full investment on their economy. This next round is going to be changing the tide of it. You got to think if they lose it, lever up to 10, economy once more broken. Crew on the back foot. The ults are also flourishing. I mean, you've got a Reckoning in the hands of Mazzino. Lev can be using that for any sort of flood attempts to try and push back these very, I mean, to be honest, incredibly slow hits that are coming out from Crew.
Yeah.
When they're letting it drift down to like the final 30 seconds, a big ult like a Reckoning can absolutely bog you down.
On the other side of things, on Crew's side, Melza might be able to play for both orbs, or even get the plant and do a post-plant Reckoning. And remember, the way that Leviatán are playing, they're quite deep in the sites, they're holding back, and they're looking to try and spam, and then get set up for a retake. If you use a post-plant Reckoning, those players are going to be in much more uncomfortable spots when they try and get the retake off. These are the kind of things that will be going through each coach's mind, and the players. As Lev look like they actually want to try and post up a little aggressive on the defense side. Oh, it's King going for an ult in mid. Crew have been playing around there a lot, but the trio that takes map control is currently in A main.
Jump spot. Oh,
close.
Very close. Taco. Almost getting away with it.
Crew do not want any of this pit.
Yeah, no part of it.
And the rotation can't be heard by anybody on Leviatán. It's Taco Leo with an AWP, though.
Again, another chance to really do some damage.
How did that not spot Taco?
Too short.
He's going to go for it.
No way. Cascade is there! That is beautiful stuff! The reactions instantly, though, Kesnet. He shuts it down. No chance for celebration. Here's the Reckoning. Slap that one down onto the side here. Mazzino backing away. And here it is. We were talking about it prior. He's got it in his back pocket. Is it a flood attempt to try and get back in? Cove is down. No spam into it. Stuns. It's rattling. Pushed up onto them here. Melter, he has to stand his ground to dodge away from them. They're all stunned up, yet still they get the kill. Onto Shy. He had to try and punish that, of course. They were locked up into that position. Now 3 players left standing for Lev. What work can they do? Still haven't cleared out the back of halls. Melter, he is blinded up, but the movement dodging to the side. Players are dropping like flies. It's left up to Kesnet. One shot there, flick and reactions. Cove in his face though, and time, it has to be played! King, out of the fuse, backing away, lands it when it mattered most.
What a retake from Leviatán. I thought it had all gone wrong when Shy had to dash in and try and follow up on the Reckoning without any of the help of the rest of his team. At that point, Crew looked like they were in position to be able to hold on. And yet, no, the third retake from Leviatán so far in this map started up in a player advantage situation by Taco with this lovely shot, but responded instantly. And eventually, Brent, I think one of the biggest issues from Crew's side as an attacking team is that they didn't save the Reckoning. I wanted them to try and use it post-plant, and instead they used it to get onto the site. They'd already taken down Taco, they'd had that trade, and they needed to stop the retake from coming through.
Yeah.
They used it a little too early. They gave Mazino a chance to respond, and Lev flooded back. You said it, that was probably the turning point here. Momentum now for Leviatán, and they have responded beautifully after going down 13-5 in map 1. A BO5, it's all about can you rebound after big hits like that.
The fact that they bounced back here on pull. Good signs, honestly. Yeah,
this is
that first
clash.
Okay. Wow. Taco not letting that one slip, is he? Turret taking the contact, but he's instantaneous with the shots. And is that just a read of what Nagset's been doing? Pushed up close to the screen's position.
Yeah, really well done. And look at how confident Taco is without any supportive utility to just instantly go back into A main and hold the op angle. He went for a pick art, immediately regains map control for his team and information, which is going to allow them to stack B and stop this hit from coming through from Crew.
High tide propped up. You can see the worry. No flash at the back pocket of Klaus.
Right there.
Their flash does confirm. A lot of players waiting behind it. One undone position for Mazino. There's a smoke as well. There isn't really a trade attempt, but no, they all push it together. Wading through the high tide. It's flawless. Everybody alive. I'm just thinking back to that prior round. One earlier, the one that really made a difference now because it's Leviatán leading 2-11. Another gun round on the horizon, but it's getting away from Crew, isn't it?
It is. This is another opportunity for them, though, to try and battle back. This is 6 rounds in a row that Lev have won on the defense side. Crew, they only got the pistol, and it was immediately taken away from them. But you're looking at the ultimates that they can get up. 1 orb away from the lockdown of the Viper's Pit on the attack side. That's massive.
Everybody grouped up.
So, the flash didn't connect, so Klaus doesn't use the Trailblazer. He realizes there's nobody pushed up deep. Orb acquired for Davies, that gives them lockdown to be able to take sight.
Look at his deep push in mid. Lev are fully aware. They have got deep flanks in every single crevice of the map.
The question
is,
is it going to be able to work once Nags gets his pit down? I don't think there's any way to stop him from getting the plant in the cove.
There's it. Updraft dash forwards. Looked like he wanted to try and disrespect it. It's a dog, and he updrafts over the top. Taco, right click, shutting it down. No util to set that one up. And Davies is desperate, but desperate might just do it. 2 versus 2, that's what it's come down to. Into the pit, and Nagset still alive. Spike is planted, but he is surrounded. Does he hear the footsteps? No, it's slow going. Mazino, he was creeping up behind, and Nagset was not ready for it. There's the 12th round. Locked up, claimed up. Leviatán fully in the driving seat now for map number 2.
The flank that you mentioned, Brent, does end up providing the final dagger in the heart potentially for Crew. But Tagolia, I mean, we were talking and hyping up the battle of these 2 Jet players. The desk saying you don't get a better opportunity to look at the head-to-heads and the form than here, where there's a mirror match. And Taco delivers. The double updraft to be able to pick off one and then a right click. And despite Davies' best efforts, I think at that point the damage has been done.
Oh, yeah.
What a moment to come alive. What a resurgence in the final hour. Leviatán with 7 straight. On a map that was at the top of their pool during the regular season. But Crew looked amazing at it too.
Well, not out of it yet, are they? Dash is now active. Kesnet wants to try and take the fight straight to them. But yeah, that's the crosshair placement. Noswa distracted. To keep his eyes locked on to Kesnet, but will set him up favorably. Just as we were talking about how great Lev have been looking.
Yeah, I mean, of course, after a run of rounds and they get up to the final hurdle.
Wall fades though. ADS betraying him. Lev, it's 3 versus 3. The Reckoning is online and they're going to use it to clear out their site. That's going to give them an indicator. It's Davies in main. He's going to do so much more, but there's a wall in his face. And it's the last one left. That's the map. It's secured. It's locked up. 4 in a round for Mazino. 13-8.
That defensive half was absolutely immaculate from Leviatán. Their players found moments. Taco with big rounds, Mazzino too, going for pushes, making reads, stacking the right sights. Watching the VODs, doing the prep, had a bit of time, coming in against their LATAM rivals, giving them the business.
They've done well to come back as well for that. In these best of fives, it's the mentality that makes such a large difference, and being able to wrangle back control of Pearl is just huge. The implications for the rest of the series, you're not battling back at a 2-map deficit. You don't have to, produce that impossible result that you did the other day once more to even stand a chance of going to champs.
No, you can now battle on even footing. However, Brent, they're going to be heading into their permaban at the moment, a map that used to be amazing for them, but recently they've been removing from every map pool. Not offered an opportunity here because Crew were the winners of the upper final. We're going to ascend another opportunity to see Taco and Kesnick clash.
Yeah, a head-to-head battle between the Jets. I mean, it is electric at its core.
I mean, just incredible that both of these players could have been on the same roster at the start of the year.
Yeah, but now here we are. Time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts are going to get us all ready for map number 3. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge.
My plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier. As I stand here with Coach Owner after we just saw that second map. It was close because on that first half, we saw that the team was down 7-5. Talk to us about how you were able to get the boys to come back and win at the very end.
Bueno, la verdad que sabemos que la Levianita arranca un poco lento los torneos, un poco demasiado, pero por suerte los chicos aprendieron mucho de las series anteriores, de estar en desventaja y cómo resurgir. Así que creo que ya tenemos bastante ejercicio en eso.
The truth is, we know that Leviatán, La Levianita starts low usually, and we got the experience of being down and coming back up in the past matches, so the guys have been able to learn that throughout.
It's amazing to see that mental. Congratulations once again on that second map. Best of luck in that third. We're going to head back to Golden Boy at the desk.
Thank you so much for that, Smix. And Leviatán managed to even the odds in this grand finals here at the Americas Last Chance Qualifier. Golden Boy alongside with the guards, Valen, Mimi, as well as Shungers. We're going to break everything down for y'all and talk about what we just saw because it really was the story of retakes. But on top of that, though, you know, and Sean, I think it's safe to say that this was that critical game that Leviatán needed to win. They're right back in this series. We got ourselves a match.
Man, do they know how to come back in games where they feel like down and out, right? I mean, that second round of the second half, the eco, where they're down a player and somehow hold that hit and then win out all of the rounds on the defensive half of Pearl, that is a monumental step up in this series that Leviatán truly needed.
And both these teams really struggled with the same thing, I think, on that attacking side. It's that they're both really good at finding that mid-control of working and finding a site to hit in the late round, but they were never able to find that lighter site, and both were falling victim to these constant flood retakes. And Leviatán, off of getting that eco round that you were just talking about, just built so much momentum, and it seemed like Crew, very similar to LEV in the first half, got caught in that time loop of the same round over and over.
Yeah, not only the set retakes and the flood retakes, but Leviatán was always in the perfect positioning to even stuff them before getting into the site. Or if they got into the site, Leviatán was getting multiple kills before the entrance, so it was making the retake very easy, which is why they were 5-6.
Taco was 4-0 on first bloods in that second half. Like, he was tearing it up.
Yeah, I was absolutely tearing it up indeed. But let's go ahead and hear quickly from Coach Adam and get his thoughts going into map 3.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Standing here with Coach Adam ahead of that third map on Ascent. I think Crew has had two very different looking maps, Coach Adam. The first one was very dominant, 13-5. The second one, it was looking good, and then we saw Leviatán bring it back. This Leviatán already feels different than the one that you faced in the upper bracket semifinals. What is feeling most different about them today, and what's the game plan going to be like headed into Ascent?
I think that we let them fight. We knew they came back from a strong match yesterday, and we knew they will be here to fight and fight strong, and we let them fight. We didn't give them the space to fight on split. We gave them the space to fight on Pearl, and that's why they won. And the plan is to get back on what we have spoken. Don't let them breathe, don't let them fight, don't let them shoot, and let's shut it down in 3-1.
Sounds good. We'll see if that's the case on Ascent for now. Thank you very much for sharing your quick thoughts, Golden Boy. Back to you.
Thank you so much once again, Smick. So, Coach Adam saying, let them fight, let them into the game. And, you know, Valorant, I would say, yeah, 100%. That is exactly what happened. I mean, you can even say the same for Leviatán on their half because they were just letting Crew do whatever they wanted. So, really, both teams were really taking that space, and the other squad was like, yeah, sure, buddy, come on in.
Yeah, it really is a game of who gets more space and what are you allowed to work with, especially as the IGLs.
Yeah.
If you don't give them a lot of space, it's very hard to make a call. And I think that's why Crew kept running into the wrong bomb site. Even here on the eco round, it's just they didn't have much space to work with, not much space to push, pull, and get the right reads, which kind of put them in a bad spot later into the rounds.
And, well, Crew looked excellent in their IGLing on map one. I think there were some mistakes in this second half, particularly about how they were utilizing their ultimates. In this eco round, they infested the Reckoning here, which really hurt them later on. On a round a little later, next time they had the Reckoning, Josh was talking about this on the cast, how they're using that Reckoning so early instead of saving this utility for the post plant and not having sufficient resources to shut down these retakes, which was really punishing them. And on the other side, the guy dealing out that punishment really was Taco Leah. He had a huge rally in the second half and really looked back in rare form with the off.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what Coach Adam was referring to by giving them the space, giving them the fights, right? In map one, you didn't see those first bloods going in the direction of Leviatán, but in this comeback, I felt like they all went their way, and that, in a coach's eyes, means you're playing a little bit sloppy. You're giving them too much as far as gunfights to a jet op, right? And they can't do that. They have to stick in packs, trade the frags, use utility well, which is how Crew got here.
Yeah, and what's so impressive about Taco Leah is that he put up those numbers against a double slice comp, the Harbor Viper, and it's so hard because those agents allow you to take so much map control in a safe manner, especially with the sky complementing it, and Taco was still managed to push through those walls, get aggressive angles, and get a lot of map control for the team. So I'm excited to see him going into Ascent here because he doesn't have to deal with all those smokes anymore. He's going to be on Jet, he's only going to be facing maybe an Omen or an Astra, and it gives him more space to work with, get those deeper lines, make aggressive pushes, and if he's feeling it versus that double slice comp, I'm sure he's going to be able to do it again on Ascent.
The story of these teams on the Heineken 0.0 Ascent has been back and forth. For Leviatán, this was their home ground for the longest time. They were always lauded as one of the best Ascent teams in the world. But right now, they're on a 6-map loss streak here, and it's been their permaban throughout LCQ. Crew, on the other side, have looked excellent on Ascent. Even when they were really struggling in the regular season, this is the one map they could consistently get wins on. I think their mid-rounding on the attacking side especially has been excellent, even when this team was in weaker form than the excellent form they've been on here in LCQ.
I couldn't agree more, even though the last time we actually saw them on Ascent was against Cloud9, right? And Cloud9 just blitzed them in that game.
Yeah.
Cloud9 was running a very strange comp with the Viper, Omen, Killjoy. Now, I'm not sure if that's what Leviatán's going to run, but historically, that is not how they play this map. So I'm very curious to see if Leviatán made any changes to their composition, and it looks like we'll probably end up getting something similar for both teams.
Yeah, and Leviatán used to be so dominant on this map before, actually, and even my team, and I know a lot of other teams would learn from them on how to play this map. And now that they kind of banned it and took a long stretch away, if they can go back to the original roles, original kind of ideas, I feel like they've had a long enough break to kind of be able to pull out their original cards and play super well using those cards.
When Leviatán was at their best on this map, it was built on their site anchors. Shy and Mizzino on their respective sites are always excellent at holding things down, and this team, particularly the duo between Nazwar and King with their initiator utility, are super proactive at rotating and providing support to those anchors that was punishing a lot of the best teams in Americas.
Yeah, and to add on to their attack side, Leviatán was very set play heavy. They had a lot of these fast mid-B controls, fast cat splits. We actually have a strat called Taco. It's the cat split and you wrap through heaven. They were so innovative at the beginning, but Ascent is kind of a simple map and it was hard to innovate. So I'm sure that with the off time they had, they can come back and make their map pool even better on Ascent and add more strats. Like, I'm so excited to see their set plays here.
All right, well, let's see how this works out. Head into map 3. We're going to send it right back over to your casters, Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, classic compositions here. The El Clasico matchup. I did it again. I said the El Clasico.
Love
but listen,
to see
you can take the boy out of Glossy. You can't take the glossy out of the boy. I'll tell you that for free. Let's get into it. Map number 3 of Ascent. And yeah, I agree with Valen. I think the point that he brought up as we were heading into it is we got to see something new from Lev, right?
Right, but Valen's very confident that they can bring something new to the table.
Yeah.
I feel like what we've seen from Leviatán frequently was them running the same set plays over and over again, and the same ideas that while they were fantastic at the beginning, ended up looking old and tired and predictable. The question is, whilst banning this map recently, have they been working on it in the background? Have they been actually finding new stuff? I mean, you take a look at where they are.
Oh, they are grouped up.
Yeah, set up for this opening defensive pistol. Is this going to be some kind of tiles crunch play?
Crew are setting their sights towards it. I mean, look at the positioning here. They're pre-aiming this. They have a high-low setup.
No, it's just going to be a slow walk out.
And yeah, no noise made. All eyes on the top section of mid, hoping for a jump spot. Anybody that they can pick off, but they have complete control of mid.
They are absolutely hoping that that was going to be an A exec from Crew, so that they could take top mid control and funnel people into the killjoy.
None of them fell, and they've given up access to the site. What it does mean is that they can fast flank around now. They break the turret, they obfuscate and still contact. They're really not giving anything away in terms of how many players are playing towards the main, and this is an important fight to win out. Paranoia is excellent. Just on the backside of that one. Still, Nagset is being squeezed close to the corner. He will fall. That's the beauty of it when you take that mid control. Up and down, Davies. I think it matters into his own hands. A lot of damage off of that shock dart, and players are weak. They are low. Maybe it can be winnable still. 2 versus 2 towards the back of it. Noswa, there's the one and cleaned up. In the end here, pistol round for Lev.
Huge pistol round that mostly comes down to the fight in B main. You were talking about it? Melzer managed to save his paranoia. They realized there was nobody on B, and he uses it to try and keep those players alive. And instead, they just couldn't hold on for long enough. Lev had the pinch coming through. One player towards spawn, one player market, the rest of them coming B main.
DRX. They did that a long time ago on Ascent.
And actually, DRX and Leviatán, 2 of the most innovative teams on Ascent, both of which have started to fall off in recent times and are looking to rejuvenate their playbook and find that old form. And a lot of it, I think, is going to be based here on whether Crew can get the read on what's happening. But I've never seen that pistol strap before from Lev, so clearly cooking up at least a couple of new ideas.
A good idea.
We'll have to see how deep it goes.
Early knife. Acts onto multiple targets, so...
And that 0 point that King just threw, that's one to keep an eye on, because I don't think Crew are the kind of team to frequently go for fast A hits. We see them all the time doing 1-1-3 setups. I was talking about this at the beginning, so was Sean, where they have Nagset watching over towards B main, they have Melzer watching another part of the map, and then the other 3 players taking control.
Yeah, Taco. There it is.
And so this is more what you're expected to see from Crew, is them prodding and looking for picks that they can use later on. Of course, the weaponry looking way too small here, but you might end up seeing Leviatán saving their utility, and that's a great smoke by Melzer.
Yeah, he has lurked himself into the forward position in mid. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize.
He was making sure the moles couldn't see it.
The tag, we're spotting out these players here, but again, basic game plan here for Crew. Control the extremities, build up the ults, farm up the orbs. See if you can get any picks, but it is healthy for Lev. 3 players grouped up. The time running this short. This is worrying. You've gifted a rifle over. Was that a Guardian? Needs to be containment. Mazzino, is he there? Classic. Shots fired. There is that damage being done. It was getting to the point where I was almost thinking they should just let him live, but...
Yeah, but at the same time, with 15 seconds left, he actually could have got the plant down on A in that situation.
Yeah.
And take a look. You were talking about farming up the ult orbs. Davies is only 2 away from having his null command online. An extraordinary ultimate to have for any attacking team on Ascent. And that's partly because he's been getting the ult orbs up, partly because he got that kill on Mazzino and dies. This is going to be a large tool for them if they can survive this anti-bonus round, which they weakened fairly considerably here. Leviatán do not have too much going forwards.
Hot flash play. Over the top. Makes some second think any aggression into mid, but look at Crew already. Teeth. Straight down the middle. Clean up the alarm box. Another flash to re-clear into market. Taco was playing anti. Not able to get a kill.
It's a very different defensive setup from Leviatán. They weren't running this throughout the season. King goes for a peek, but it's a double catwalk setup. A bit of a trap over here.
Point a kill to give over.
And meanwhile, all this time, right, they know that Crew are going to be running 1-3-1s where you have a player super far back. Right, this player's really far away. Melzer all the way back here. And in the meantime, the turret is just controlling and giving information all throughout A main. So this turret is getting massive value for Shy. It means he never has to worry about that and can focus purely on Cat.
But Angel. Taco hunting for a flash. Again, has to dodge it. Paranoia dashing across. That is perfect play. And well,
Notswa tried to join the site, exactly.
Yep, right behind them. Enemy behind their lines, but no, brought down. Left up to 2, and of course the weaker guns. Crew,
30 seconds left.
slow, methodical play from them. Pays off.
Spike planted.
All around for it.
And Crew are the kind of team that are very good at being able to mold their plan on the fly. They don't tend to come into a round with too many set ideas. They're extremely default heavy. What that means is, even when they see a setup like this from Leviatán that LEV have not been running very much before, there's not much VOD footage of them having King playing mid, ready to flash through a smoke or anything like that. With Shy playing over towards A, they just don't run this defensive setup very often, but they're still able to find ways around it, Crew, with their calling. Now, this is one of the few rounds where you might see a fast pop with the null command, and yet still not going for it. Only 3 players in A main, all 3 caught by the 0 point.
Yeah, disrespecting it. Maybe the goal of this is to pull players and rotations over. They timed the dart out. That's Taco. ADSing, but they double face it in the end, and Mazzino will pay for his life.
1 for 1 there. It's not too bad. Whoa, baits out a peek from Shy, who just manages to get away.
Very dangerous.
That's exactly what Nagzet and Melza are looking for and trying to prompt out, trying to punish. Here's where Crew like to group up, about a minute on the clock, and go for execs. This is going to be a 4v4 where you could easily see them just ripping off the null command and sending this one in. Yeah. But there'll be no recon dart to combo. Shy might be able to get away with taking a fight.
That is very good reaction times. You knew that null command was coming through. Deaded the Nana Swarms, taking a fight, just onto the ledge, only the one, bringing down Davies, flashed up, beautiful supportive utility. That might have even just been King's own flash, I'm not even too sure. Davies just dropped down to his knees.
Spike planted. I think Davies may have just got that one off, but yeah, you're right. Both KO's using a flash there, but somebody's found value. And Taco and King are going to make the very difficult decision of saving this one.
And I was wondering, in the setup to all of this round as well, you know, we mentioned Davies, he built up that null command really early. I was wondering if Shy was going to adjust the setup a little bit, maybe playing off-site for the hit to come through, but he tanked it, and at that point, there's really no helping you. You are alone on an island.
But at the same time, the fact that Klaus had gone down meant that he didn't have to worry about the recon dart. It's much easier to try and anchor and take a fight in that spot, especially if your reaction times are good enough to pop both the nanoswarms as the null command's coming through anyway, which you pointed out he did manage. So you don't necessarily have to play full retake in those situations. Again, especially when you know the Crew are not a big 5-man rush kind of team.
Yeah. Will they keep the guns intact? Yeah, looks so.
Early decent signs and a difficult decision for the economy here for Leviatán. High-low setup there.
Definitely been attempting it a lot. Here's where it gets tough, though. Lev on the defensive side. They have 3 rifles. Maybe not. Second-guessing themselves of whether they want to buy up into this one, because they do have Takalia's knives, but instead opting to save for the next. But the danger zone here is you give up another round to Crew, they're up on 3. They can start building towards these ultimates. Very close to it. It's an updraft play.
And this is a much more standard setup from Leviatán. Having King and Mazzino anchoring over towards A, Taco free-floating around the map, looking to see if he can force some duels.
Knife, I believe, sailing over. That's going to clear wine and close. Yeah, so they know nobody's there. Here's a flash play. Up into the clouds. Thinking about it. Jump spot. Mazzino's been playing there a lot. King close to the corner. They have a nade. Has to worry about his back, but no, giving it up. Yep, there is space there. So pick up the orb, and Klaus has brought the Hunter's Fury online.
Now the question is, what do you go for? You know, Kesnet didn't end up burning his dash in that situation. It wasn't a full attempt at an A hit that got stifled. They were just prodding it out and seeing if they could bait out defensive utility. They didn't get the paranoia out of Mazzino. No nade forced out from King. So not a particularly successful pump fake, but there's still 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
A lot of this could come down to whether Mazzino gets a kill.
Breaks the dart, but he's paranoid. Tries to reposition as well. Smokes hiding everything, but deep into the sights. Kesnet very cut off away from the rest of his team. Door needs to be closed now, but grouped up. No players have LEV falling. Always potential for this to really go wrong now for Crew. Hunter's Fury is coming late as the hit's coming through. Dart lighting them up. The util's good, but Hunter's Fury might just be better. Rifle though. And the hands of King is leading the charge for his team. The IGL really taking names. Hopping over towards Jenny. Shy just dodging it, spotting it out. It's a 3-2-1 face. I love that discipline. But Nagset left alive. It's a 1v2 for him. A jump spot, doesn't know if he's sticking it, and that is played to perfection almost. Really love that from Lev.
The duo there of King and Shy, masterfully playing with the player in hell. Baiting peeks out of them, making them very uncomfortable. And that little skip over the top from Shy onto Generator, like you said, just completely ruins them. The whole retake too, had Taco Leah dashing forwards from heaven. I mean, look how aggressive Taco is off the back of the recon dart. You don't very often see a mid-air Hunter's Fury kill onto a jet. But that's a great retake. We don't quite know what to expect from these two teams in terms of anticipated scorelines. Last time Crew played on this map, they got smacked around, but Lev have been banning it.
And that's a massive round to win. Put it into perspective with the economy once more. It's brought them right back into it. Turret catching contact close to the corner. Spam, it forces Nagset. He's got to just swing wide out of danger.
The reaction is quick though through mid. Kesnit's going to try and take advantage of the fact that Leviatán are fighting over B main to get very, very deep.
He's aware.
Yes, but it's pulled him away from Catwalk, and now there's an opening there.
This is beautiful. Crew are finding all the gaps in terms of that defensive protocol. It's up to King, and Aurora aim duel, nade out. Drop to the floor. No angles to watch for. Pop flash play. Does he really want to try and take this fight? He blinded up the two of them enough, long enough to be favored for it. Close. Hugging the corner. Kesnit still there. Dash to disengage. Shy. Does he want another go of it? Try and take the fight. TP. It is tumultuous. It is chaotic. It's right clicks right into his face just in time. No command. Ripping forwards. Trying to take away the blade storm from him. Facing with the fight. Kesnit. How's he got that? He's not lacking the confidence. He wants to take it straight to them, but he's low. Spike drop down. 35 seconds left. Which direction does he want to go into? It's a 1v2. Backing away now.
So frantic.
All over the bloody
30
place.
seconds left.
His position is noted. It's spotted already. He's got two players hot on the tail, and they are very healthy. A tap. An attempt to force. One more dash still active as well. He's earned that one prior from the kills. He gets the plant down. But as he tries to take the fight, King is so damn calm and consistent.
And that's a frantic round on both sides, but many questions being posed there by Crew. I think the reactive play down mid is excellent from Kesnit. He gets so deep there, and King is in a spot where he's got everything to do. He's got to worry about Kesnit flanking him from behind. He's got to stop the cat push from coming through. He's got to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed while he's using his molly and his flash. But he takes the right risks at the right time. And the IGL team captain for Leviatán that sailed them through such sticky waters in the past comes up good again.
8-1. That's what he's currently setting up. The kills to death.
This was his map.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when I think of King and I think of huge performances, the map that comes to mind is Ascent. But the formulaic way in which Leviatán had drilled discipline into their players to stick to the game plan, stick to the protocols, it ended up biting them. Valen was talking about it. Ascent, from a pro player perspective, is quite a simple map. There's a lot of different things that you can do, but everyone plays the same compositions, or at least did do back before the Viper Harbor stuff started coming a bit more common.
Yeah, don't say that to Paper X.
Well, that's quite true. But a lot of the teams are playing this exact same composition, and Leviatán wrote the playbook on a lot of it. And now we're seeing them mix things up and add a few of their normal plays with a lot of different ones and send Crew scrambling.
What we wanted to see. Evidence of that one, forcing them to the timeout. The bread and butter of Leviatán for such a long period of time. I mean, they really did write the textbook in terms of how they wanted to play this. You can copy a lot of the defensive setups. They are solid, but they became too predictable. But now we're seeing it just enough in terms of it being mixed up, the adaptability, it's fluid.
And 3 out of 4 of their rounds are retakes, something that was fantastic for them over towards Pearl. I mean, they were almost immaculate on that. I think they won 5 out of 6 of their retakes.
Advantages need to be found here for Crew, but be hard pressed to do so. Even the ults they've got. Could use a lockdown to try and clear out the sides, but Nagset is on the section to where all of Crew are grouped up, and even if he did use it, there's plenty of tools left for Lev to try and use as well, just to get rid of it. Now,
it's another swap up, and I'm looking at Noswa with his Hunter's Fury. He's going to have a great line to try and put a lot of pressure on these guys. If they decide that they're going to push, here it comes.
Let's it rip all the way through. Updraft, Kesnit avoiding it. The bursts now firing off, but really no indicator of where they are. It was an attempt of a trap play off of Shy's alarm bot. That was the whole purpose of it, but it was broken so early they didn't know what timing to take with it.
And instead, it's Shy that takes a ton of damage, and he's got to stay alive here. The retake is going to rely on his lockdown.
Massively giving up control of mid. Damage right through the wall as well. The wall back kills. Taco's fallen. And suddenly, I mean, just like that, the defense.
He's 1 HP swinging.
1 HP. Kesnit. Bro, he's cut off the bottom section of his screen. Doesn't care how much health he has. I mean, so willing to take these fights. Now, Mazzino, he TP'd into the back of the site. So much more to do in that scenario. Committing the ultimate to shore it up, but leaves it up to Shy.
Is this Kesnit just in full carry mode?
Oh, yeah. Feels like it.
He's so happy to take the duel, and it's the two big star players for either team. It's not necessarily Taco fighting against Kesnit, but it was Kesnit there taking the duel against King. King stood at Switch, trying to shut down the star entry player of Crew. A player that he could have potentially had at the beginning of the season playing on his team. A 1-2 punch that would have been nuts to watch. But Leviatán decided to go in a different direction in the offseason. And then Kesnit manages to take down Taco Leah, finally brought down, that 1 HP reduced to 0. But it's LEV who are feeling the hurt. It's so tough to tell how many rounds Crew actually need here on the attack side for us to consider it a good half. I mean, already they're winning in terms of the gun rounds. Leviatán, half of theirs coming off the pistol and the follow-up. But what's a good scoreline here? For most teams, we would talk about like a 5-7.5 being good on attack, but there's so many unknowns on Ascent.
Don't know what to expect. Long break for these teams. I mean, you can go by the numbers, the averages, but yeah, it feels difficult to try and apply those labels to both of these teams. Also just pre-aiming, expecting there to be a dart. Kind of landed to the 0 point, so he gets tagged up there. Taco now with the dash. It's activated. He's close to the corner.
Here.
Real danger of this one. There it is. Flash play. Fires, repositions close to the wall here. He needs to be bailed out. Smoke, waiting for the bullets. Repositions even closer here. Well, yeah, that's King. He's looking to try and take a fight as well to try and help him escape, but he ends up paying for it.
Isn't that always the way? Your teammate gets in danger, you die trying to bail him out.
Another pop flash play. Reactions are good and clean, but there it is. The Phantom spam. Mazzino. He's quick on it, pushing all the way through, trying to take the fight to him, and again it's left up to Shy. He's caught it on the tail end and nags it. There's 1 kill, but still 2 players remaining.
Kesnit is looking to reposition here. Now that they know where Shy is, he's got good information, but this may give Shy 2 1v1. And what is that play from Melzer?
Oh my, and Kesnit whiffs the shot still. It's Shy wants to take the fight right to him. No messing around, no funny business, no nuance for it.
Win. Show me where to go.
Granted Kesnit another chance to close it, and of course he does. 4-4.
Too close though.
Yeah, very close.
Shy in a 1v3. Almost being able to pull it away. But this entire round was about trying to bail out Taco Leah. They knew that Taco Leah was playing in close mid. They combo a flash recon on the fly. You can see the pings as they audibly call for that play to happen. And it kind of drew in everybody else from Leviatán to try and bail them out.
Yep.
And that's knocked Leviatán's economy down as we head into this round. They're looking to try and make something happen with Taco pushing out with the Guardian. And Mazzino looking to take fights. It smacks of desperation, though, the way that Lev are starting to play this half.
All the shots missing. Pop flash play through the middle of the smoke. They're playing anti. There's a paranoia. It's nice, used, but a little bit too late there. Still, damage is being done to these players deep into mid. Where's the follow-up? It's not really there. It's non-existent. Taco open and hunting for a head, but nah.
They're all looking to try and fight mid from many different angles, swinging on catwalk, swinging from market. It does feel desperate, but also credit to Crew. They're not getting caught out by this. They're becoming defined as a team that neutralizes your aggression.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
And usually that's coming from their players on the extremity. That's coming from, you know, a Nagzet or a Davies when he's playing the Sentinel. Something like that, but instead here it's the 3 players that are looking to try and take map control, that are holding the angles and making sure that Lev don't get away with anything. These swings on catwalk might catch off a less ready team. But Crew look right here, prepared for everything, and happy to just slow the round down when they're getting pressured. Who is this Crew? I mean, the Crew during the regular season would have been trying to react quickly, pop into places. Kesnit flying off into the distance, leaving the rest of his team behind. This squad is now excellent at just being able to hold space.
Waiting it out. The protocol's in play as well, just players playing anti-flash, always contingencies if there is that next level of aggression.
And winning a lot of their duels. It's got to be said.
Yeah.
It's one thing to hold an angle and be favored in a fight, but if your players aren't informed, you're going to lose it, you're going to end up falling to pieces.
And a lot of our focus, of course, is going to be on the Jet players, that Jet head-to-head in this matchup, but, I mean, special mention to players like Klaus, I think, sitting at 10-6 so far on this map. This man has had just such a resurgence off the back of it. He was looking done and dusted, man. Done and dusted at the end of the regular season. Not putting up the numbers, not really earning the spot on the roster. It sounds, it sounds quite harsh, but that's the reality of competition at this kind of level as well. One slip-up, it all really does matter, but you get granted one last chance. That's what this is all about. Last chance qualifier. My God, have Crew been running with it.
They certainly have. I mean, if they're able to pull this off, and there's still a while to go. This BO5 is a bit of a marathon, and it's winnable for either squad. But I think it was Sean that said it on the desk this morning. It could be the greatest redemption run of all time. A team going 0-9 in the regular season and then winning LCQ to book their spot at champs. That's unheard of.
It is unheard of. Yeah,
you would. It's not that you couldn't write it. You wouldn't write it because no one would believe it.
Yeah, no one's buying that one. Here we stand. A fight over A main control here from Lev. Normally a bit more passive with the approach, but they are disrespecting it. Crew already running, grouping up now outside of B. Big Old's online, of course. They have the lockdown. So does Shy.
And the pressure over towards A, right, has just kept these three players over on this side of the map, unable to really do too much. Now they're going to start to rotate as the drone comes through. But it could be a little too late.
Lockdown for a lockdown, though. There is ults to clear this. Hunter's Fury is going to be utilized. Going to clear that one up. So, have to respect the space. Nothing to break the opposite side of it, though. But they will just use the guns. Rifles. Spamming down that angle. Melza. He's the first to fall. They finally get themselves into it. Anything to try and stop plays from flooding in. Just close-up positions. Plan. Starting to get off. No smoke for spawn. You've got to be careful.
The positioning, though, is quite nice here. And Davies is going to make sure that there is no retaking utility.
Yeah.
No recon dart, no flashes, no paranoia. And everybody on Lev has all of their utility left, can't use a thing.
So damn hard. The timing on that ult is really quite precise. It's beautiful stuff. And now finally, as it fades, paranoia. There's the go button being pressed. Lev barreling forwards, pushing forwards. They still need to deal with Klaus close to the corner. He needs to play his life here. The longer he lives, the better it is. And he's claimed a second one. Why not? Davies versus King. Battle of them. Time. It's ran too short. King realizes it. He cannot win the round. Gotta get out and save the rifle. Crew. That's beautiful stuff.
And while we had questions about how many rounds was a good half by Crew, at this point, I think we can say they are running away with it. It's Klaus once more, Brent. He's 12-7. You've pointed him out, and he's so good for it. He's in B main, getting pressured by everybody with a recon dart, wondering whether or not he should be trying to take fights or what he should be going for, and he's just taking the nicest little peeks. Catches Taco there, and once they realize he's there, spamming through a small amount, thinks about recon darting, goes for the wide swing instead. It takes them so long to root him out of that spot that they're much weaker on the attempt getting into the site and pressuring the rest of his team.
Beautiful stuff from a player that he's had that resurgence, rejuvenation. And deeper and deeper. And here it is, the final hurdle of LCQ.
Catfish no longer.
Yeah.
Looking like a shark out there.
Yeah. Certainly Lev not going to be coming into this one with any semblance of disrespect. Like a different team, Taco. Jumping wide with the knives, but it's Kesnut who brings him down. With that pick, they don't rush into things. Crew happy to temper it once more. Backing away.
Drop the spike.
They need information, so King flashes out into Catwalk. But that also tells Crew which areas of the map they're worried about. And once you see nothing there, you expect King to retreat, and they just contact forwards.
Yeah.
It's a masterful read. We're seeing excellent calling out here. And Importantly, risks being taken, the right risks. It is a risk to walk in
30
there.
seconds left.
You have to be sure that your read is correct,
And here we
but
go.
it is.
The space is given up. Mazzino trying to weave in and out the smoke that he placed prior, but only the one. King, such a wide swing. Melzer spots it. Does he seek to try and take the fight alone? No, he waits for his team as well. Settling themselves here. Deep dart around the back. No one actually dealing with this one, but Shy, God almighty, he's the one who falls. That's Naxet right through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he's lit up by the drone. There's nothing he can do about that.
Yeah. And forced to save. And there was 2 rounds left. Whittled it down to just 1.5. And Crew, tremendous lead. Maybe 7-4.
And while we have seen newer things from Leviatán, in these last few rounds, I think the last 4, they've just fallen back to their classic defensive hold. We haven't seen them try to get aggressive. We haven't really seen them mix things up. Putting the Sova over towards A, putting Shy there. They're just trying to make their classic setup work. And Crew are reading them completely. Every piece of noise that Leviatán make on the defensive side has a response.
Oh, it's an indicator, right? And they're just jumping on it.
And Crew are playing in such a classic, like, NA style. I know that sounds a bit silly as a LATAM team, but the North American teams forever have been just pugging. I mean that, I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I mean that they're just running a default and then calling audibles and trying to make the right reaction based on information.
The adaptability.
And it's so adaptable, so good. Melzer's got the right read every time, just based off info. This is a set play.
Yeah, deep. Oh, that's a punish. Into the smoke. Feeling his match. The Hunter's Fury is supposed to be the extra piece onto that, but there's really nothing else more. I mean, one tag onto it. Actually, a kill onto Davies. King facing them. This has turned into an absolute scramble. King with a solo push, rewarded with 2, and here's the response, here's the reaction.
Cancelled. Mazzino was thinking about getting deep onto B and realized he didn't have the time, didn't want to try and fight a 1v2 on site and leave his team to play the rest of the round potentially alone.
Gotta take risks here. It's a 2 versus 3. The no command's already let loose and let rip. No abilities in sight. Naxet, what position do you take? Not favored with that fight. Ton of damage. All to the back of the site they go. They realize it's probably the only chance they've got, but there's no time. It's relentless in terms of the pressure. The util is being flown their way. Flash over the top. There it is, gliding all over the place. Lev, the 5th round on the board. Took everything to get there.
And a set play that really didn't work. Crew still had the right read, and yet Lev muscled past them. The Hunter's Fury does catch one in the end, but it's this play, I think, from King, where he's able to pick off Klaus and then control the re-swing by Melzer. King has been enormous for his team, but we said it before on Split, he needs other people to step up around him.
Yeah. First half locked up here on Ascent as well. Let's send it down to Sean, who's at the teleshredder wall to break down a play.
Indeed, Brent, thank you so much. So this is actually one of the key rounds, I thought, in the half. It kept Leviatán in the game, and it shows that they're still super strong on this map. This retake is absolutely wild, following an amazing take of the site. So you can see Crew has positioned themselves for this A take. Kesnet dashed into the Cloudburst, and a Paranoia actually forces the Omen out of the site. Now, as we fast forward a little bit here, I'm try to hit this good timing here. So the Sova's rotating spawn, and right now this Sova Nazar is actually shooting a dart all the way across the map. That's going to end up popping right here by the boxes at A main. And watch the timing of all of this util. It is incredible. So right here. So the Omen Paranoia is cutting through the site right now. As Taco, you can see he's about to cloudburst the ground and the sight box, so that way he can dash between the two, creating a lot of space. King is running out of heaven with his flash, and there will also be a molly thrown on the jump up box by Shy. So watch the speed of this. It's insane. The Paranoia makes everyone on Crew unable to break the dart. The dart gets multiple pings. Taco dashes in to create space. Then at this point, the round breaks down to a 3-on-3, and this double peek onto the hell position is truly incredible. They line that up perfectly, and again, for the last kill of the round, King and Shy playing perfectly in tandem, line up a double peek again. This just goes to show Leviatán, even though this is their permaban right now, they are still insanely strong on this map. And the fact that it's 5-7 right now, after all the stuff Crew threw at them, I think this opening pistol of the second half is going to mean a lot. Back to you guys, Sideshow and Bren.
I feel like Leviatán had some great ideas, but maybe burned up the strat book a little early on their defensive side. Still only able to win 3 of those retakes, despite how amazing that one looked. And Sean's got an incredible breakdown of it there. I'm glad that he pointed out this next pistol round coming up, because with Leviatán on the attack side, they either need to have amazing strats cooked up or win these big ones, the pistol, the bonus.
Snowball it, the advantages, leading it forwards. Comes down to this.
Look at this stack. Just looking to play a retake, essentially, once the Killjoy utility gets burnt.
It is played as well, just to give up the side entirely. Nanoswarm's front section of Jenny in the switch, hoping for an easy kill. Even with the alarm bot as well committed, this might actually do some damage. No, broken.
Both teams holding on to their utility. Mazzino still hasn't used his Paranoia. King still has a flash. On the other side of things, you've got Recon, you've got Paranoia still. So this is going to be a big retake. And look at Shy, he's miles away from this. He's going to be on a very late repush up through Catwalk. This is probably going to happen after these guys from Crew have already committed.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this push and pull. Which team gets the most out of their utility? Paranoia sent flying over. The dart eventually dealt with the backstab of Shy. Does collect and does claim a kill. Davies is left wondering where is the opposition. Could go in any sort of direction and leaves it into the 1v2. Shy still healthy, low enough. There's the shot that lands, but Klaus is quick with it. 3 kills on either side, but he does win out his.
And both teams looking really good there in terms of how they were trying to fend people off. The timing excellent from Shy with the backstab, but overwhelming utility and heaven control from Crew. There was a setup there for Leviatán to try and flash and peek into heaven and disrupt all of this. This is the play. And what is that?
Yeah,
that's Taco on the jump up spot. That's incredible awareness from Kesnit, because he knows the only reason to flash heaven is if the Jet is going to try and push. And he knows the only way they're going to do that is on the jump up box. That's the play. That's the kill that, in my opinion, wins Crew that retake. And it's a ridiculous one.
The pistol round was so damn important. Leading it to the A5. And we've been saying this all series long, but it feels like the other team immediately wins the eco.
That's very true.
Even after losing it, so.
But crucially, you know, the other team were able to win the eco because of, like, large stacks on a certain site, something like that. LEV can't really go for that kind of play. They're playing the attack side here. Even if they group up, Crew are going to have ways of holding them off.
Yeah.
So we need to see, I mean, share of headshots, essentially, right? That's the win condition for LEV if they want to get back into this one early.
Carmen core strat. Spotting on the players, though. Yeah. It is going to come down to the LEV players. Ooh, a lot of damage. The dart as well. Kesnit forced to respect it. No space gain, though, in mid. Nobody really wants to vacuum it up on the LEV attack side. Grouping up. Looking for the B split. Have that mid control. See if they can deal with this turret. There it is. Finally gone. Deep shot dart. No one close to the corner. Here's our weak. Kesnit just need to be careful here because they have lost control of that mid. You can see him slightly aware of it. 20 seconds left in the round. Coming down to it, time starting to really burn down. You don't want to be saving these guns if you are LEV. You've got to make a go of things. You've got to try and push forwards. Well, why not? With the time pressure comes the mistakes, but still, it's all onto this. Can they try and get this plan down? 4 seconds left. No, it was no smooth with it. Not winnable.
Unfortunate scenes for Leviatán there because they did everything else beautifully. The contact play into B. I mean, I was reminded of what Coach Atom said during that coach interview, where he said, we gave them too much space on Pearl, referring to Leviatán. We gave Leviatán too much space. And part of that was how they were playing on the defense side, but also here, you know, sat really deep in sight, allowing LEV to walk in on B, and only the time helping Crew in that kind of spot.
Yeah, maybe copping a little bit too much from Carmen Core there, so.
This buy in round 15 has nothing going for it on the Crew side. All of that damage done in round 14 leaves them with a single Bulldog. And LEV's still going to invest the lockdown. That's a massive amount of respect.
Yeah. Clears out the side, Melzer. Pushed into mid, Taco. Uh-oh, damage done. He doesn't win his fight out. 2 players detained though. Is there going to be an attempt to punish? Kesnick close to the corner. He's making sure to try and defend his teammates. This really is anyone's game. Dropping the gun. Detainment's eventually going to be fading away. 3 versus 3 still. Rifles in the hands. Mazzino and Shy. Mazzino taking a fight into them. Up close, onto Heaven.
That's a dangerous play to go for when you're in a 3v3 with better rifles.
Yeah.
But he makes it work.
They have handed over the guns though. Still, Crew could turn this. Don't really have the utility to get into this. They have a paranoia.
Mazzino's ready to hold it. He's waiting for any noise.
Not ready yet.
Here it is, ripping across the site. There's the one. Will we see the follow-up? Yeah, Mazzino watching onto Heaven. Dealing with it. Melzer, be happy to do some damage. Happy to take the guns away, but no, shut down in the end. So, respect showcase. Could have gone a little bit wrong there, but no, Lev win that round.
And a big one for Mazzino. I was asking another player to step up alongside King. In the first half, on Pearl, when they were able to mount that level of comeback, I feel like it was Mazzino having those big moments. He's a player that got exchanged in the offseason from one team to another. Mazzino was always the second best player on Crew behind Kesnet. He has to show it here in this game. They're going to head into a rifle round. He's got his Omen ult. I've seen some wild strategies with his Omen ult, but he just plays things slow and cautious.
Fake it a TP. Trying to bait the shots maybe as well. Close to the corner, that is Kesnet. Taking a fight into mid. Lots of opportunities. These kills to flow one way or another. Nagset, don't expect that one. Killjoy player to be cutting it up close into the corner into B main. This is Crew really setting themselves up now for that 10th round. Point with a smoke fade. It's all about the timing he's taken inside of it. Another one blooms and blossoms. Mazzino holding the paranoia. And he's waiting for it. Some sort of signal. There it is from the rest of his team. Starting to move forwards with Melzer inside the smoke. Holding it. Counter paranoia. Swinging wide. Everybody stunted and stopped in their tracks. Look where King was. One player left alive. Nozwa with the spike. 45 seconds. It would have to be a 1v5. Just not probable. Just not likely. It's a double face. It's going to be meeting him here. Yeah. Easily won with the gun duels.
Yeah. Easy being the important word there, I think. Leviatán making it far too simple for Crew to dismantle them. I mean, in terms of the positioning that these players are dying in, look how aggressive Shy is in this spot, just completely alone. And then how aggressive Mazzino is, completely alone as well. And the other 3 players that are playing around in mid, Nozwa isn't really assisting as Taco and King push up deep. Only 2 players there get caught taking a jet head-to-head. You know, Shy and Mazzino are not controlling the outsides of the map in the same way that Crew are. They're trying to actually get aggressive and see if they can make something happen. And when those individuals get stopped, Lev really don't have a great way of responding. So with King picking up that ult orb, it makes me think whether or not he's going to make the large wraparound all the way back to A main. Now, that's an area that Shy's currently controlling. Maybe the idea is to get the null command online for this round.
Drone for a drone.
If their plan is to cross over to A, going through mid with no smokes up is dangerous.
Very dangerous. Quite exposed anyway, despite that utility. Down to a minute left. They made it too obvious. Now, look where Melzer is. Tucked into
and again,
the line.
Look, Mazzino is just on his own trying to take map control here. And it's very dangerous. If Melzer and Davies try any kind of re-clear situation, they might catch the Omen on attack.
Kesnet.
The spike is over towards B at the same time here. This is a strange play. But Mazzino's got his ult. He's going to be able to TP on B and help the rest of the team.
I mean, they're going to attempt a fake as well. They've got to win these fights, though. Mazzino, he's so damn low.
He can't die.
Exactly.
He can't die!
The TP! It's not in time. The nade clears him out. 25 seconds left. Spike making his way towards B, but they've anchored it towards the back of the site now. It's Melzer and Nagset together. Side by side, willing to put a stop to this one. Shy drops it down, and the spike out in the open. It comes down to this. It's anarchy, it's carnage, it's individual fights to try and make a path through into the round, down to the final few seconds, and King's not in position. Not at all to try and win it out. Has to save the gun once more. And Crew clawing their way once more to another map win.
And not only does he have to save, but gets picked off in the end. Devastating situation for the IGL for Leviatán to be in. Forced to play on the map that they've been banning recently and running an elaborate fake that was overcooked, to be honest. The thing is, when Taco isn't having success entering on a real site take, you can't actually run those kind of fakes very well because the defenders just aren't going to give you the time of day. They're not going to respect it. They're going to try and challenge Taco. They've taken him down in mid in the prior round, then they take him down in cat, and the entire thing falls to pieces. Again, with Mazzino, you know, getting stuck there on a re-clear setup, too far forwards, not able to TP in time, and even if he had pulled off the ultimate, there was nowhere to go. I mean, they still controlled B.
Tries to TP into the back of the side to try and distract. There was 2 players there waiting for him.
It's overcooked, and Crew look like they're in a dominant position to be able to close this out. Looking like the far better team on Ascent. A map where they got bullied by Cloud9, running against a very different comp with the Viper in the sky. But still, there's a big reason why Crew decided to go here.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people might have been wondering, you know, do Crew want to ban Ascent? Use that second ban to remove this from the pool, but just very confident that even though they've been beaten recently, they can take it away from Leviatán.
Well, King's built up this ultimate. Got to look at the silver lining to see if there is a way for Lev to get just the 1 round at a time. Nag's also sitting on a big ultimate of his own, though. Locked down at play. Could be looking...
This is just fast B.
Really the turning point, and yeah, it will be the fast B play.
Now, when King's in this spot, he normally just throws tons of utility into lane for Taco to entry on.
The knife. Odin spam into the corner. He knows the sidelines, he knows the lineups, but there's danger there. He could be punished. Dart tagging him up. There's going to be the res all the way up. King's back into the fight, but again, Klaus still kicking with the Odin spamming away. 22 bullets left, but still just enough to evaporate and turn Lev into absolute mincemeat. It's a bloodbath. Towards the site, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Klaus hopping around, looking like he wants to get more kills, but he still has to reload the Odin. Yeah, Kesnit watching his back throughout all of that too, making sure he couldn't get punished. And puts things in an impossible situation for Taco and Nozwa. They got 45 health between them.
Not enough, is it? Especially with them grouped all the way up. Playing it together. Safety in numbers. Happy to give Nozwa free access to the A site. As soon as the plan goes down, that'll be the indicator.
And just player of the map so far for me is Klaus. He's just had so many of these rounds where he's controlled the outcome of what was happening completely.
Also realizing he has to try and take an early fight, but the tower... Oh, Timmy! Oh, boy.
And if that isn't the story of Ascent,
match point.
I don't know what is.
Yeah. Analyst Desk just needs to be breaking down that 1 round. Slow motion. Replay it, stretch it out to about 2 minutes.
Yeah, this one's been devastating for Lev.
I think Klaus's heads-up play here, I mean, the Odin pickup is magnificent for any sort of fast pushes.
Yep.
You try and run it down with no command, you're going to get beamed down.
And this is the kind of setup where I would be expecting, usually, Taco to try... They didn't even realize that they got the kill. I mean, a bit of Schadenfreude there. So coming into this, Crew up towards map point.
Talking about the deciders, Crew. You just need the 1 more. Again, still with the ults in the back pocket. It's Lev pushed to the brink here. Guardians purchased. And Taco wants to lead it for his team. Great opener. Can you capitalize? Can you turn it into anything else? Dash forwards into it. Paranoia cutting close. That is a Hunter's Fury. It forces him into an updraft. Right out into the open, wide.
That's amazing coordination and communication for Klaus to set that up.
What an incredible call. Mazzino creeping and crawling onto the side, trying to make something of it. Nozwa, why not? Let it rip, son. Gotta try and find a pick. But there are no targets there. Shots going so damn wide here. 2 players. Trying to make the most. Not hiding the noise here. Shy still is walking. There's 1. Nag set. 2 versus 3 now. Grouped up together, but brought down. Well, just the Guardian. Nozwa.
30 seconds left.
I'll be saying goodbye to the dreams of trying to win out this map. Instantaneous is the trade. Crew, just sublime. You get to the second half of Ascent, they were completely in control.
What a run this team has been on. I mean, they just look awesome in these kind of moments. And certainly, They were crushing them. I mean, the ability on defense to force fights around where, you know, Shy and Mazzino were playing in A main and B main, I think was a really excellent decision. And on their attack side too, this 1-3-1 idea is just paying dividends. They're finding so much success out of running these kind of setups. And this is the map that they were looking to try and close the series out on. It hasn't ended that way, but now if they can get one more out of Lotus or Bind, Crew will have pulled off one of the most absurd runs I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, you don't get many like these.
Crew won the South American LCQ in 2022. They've been in these kind of positions before. Last year, Leviatán didn't even have to. They didn't even have to play in the LCQ.
Nah.
So, you know, credit to Crew for being in these kind of spots, but also, they have not had a run like this. This is a ridiculous tournament for them.
That's insane. Everything was against them. The Northern 19 coming into all of this one here, but Ascent is theirs, and now one step closer to victory. We're stepping away for a short while. Up next, GB and the Analyst Desk are breaking it all down. You know you're not going to want to go anywhere else.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, as Crew are just one map win away from the impossible, qualifying for champions and winning 5 games in a row. What kind of magic? What kind of wizardry? What kind of god did they pray to get to this point? Who knows? But yeah, I like that. The Wrecking Crew in full effect here as Klaus is
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
Actually, yeah, if it's working for Klaus, I'm going to do it too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is insane for Crew right now. Remember, this team 0-10 to start their year. Their first win was at LCQ. And they have not lost a series since. And now they're just a map away from making it to champions. It's unbelievable, especially, Valen, considering the fashion in which they won here on Ascent. It was dominant against a map that used to be one of Leviatán's best.
Yeah, it was one of Leviatán's best. And I was hopeful that with some time off playing the map, banning it, they would have at least something up their sleeve. But really, they look the same. I saw a lot of the same set plays, a little bit of difference, but the mid-rounding wasn't there like how we saw in Pearl. And I think they kind of fell flat. Crew definitely took the lead there. And going into map for Lotus, it's going to be a banger because this is still one of Leviatán's better maps. But last time Crew got the better of them. Do you think it's going to be the same this time around, G?
It could very well be, right? I mean, you know, history does have a tendency to repeat itself here. And just like history, well, Kesnet dominates again, right? He does the thing that what we've always appreciated about him is just his high impact player attitude that he brings to the server, shutting down Taco, who again has also been having, Sean, a decent series in his own right here. But Kesnet, man, just continues to do it.
Yeah, he is really feeling it in the server on these opening duels. I mean, together, Kesnet and Klaus combined for 9-1 in opening duels in this map. Like, that is an insane statistic to have for your 1 and 2 entering the sites.
He's him.
Man,
I'm just going to say this blatantly. That is such a Curtis Russ headline there.
This is him, yeah. This is the main character.
Yeah.
I said earlier, this is his arc.
And the thing is, he's always been good for Crew. But this is the tournament where his team is actually stepping up with him. And I think particularly the way that they're playing, the super default heavy, 1-3-1-ing every single round really works for Kesnet because they're just constantly setting him up to work this map control, find that opening pick, and it gives so much freedom for Melzer to call around that it's such, I think, a beneficial way to play for both the star Kesnet and for the IGL.
Yeah, and talking for the IGL, it is very nice when you have an entry who's just walking up mid and getting these entries. I saw Kesnet walk up into market and get a double kill.
I mean, how many rounds? It was
how
ridiculous.
many rounds did he do that? So as an IGL, when you get all that space, when you get the entry, it just makes your life so easy to push-pull having a player like this. He's so impactful with his kills, so impactful on the strategic side. Just someone like this is a gift to have on your team.
Wait. We've just been seeing him on Jet the last couple of maps. The maps to close out this series, he's going back to Raze.
Yeah.
This is like his home turf at this point.
If I recall correctly, I believe it was you who kept saying it was like, they got to try and stop him on these Raze maps. They got to try and like plug them here. And it feels as if now this Crew team is unhinged. Like they could do no wrong at this point, Mimi, and it's actually quite scary when you think about it. How does Leviatán stop this momentum that Crew have been able to gain up, especially on Lotus, when they've already faced him on this map before and saw the L in that column?
Yeah, Crew has been looking solid on Lotus thus far. Both these teams play a similar comp, the double controller with the Raze. The only difference is between the Sky versus the Fade, either having that proactive information in the mid-round with the Sky to clear things out with those flashes, or with that Fade, having those dogs that accomplish a similar thing, just in a bit of a different way. But Crew right now, I think I really do favor them coming into this fourth map. But the thing is, every time we've counted Leviatán out in the past, they are always able to make something happen. We saw it yesterday yesterday, a reverse sweep to make it to the finals. And don't get me wrong, Lotus is a map where Leviatán has struggled on in the past, but I think with this current composition, since they brought in the second controller and kind of got with the times, they have looked better here, except there is that crew loss that was just earlier in this tournament that kind of pulls us back down to earth.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a close loss either. It was a 13-7 stomp in that Lotus game, and that was a map Leviatán picked in that series. So I'm sure they were shocked at how crew approached that map. There's a lot of mound control, which bled into front B control, which bled into A control. They had full map control on several key gun rounds, and they were willing to pick into the C site aggressively to make the Killjoy pop nanos, to make the Viper use toxins. And they were just putting so much gun pressure on the C site throughout the entire half.
Yeah, and after putting that pressure onto C, we often see a lot of times crew fall back because they like to insert a player into front B. Yeah. So it allows for them to put all that C pressure and still have the safety to pivot back into A if their Viper gets a deep lurk option. It's very balanced for crew. While, yes, they are putting a lot of pressure onto C early, they love to pivot back into B. They have the Sky comp, which just allows you to put so much pressure up B with the Trailblazer, and re-clearing mound at A is also very easy for them.
This series, I think Leviatán's attack sides have oftentimes been way too slow, especially on Pearl. They put a big emphasis on these 1-3-1s, on defaulting, but the late round executes is where they've been punished. They need to put an emphasis on pulling out this utility, especially from players like Kesnet and Nags early, to stunt these retakes that Crew's been excellent at.
Well, let's find out if this series ends here and now, or can Leviatán force a Game 5? Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Yeah, will we go to distance, or is this where it ends right now? I mean, for Crew, they would love to close it out, man. And a perfect finish, really, for them. Almost perfect. I mean, 3-0 would have been probably slightly better, I think, for the miracle run, the fairy tale that they've been weaving
at this point.
At this point, no. Setting the sights towards Lotus and seeing if they can close it out cleanly. But for Lev as well, a chance to battle back if they can really do so.
Definitely one of the maps that Leviatán will have been looking at to retool their approach and come up with counter ideas, because they recently played it against each other, as Valen and Sean were just talking about. So we got to see something a little different. We saw glimpses of differences from Leviatán on Ascent, but now their backs are up against the wall. This is where we've seen some of the best from Lev. They've gone on a resurgence right when they were needed most, when the enemy was at the gates. They found a way to reply. But it looks like our pistol round is going to begin with an enormous clash towards Rubble. And the team that ends up winning these has such an advantage in the mental game, the map control game heading later.
An absolute brawl and skirmish that's going to be taking place. The Horn is taken care of, but they still are not backing away from it. They want to fight behind the wall, close to the corners. Util to clear them out. Snake bite. No easy task to withstand all of that, but just a 1-for-1, and everybody backs away. Let's pretend it didn't happen.
They're wondering if King is going to take something aggressive on the other side of the map. He's normally pretty active when he's on his own like this. And now that Crew realize he's not walking into B, they're trying to re-swarm on them.
No Util being used, just straight up taking the fights, but leading the match, honestly. Shy. Sheriff in his hands. Short work. Chewing them up. 3 versus 2 now, and Crew are the ones who are left really scrambling. On a bit of a gamble, wondering where they might land.
The 2 Killjoy players are going to be players to watch here on Lotus. Davies has been so excellent since committing to the Sentinel instead of being a flex for the team. And Shy, with Sheriff in hand, can occasionally just pull magic out of nowhere. A ping on the door there. Surely they don't want to open this and go towards C, just being cautious of it, perhaps?
Yeah, waiting. But still making no noise. Grouped up as 3, they can take the better trades.
30 seconds
left.
left.
Space, and there's a deep flank on deep flanks. They hear it.
Is Shy's turret still active?
Spike planted.
Should be from this range.
Yeah, there it is.
It's going to spot him. And Naxet and Davies have gone around the world here, and they've given away at least one of their positionings. Now, for Leviatán, you can't be confident they're both here. So King and Katako still have to look the other ways. It's down to Shy.
Shy, though. Beautiful damage. Definitely chunking them down, and it gives his team the information. 1v2 for Davies. You can play this one time on your side if you are Leviatán. Davies, half on the defuse, but already creeping closer to defeat. There's King. Right over the shoulder. Pistol round win for Lev.
Major for them. And also, in terms of that fight over towards Rubble, I mean, Mazzino was hiding inside the Viper wall to dodge guiding light that came through and then ended up TPing away. Both teams just desperate to fight tooth and nail for this area of the map. And often, whoever wins, whichever team gets the dominance in that kind of area and ends up winning these duels, which we're going to see one again.
Nade to the side, got to use the TP to evacuate and get out of there. Spike dropped to the floor.
So at the moment, it's kind of Leviatán having to give up that space, right? They're giving credit to Crew, a bit of respect to Crew, and allowing them to own that area. That can sometimes condition Lev into playing passively or focusing on Mound in the future rounds.
It's going to be the impetus to hit the site, though, as soon as Davies pushed away. Just being farmed, really trying to min-max this one, but it's going to be an attempt to try and refight. Smoke drops off as well, cuts away one of the long-term angles. Mazzino goes to the corner, doesn't have the gun, but a jump shy. That is beautiful with the transfer.
And that's such an incredible player to be in position to help Mazzino, because now Shy's got up to his lockdown. They're going to have this to be able to come into a bonus round with. And for Lev, they couldn't ask for anything better. Shy going nutty on the pistol and then also farming orbs and getting a couple of kills there towards the end. Put a rifle in his hand, he's creating magic, and he's got an ultimate that you can definitely build a game plan around here.
It's a massive one, and look at that. Excellency.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
And I have been impressed with Leviatán, how they're able to bounce back from getting outclassed in some of these maps. You know, opening, they go down 13-5, Ascent, they lose 13-6, and yet they're still bringing it afterwards.
Satchels avoiding all of that U-tail over the top, though. There's a TP, and they seem none the wiser. Melter is there, ready and waiting, still kills to be found, and there's the paranoia. Let loose, let rip. Is there the follow-up there? Yes, there is. Finally, help from his teammate. Skutsnet is happy to oblige. Shy is so out in the open. Now lockdown to the Prior, no chance in hell he's going to be able to use it. Oh, he's watching from the spectator seat.
And when Crew are dominating Rubble, this is going to change the way that Lev have to approach things. I mean, they don't even get the chance to use the lockdown here. Their opportunity to build some kind of round that focuses around that ultimate that they got online so early, torn away from them. No chance. They're going to have to start respecting that Crew have good ideas on Rubble control.
They're seeking to re-clear this one. It's going to be hard for them. Snakebite. Does it land towards the back? Does Melter get tagged? But he does. Has to drop down. Back to the corner. There's one. Isolating the fights out. Davies. Okay. Cleans it up towards the end, but not without the difficulties and casualties. Only 2 players surviving for Crew.
This is really going to put a different feel to things. I can't believe nobody checks for Melter here. This is like one of the most common plays to go for as a defending Omen, is teleporting up top. And in the chaos of all of the other utility being thrown, having to dodge, you know, nade and potentially seizes or haunts, along with other utility that's been thrown in. Apologies. Having to dodge the nade combined with the flashes.
It's a difficult one. This time, yeah, Lev are going to be granting full respect over towards that Rubble control. They do not want to mess with Kesnet when he's earned that showstopper. Full control, but look how fast he is on the rotation. He's already through the spawn.
Mazzino has just walked in.
I believe it spotted him. Yeah, Nagsets aware. He knows the cross was there, yet still the fight gets one out. And the lockdown should push them all the way back. What a flick. Beautiful with the reactions once more. Davies does respond, bringing him down. Nice trade, but he's going to be detained. Needs some help. Players hot on his heels, seeking to try and bring him down, though. They give up the space. They realize it. Too risky to try and approach it. At least they are granted the plant. Seekers from Klaus. Usually commit this one. That's close to the corner. King is caught out near-sighted, but he does have the back of the rest of his team. Snakebite's there. Shy doing a wonderful job of trying to stop them out towards Waterfall. They take the fights together, grouped up.
I like the call from Leviatán, making sure that they can use the lockdown in this spot and not over-committing to a fight towards a Rubble. Like I said, I really feel like Crew have dominated that area of the map to the point where Lev have to start showing respect. It's hard to criticize Mazzino for going for the play where he just walks into C. I do think it was way too high risk, high reward, but he gets the reward side of it. Bren, you noted that Nagsset knew he was there, and yet he just delivers 2 kills. He already had a lockdown. I mean, they already know that they're getting the site.
Yeah.
And he just walks in completely alone, is like, don't worry, I'll take this round.
I'll go for it. There's never attempt to things. It's the half by Crew once more.
It feels like they're trying to funnel Leviatán into going for C hits. And if that's the case, Crew need an answer for how they're going to deal with the C hit. Sometimes that's going to be teams with an Odin. Sometimes that's going to be stacking all of your Killjoy and Viper utility over there. Or trap plays. But at the moment, I feel like Crew have successfully conditioned, despite looking like they're about to go 1-4 down, Lev to start the map towards the left instead of towards rubble. The question is, how do they actually turn that into round wins?
No way. Melza, what is this? Put to the corner.
Cover going out.
Slight pocket to work with, but no. No one going to be walking towards him. Now, is that smoke cover?
Naxet has a shorty, Brent.
Yeah, into the back.
Hiding behind the box.
And we saw him got 2 earlier. Can he do any more? It's contacting. No way. How do you get out of that spammable location? Davies, where do you prioritize your shots into the horn? It has to be done. Naxet, though, will be dealt with. Wide face giving him that space as well. Showstopper around the back. First time I haven't seen a kill. Light up in the feed there from Kesnet. Pushing through into the smoke, but that is watched for. Shy. Got the discipline there. He knows exactly what his role is. Winning even the fade ult with the Nightfall. No more noise cues. Spam enough, though, denying the plant. Isn't really knowing where this is going off. Can't hear any of this. Just sees the shots going wide. Resetting it, making it dangerous and expensive. But it is 4-1 still. Lev running away with these rounds now.
They certainly are, but its rifle's going to be back online for Crew. And this is their opportunity to respond. They drew out the Nightfall in the prior round by virtue of Kesnet using his own showstopper. So, ultimate situation, fairly even. Bit of an advantage, I would say, to Crew potentially, the fact that they have the lockdown. Are we really going to see another fight happening over here towards Rubble? Neither team wanting to give up on it at all.
Not willing to be disrespected, but might get difficult. Just a paranoia. Sidestepped and avoided. Waiting it out. Here's the horn. There's layers to it with the util. Sent flying. You can see it. Snakebite, Nanoswarm. Popped up. That is a nasty shot by Melza.
Completely catches Taco in transition. A more diligent approach in terms of clearing this area from Lev.
Placing swarm grenade out.
So they've got a little more map control, but they've paid for it with a life. And that life is their entry player. Zeno far forwards, not worried about stairs at all. Slinks towards the breakable door. As the tree door is open too, these A players have got to stay towards that site. But people are contacting into B.
Yeah, and what are they trying to feign, though? The spike is in middle of nowhere. Mazzino has the ult, so picks that one up. Once they claim the B side, cancels it. Picked it all the way up, but again, once we're getting caught out, there's 2 players watching for him. This player advantage creeping further and further away.
And they haven't even gone for the plant.
No, not yet. They want to try and force a fight as well. They can't. They don't feel comfortable to try and get the plant down as util out in the hands of these players, but you'll be getting away with too much else, are you? Shy and King facing a match, trying to find those openings, facing it all together. Spike dropped out. Out of range of them. King retrieved this one, but there's really no time. I mean, 17 seconds left. They know exactly where he is with the flash. That indicator. Snakebite down. Libya, any form of chase. Now there is, yeah, pushing forwards and past. Still, the plan online. King close to the corner, has the pit, no time to unlock it, and there it is. Wide by Melza, sacrificing his life, but for the greater good.
Some of these Leviatán rounds are mystifyingly overcooked. And that's an example. I feel like we saw another example of it on Ascent, where they tried to run that incredibly elaborate fake attempt. But this time, they have A control. They're in a 4v5, sure. But for whatever reason, they don't bring the spike. They have Nozwa lurking through when they're committing to B. Just the players are not in the right place to actually execute the plan that they're looking for. It's a bit of a head scratcher, but Leviatán is still in the lead. Crew are committing bodies to controlling Rubble again. And Lev this time not really wanting too much to deal with it.
No switch-ups. A nade being thrown into it. Diligence by Lev. They're going to make sure to clear out, take control of B main. Satchel out. Satchel. Does that take out the alarm bot?
I think it should.
Yeah, it does. Breaks it. But meanwhile, there's this deep push. Flash is dodged. King have to reset the aim. It does well to get the one, but traded.
That's a pretty big advantage, I would say, for the defenders, actually. Having that Viper all down is pretty massive. Puts a premium on Mazzino's smokes, of which he's already used one, and is about to get the other back in 25 seconds, so difficult for them. Melzer is now posted up towards A2 and can tell the rest of his team to go and stack towards C and towards B. The question being, do they want to play a retake? They have great ults for retake here, Crew. But sometimes you don't want to give them the space.
LEV are just happy to just contact in and try and take this fight together with them. Choosing to use their own lockdown.
You should run.
Really getting bogged down. Now it's being used. That's deep onto the side. Lockdown for a lockdown. Really clearing them out. Nades sails through all the way to the back. It's damage exchange. And kills are flooding on either way. Either direction. 2 versus 2 now. 25 seconds left. The plant has to start coming online. Attacker will commit to the stick. An extension into the round. Bit of a breather. Playing together. Both of these teams not willing to give up an inch. No more util left standing. Do they anticipate this? It's spotted. Takalia.
And it's not planted for them.
No reaction in time to try and watch that. And as soon as they realize this, yeah, of course you're going to try and stick it. Nagset, he knows he can just stick it. It's not spammable. Doesn't have the rifle for it. No high-pen weapon. Melzer just watches for it. The re-push.
What a crumble on the fly from Leviatán. That's 2 rounds in a row now where the calls just haven't made sense, I don't think. The prior one, much more of a macro, but that one on the fly, the 2 players, they'd already naded and cleared out Waterfall. That was the area where a lot of the players were retaking from, and the lockdown was coming from there. They naded it, they cleared it out. That's this play that you're watching right now. And so they don't have to worry about that too much, and instead decide to push into that area to play the post plant from there when it's not planted for them. Players potentially getting stressed here with their backs up against the walls. We have in the past seen that bring out the best from LEV, but it looks like they're losing their grip on what was a great start to Lotus.
Once more giving up control. Everybody walking over towards the seaside. It's a nade there. Takalia, vulnerable up, has the showstopper. He's so damn low. Nanaswarm at his feet. Almost bringing him down there. The repositions of Davies. And that's it. How are they doing this, man? So Nanaswarm set down Pride, actually earned the first kill. And now the door opens up. Crew eager to draw some more blood, eager to take another fight. There's nothing to cut this one up. They flip the side up entirely, taken towards the back section of it. The repositioning once more to Waterfall. Again, not planning for them there.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to just see exactly the same kind of situation occur. It's on Mazzino.
Yeah,
he's got to go
back.
huge.
He gets stunned up. Now there it is. Rocket online. Kesnit skips across the angle. Noswa, no world in which he's able to get that 1 kill found for him. But how do you win this one? You just can't. Again, planted close, cut to the corner. It's just a repeat. And 4-4, that's where we draw it.
Same situation occurring again. And one of the things that I didn't mention prior, which is important in those kind of spots, is that LEV are not getting good plant positions down. Right? They managed to get into the site. It's amazing work by Nagset, but then there isn't anybody else on the site, and they still don't feel comfortable planting in an open spot. Partly because that door between B and C is being opened. They don't want to plant for Mound because that's where they're coming from. That's where the retakers are flanking them from. LEV are being forced to play at Crew's pace right now, and it's setting Crew up for these really nice retakes where LEV have no good post-plant positioning.
Double satchel, leading it in, Judge in his hands, but fully blinded up, Boombots there! And there's certainly damage done, but Davies, what a response! My way! Just ridiculous! Following it perfectly. The lines coming through, the smokes, the traces, pinpoint accuracy.
Davies, one of those players that's just been so much better at LCQ than he was in the regular season. He came into this team, a newer addition, without the experience of the other people on the team. And he was playing all sorts of different roles. He was playing everything. He was a fill guy, the glue guy during the season, but it meant his individual performance suffered as a result of it. Here at LCQ, he's mostly focused on being a Sentinel player, on the chamber, sometimes playing aggressively. On Killjoy, he's able to still take fights. And it's just refined his game so much.
Focusing down the rolls, yeah. Does bring out the best in people, but you're really seeing that across the board of Crew.
30
like
seconds
Klaus,
left.
And Nagset as well. Across the board. I mean, Melzer's calling. I mean, goes without saying about Kesnit. Just his fragging capabilities, his killing prowess. The whole team coming alive. And this is the final hurdle here. potentially
10 seconds
last
left.
map really that they have to face before earning that chance, that qualifier spot into champs. And wouldn't that be just absurd? Even to say it out loud, we've been witness to Crew multiple maps in a row, multiple games in a row of just them going on a tear, wondering, okay, well, makes for a nice storyline, but when does it stop? It just hasn't.
The train keeps going.
That is nasty.
And this Crew train is just running down teams in front of it.
Oh, yeah.
They have taken so many teams out of this tournament where you felt like they had a chance of being able to win it. You know, a lot of people had Cloud9 as the favorites to be able to go on a ridiculous run. And then, you know, Leviatán, a lot of people thinking they might be able to get up to their former glory. And Crew are giving them a bit of a beating here on 2 out of the 4 maps that we've seen. This one still looking a little close, but Crew in control for the moment.
For the moment. It has been quite lopsided in terms of these rounds.
It looks like they're going to repush this. I mean, Davies baiting like he's the only player there holding passively. And instead, Kesnit and Klaus want to refight B main. And they're getting such great info right now.
Shadows travel.
This decision even to break some of this utility. There it is. The repush catching them. And you talked about it just a bit prior, Josh. I mean, it's Crew that are playing at such a pace, they're forcing LEV to react.
Yeah.
Taking these moments into their own hands. That refight out in towards B main. They weren't ready for it.
No, and that's the kind of thing that when the sides are flipped, you'll see the Crew players deal with those moments really well.
Zeno looking up. This time, Nagzit knows. He's got a sight set onto it. Even the snakebite on top. Fully aware with the turret taking that contact. At least one more player just sitting outside that position, forcing a rotation from Davies. But at this point, 3 players left standing. Can King get onto the side and get the pit off? It looks so damn unlikely.
And one of the key parts to all of this is that Crew have been winning rubble control. And so Melzer is left alone to control A, and they can commit 2 to C, 2 to B. If the attacking team cannot push those players away from being deep on A, you're just left with so little of the map to play with. It turns Lotus into a 2 spike site map.
Yeah. Completely isolates it. And Crew are hunting for the guns. They want them out of the hands of these LEV players. Crossfire setup. They're a little bit harder to chew through than maybe they anticipated. So staving off away some of that damage there. A little bit of excitement towards the end of it. Still, has to be the timeout for LEV because they have just been getting rolled. I mean, that's what, 5 rounds in a row. Last 2 being lost out to time by just running out of options.
Yeah, they've been getting annihilated. And at this point, think about things from the perspective of the Leviatán guys. You realize that the series is slipping away from you. You're desperately trying to come up with answers, but you can only focus on what's been going wrong. You can't take a rubble control. Crew are better than you at that. And when you tried to go towards C, you've had 2 post plants that went horribly wrong. You planted in a tucked, safe position, and you had no space, no ability to play the posts. So one of those things has got to be fixed. Unless you're just going to hammer B hits home over and over again for the rest of the map for another 2 rounds. You've got to fix something else. Can you stop Melzer from getting over on top of rubble? Can you maybe push him off that spot later with the Trailblazer and a Snakebite Nanoswarm lineup, something like that? Are you able to see exec and actually take CT or plant for Mound? These are the things that LEV need to try to do, and Crew right now have got them in a chokehold. Every move they make, Crew have got the answer. And a lot of it is that proactivity in the mid-round.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on that proactivity, even the little, bits and pieces from Leviatán, they try and poke towards B, try and break some of the util. I don't know if you noticed in that last round, they pulled back the alarm bot so it didn't get broken by the satchel.
Yeah.
And then replanted it again in the middle of the round.
Which halves the amount of time that it's going to be down for.
So it doesn't get destroyed, got it earned back, but here we go. This time choosing to just disrespect, seeing if they can take the fight towards it. Satchel plays again across Horn. It is there, Paranoia on top. Do they really seek to try and take the battle? Yes, they do, a Nightfall. This time, it's going to be used to supplement it. Attempt to try and take the fight and the push, this time being won out by them. Yet, Davies once more there. This time, not able to get lucky by tracking down the traces through the wall. He's brought down and leaves it to Nagzit.
Finally, they break through and push into A and take this control.
Spike planted.
Now, with the orb and with the plant, Shy and Taco are getting their ults online. So this is now going to be helpful for the next. Unless Nagzik poses a bit of a problem, but surely not. Yeah, Shy's got him in the back.
Good by Shy.
And LEV now have a real chance at tying this up at 6-6, coming out of Owner's timeout.
In the half.
I said they had to fix something. They either need to be able to go into control rubble or have C post plants work for them. And this time, they make sure that Melzer has not gone for an aggressive teleport and hold, anti-flash, use the Nightfall, push all of those players away.
Nightfall is a great difference maker, isn't it?
And in the next round, they have Lockdown, they have Showstopper, Pit for post plant. Many different tools here for Leviatán to pull round 12 out and send us into the next half even.
Well, there we go. Takaleo off the rip, off the jump, and a rocket, it lands true. Claims the target, nade rebounded, nobody can choose to fight him. He stands his ground down. Plant is fast off the rip. They're gonna try and flood right back into this. No denial of it. Util being used and a snake bite's there. Still, it is chaotic. And it's scrappy all over the place. Still, with the pit laid down, it's a massive advantage now for LEV. There's really no breathing room in this. The shorty shot's going wild. King, no kills claimed.
You should run.
Has to back away and leave this one. And finally, a bit of a breather. Enough for this lockdown to be just planted. Lord knows where. Maybe out into the open. King falls.
What a kill.
That is a massive one. No more pit now to push it back, but time is running short. You can see it. I mean, you're hearing it. It's ticking away with how fast this spike was planted. Time is just out of their hands. Gets it. Lucky with it, but still doubled up, double face. There has to be somebody sticking it. They know it. They force them out in the open. Sightlines are LEV, happy to clean it up, so 6-6, evened up on that.
Timeout, comeback, Owner finding value against the team that he coached in the past. That's what you get from those coach input moments. I mean, they just changed the entire way that they were playing. Way more quick, way more aggressive, barreling through rubble control in the first round that we saw, round 11. And this one, Showstopper off the rip, tearing away the map.
What a pace change.
And tying the half up at 6-6. Anybody's game from here, I feel.
Oh, yeah. The pistol round going to be so damn important as well, but and what we've seen so far really could just go either direction. Good stuff so far from a multitude of players that send it down to GB and a desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much to Brendan Sideshow. And 6-6, I couldn't think of a better way for this match to go. And you know what? I think we were expecting this Lotus game to potentially be a bit of a runaway here for Crew, given how well they played last time. But VALORANT, it really feels like, you know, Leviatán, they're answering to the way Crew's adapting, and Crew adapting great as well. Both teams reading each other excellently.
Yeah, I want to speak more on the Crew adaptation, because Leviatán at the beginning was getting in a lot of bomb sites for free. They were kind of walking up, being able to save a lot of their post-plant utility for towards the end of the post plant rather than entering the site. And what Crew did to adapt to that was, yo, don't let them get into the site. They were fighting forward a lot more, contesting the entry rather than letting it go into the post plant, and they found much more success, which is a reason why it came so close, and now we're tied up at 6-6.
The thing is, though, that that's on the defensive side, that they get that 6-6, and for Crew, that is massive. Lotus is quite an attack-sided map, and Crew in particular is excellent on this side. In this half, we can really expect them to likely slow down this place. They're really good at giving away these extremities, late re-clearing, and then providing so much disinformation in the mid-round. They love tapping these doors, rotating back through mid to a different site. So Leviatán are going to have to be on point with re-clearing space in the mid-round if they want to come back.
Yeah, and talking about re-clearing space, they have Fade, not Sky. So towards the early round of the game, you're going to have the Haunt to be able to re-clear the Viper Lurk, use Prowlers to pressure the Viper Lurk, but until you don't have those Sky Flashes to give you the information in the mid-round, you definitely need to be more proactive, take double peeks, take double pushes, and try to close the space.
And they need to. If Leviatán cannot come back here, their year is over, and Crew will go from 0-10 to a champ spot.
And that's right. And by the way, want to remind everyone that don't go anywhere, because after we crown our LCQ winner, we are going to have our Champions LA group draw show right here, so you don't want to miss it. But for now, we're going to send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
And yeah, anyone's game. I mean, setting it all up, the grand goal on the line, of course, of that champs qualification, that spot that's going to be happening, you know, the tournament, really the culmination of the entire year.
And Crew looking to join Zeta, Giants, Na'Vi, the teams that have already made it out from LCQ. LEV trying to control Rubble in a similar way we saw from Crew in the first half. They have Mazzino posted up there fairly deep, and now they're going to start rotating other people away.
Yeah, almost a rinse repeat, isn't it, of what we were just seeing prior. Door opened wide. Fakes like they could be rotating into B main. Spotting it out.
I feel like I missed something early on in this round, but Klaus, you know, he doesn't have a Trailblazer. He doesn't have flashes to be able to use. Must have used the Trailblazer really early on, I feel. Has he just bought heal and pistol?
Or just opted for a ghost, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, he must have done. That's unusual for the attack side. I mean, Trailblazer is just such a massive tool, but they've got a specific round in mind, maybe.
Got a flash is back online. Regen contacting again through. There's no util to meet them on the other side, but a wall makes them second guess themselves. Down to 40 seconds in this one. There will be nobody to meet them, except now it's being shored up. You can see it's King approaching that position. Goes to the corner, jump spot, smokes up. Bit of damage being peppered into him, but the paranoia ripping its way through, giving up the space now to them. Melzer trying to get this plant off. There's a nade. Taco still holding on to it now, and there's a call in the moment. This is Crew. That adaptability, flexibility. That's a triple fight as well, all the way up into heaven. Close to the corner though. Prowler, nade at his feet. Counterplay with a util, Horns over the top. They've regained still that control of this. It needs to be an attempt by LEV to try and clear through. And they're winning their fight. Shy. He's been the difference maker in this map, and even in this round. Maybe he can win it out for them. Davies though on the flank. The distraction is just perfect. Where's the last player left standing? Cutting around the corner. Nana Swarm. No chance of sticking it. King is forced into such a difficult decision. Has to try and stick this one now. Half. Will he be able to get it? It's a wider face, and Davies knows how to play it.
What a ridiculous round from Davies. He spent that entire round waiting outside C for Shy's turret to deactivate. Shy had a turret holding him back from the lurk the entire time. And as soon as Shy took a step a little further out, Davies was running. I mean, he was doing his best Usain Bolt impression to try and just get back to fight this one. Puts a Nanoswarm down, was worried that someone would be on it. Ridiculous. Look at the wall slam there. I mean, that is a round that Owner is devastated that they lose.
Because it could be everything. You know how important these pistol rounds are.
That could be the whole season.
That's it. An end much earlier than any team really wants, any player really wants.
And a massive stack here from Leviatán over towards C. Remember how important that was on Pearl to get Lev's comeback started on that map. Crew won the pistol, Lev stacked a sight, and Crew walked into it. This time, Melzer's got the read, and they are pathing in the complete opposite direction. No danger whatsoever here over towards A.
Yeah.
Crew are going to get the freest sight of their life. And I mean, in theory here, Kesnick could take the plant as well and start building up towards the showstopper that they can use. So I don't know whether they'll exactly fill. Yep, there they go for it. So Spike goes over to Kesnick, building up another one of these ult orbs. And now, you know, once you realize that the round should be favored for you, Kesnick can actually go and try and hunt some of these kills too. It's what I'm sure he would like to do, and it builds you up towards the ultimate. He only needs 1 and a death, or 2 and survive.
You know, Crew, they do love to get aggressive, try and hunt for some of these kills, build up the ults. It could be said for Lev, but now they're grouping up just onto the edge of the spike. Look at Kesnick, he's keen for it.
Yeah, I think
he handed the rifle over to Davies as well, so he wouldn't give it up.
That's so smart. I love that. Just min-maxing the smallest things.
Yeah, doesn't want to give away the weapon, but still wants to try and claim the kills, only his life. Still, gets him 1 step closer to the ultimate.
Yeah, only needs an ult orb. And on this map, the attackers have really their choice. Pick of the litter.
Oh, yeah.
So for Leviatán, I feel like you've got to read into that. You've got to realize that Kesnick's going to be playing for an ult orb somewhere. And picking which one he's likely to go for will really dictate how Lev play the round. Do they want to run a trap play with a Paranoia and a Horde, perhaps, to try and stop him from taking the C orb? Do they want to push really aggressive with a nade and a C's to stop him from taking the A orb? Or run some other kind of aggressive play over
right
towards
on the
B.
money, honestly.
I mean,
they up outside C.
Yeah, they've got multiple options, but it's about picking the right side of the map, and it looks like they've done so.
Maybe group up. Already disrespecting, moving across there. There was an anti-flash position played by Taco.
And Crew have immediately called to cancel.
Oh, yeah.
They realize that this is a common trap play that they're going to see, and they want no part of it. Instead, working towards B, looking to try and pick Kesnick up the orb over there.
Same time as this as well. Nax is just disrespecting any hold towards A. Hearing all that util being used, he's happy to just take all that space. I mean, he has looked so deep.
Yeah, and this is massive for them. Crew can either commit to the A push with the showstopper or go back and try and push Mazzino away before they go back to A. And they've decided for the more rapid approach.
Yeah.
With a minute still on the clock, there is no one really hard defending the A site.
He's going to get slowed down. My pool's going to be ending at some point, but they do have the Nana Swarm still set up. There it is. That's through. Nobody spotted. Into door, into tree, giving that space up, and a fast flank occurring from Lev as well. Three players grouped up.
It looks like they're not even going to use the showstopper. They realize there's no one home.
Need to be careful, though, from behind. These players are going to be trying to fight them back now. Where's the noise? Yeah, it's being made! Showstopper! There's another satchel in play as well to just evacuate and get out of there, but Util's being used, and they still need to try and fight over this space. Kisnet is close to the corner. Battle on two fronts, out towards the side. The shots are missing. Not quite hitting them. Even with the reset of the movement, it is chaos, and a reposition of Melzer is necessary. Backing away.
As is Davies. They've played this situation really nicely, not fighting too heavily, just repositioning.
Mistake a lot of teams do tend to make as well, and by doing that, they give no options, no openings, and Lev forced again. Tail tucked in between their legs, they back away with what guns they've got, but this is an advantage that is getting away from them on a map where they need to win.
And sure, the time is low, but that's a 3v4. A 3v4 that they decide to save instead of going for it and being confident that they can turn a situation like that around. And they've given Crew the lead. Their economy is not going to be in a great spot. Only 3 rifles that they can really work with. And Owner's called a timeout again.
Oh, yeah.
You saw his emotional reaction to them losing the pistol round as it all slipped away and Davies made the play on the lurk and the flank. Crew are in the lead. And not just a slim lead, they are really starting to power up.
Necessary timeout for Leviatán. Because like you said, Josh, I mean, this is it. It's where you get the ball rolling and more. That's the bonus round converted by Crew. Sky's the limit at this point. You have a flourishing economy. 5k in the bank for multiple players on Crew as well. There's no danger of them running out of weaponry anytime soon. For Lev, they're knocked down to just a weaker buy again. Might be able to scrounge together the rifles, but both the coaches popping off on either side.
There's a lot to talk about here. Both teams are trying to feel out the way that the other is playing. And the rounds from Crew are often being run on audibles. I feel like that's a very dangerous thing for Lev to try to deal with. Lev are a team that likes set plans, protocols. And if Crew get a feel for what the protocols are or where the trap play is, they can try and find those holes. The more they understand how Lev are playing, the better Crew's calling should get. And especially for Melzer, who's played in this system before. A long time ago, admittedly. You know, all the way last year. But still, Lev haven't changed too much in that time period.
Isolate them and kill them.
It's Melzer who's got a fantastic read of the game. His calling has been setting him apart. Battle of the Minds versus like King, but this time Crew with all the guns. Disrespect being showcased as well. They take all of that control onto Sinan Nags. Oh, he's at a slight angle, isn't he? Right here, Prowler's broken. Such a wide face still. It's the 1-for-1. Does cause some worries. Everybody watching towards that A main position, knowing that they've lost control of it.
One of the other major differences is that Leviatán are committing 2 players to defending C in situations where Crew just left it to 1. It can weaken the other side of the map, but for now it seems like the correct play.
1-for-1 trade. I mean, the defenders are spread thin across the map here. Nade into the back. Shy, he's got to force himself out wide yet. Tucked close, 77. Health still! No way does he get to! Vulnerable tuck, it's impeccable! Just perfection. Weaving in and out and playing off of one another. Leaves it down to just Melzer. A lot of bullets. Paranoia does miss, but well, they're meeting the firing line. And my God, did Leviatán need that.
The biggest play, just when his team needed it the most. And it's all about evading the nade. That's a nade that's supposed to clear out the entirety of the backside and give the attacking team perfect confidence that they can get into this spot. And Shy evades it, tucks around the corner, and swings out. Exactly as the snake bites come through, and attention is pulled away.
Yeah.
Look what it means to him.
Let's brought him back in. It's 9-7, yeah, still the round deficit is there, but I mean, that was a round that they really had no right winning. The weaponry was not good.
And now you give yourself a little bit of a comfort, a safety net in terms of the economy. You know, there's still a couple of people really low. Taco, Shy, but there's a bit here to work with.
That's all to do.
Melzer is very aggressive in this spot compared to how you'd usually see him play, but not rewarded for that.
Free firing on the corners.
So Crew have taken control of the whole of front B and C. But there's a very similar situation occurring when Mazzino is up towards Rubble. Do Crew have some kind of plan to deal with this Omen? Push him away. There are lineups you can use here for the Snake Bites, Nano Swarms, Trailblazer. But Mazzino can always try to answer with a Paranoia and a one-way. The Omen has many tools for this spot. Part of why it's so meta on this map.
Agza's got a lineup. I think there's a Snakebite that's going to be landing on top of the pillar. Mazzino's already backed away. Not sure where the Snakebite ended up landing. Teleport in order. Got to get out of there. Does the bullets, and meanwhile Davies keeps catching a look in with Melzer himself on top of it, on top of the box. Tackles there, realizes the squeeze is on, and the showstopper is a damage done. Certainly the casualties flying back and forth. Kesn is still active and alive in the fight, but a spike is dropped out wide onto the open side here with 15 seconds left. They realize it's not winnable, got to give it up. And backing away, so
10 seconds left.
Leviatán once more earning themselves a breathing room, an extra lifeline, maybe a chance to drag it back even.
Crew with a clear plan of how they wanted to retake Rubble control, and the plan worked. They were able to shove Mazzino away, but in the same time, they tried to overcomplicate things perhaps just a little. And they ran, I believe it was Davies and Melzer. Here they are, trying to run with the spike into B, assuming that the rest of Leviatán would be trying to help Mazzino maintain control over A. So they're thinking in their heads, all right, the defenders are trying to fight over Rubble, we'll react into B, we'll be able to get a plant down. But in that kind of spot, King comes up huge.
Another fight to be taken. This is a skirmish. Any sort of util. Horn over the top, Orb to cut up that sight line. Control given up. Just of Rubble. Crew happy to take it now and wait it out. Lev realizing that they too favored. Instead just backing up away from all of this. It's a one-way setup. Perfect timing. As the door starts to rotate now. And where's the pivot? Kesnit hunting for a head, hunting for a kill. Not given that sight line for any amount of time. Down to a minute on the clock here for Crew.
And Taco knocked down to, almost about half health. Davies has just been controlling that angle over towards C, and the rest of the team now coming back to return to him. If Nags picks up the orb at front B, he's going to have his pit online. But doesn't want to commit to that.
Here.
40 seconds in a round. Satchel's being used to
there is
pave
not
the
much
way,
time
clear it
here,
out.
Brent.
Yeah, it's getting precarious because, again, still have that util in the back pocket. Not really been doing enough to try and drag it all the way out.
Yeah, Leviatán are committing King and Shy to these kind of spots. The two top fraggers for the team are locking down C.
Almost snake bites though, and down to that 20-second mark. Here it is. Do or die. Satchel combined with the flash. Cuts across the angle again. Nade towards the back. They have to take this fight now. And Shy, again, could be the difference maker. Him and King have just been fantastic in these spots. But again, it's Nozwa trying to shore it up. 10 seconds remaining. The plant will go down. Anything tonight is Taco. He has the nade, but already being stuck. Klaus avoiding, dodging, juking the bullets.
These players are low. Kesnit getting healed back up by Klaus may end up being super important. But Taco has to go for a play. Mazzino is so far away, he can't afford to wait for the Omen. Taco's got to make something happen now. And the Trailblazer has timing it.
Yep. Shot
still looking
fired,
for
though.
it.
Yeah. Wasn't broken in the end. Taco's there. Flash over the top, not connecting too hard. No plays really falling for it. Mazzino, he's low enough, and there's damage being done, certainly, but time now ticking. The spike putting that pressure. Crew, they find the 10th round.
This team is playing with the clock down to the wire.
Oh, yeah.
We saw many rounds like that come down on split, and almost none of them punished. And this is another version of that. There's 15 seconds left as they try to get into the site. And the whole of Leviatán flooding in to try to deny. And yet Crew end up finding the angles and the trades that they need to get a plant down and win that round in a 3v2. That one may have been the trickiest for the attacking squad, because now as Kesnit's just been farming orbs all around the map, he's about to have another showstopper online.
We know the impact of that.
Can Leviatán stop them from getting in position to execute? I mean, Shy can't use his lockdown here.
He's in a position to spam the wall. Here's the orb being picked up. Just the Nano Swarm anyway, just defending his position. Still Close into tree. Trailblazer around the back. Now the showstopper. Oh, but he misses the movement. And King punishes right from the back. Still inside. Stunned up Davies. Taking a fight to his adversary with Shy falling now. It should be the side cracks wide open. The pit. Free reign with it. Launched down. Shots just missing. Naxxas still alive, so the pit active once more. But as LEV were just really seeking to just lay claim to one section of the map already. They cut it up. Tree control is there, but the pit still remains active and still alive. Where's the util? Postplant's playing away from this one. It's always tricky. Naxxas falls. That is the crux of it. It's left up to Klaus, and I think he's already made noise. They already know where he is, waiting for it, dodging with the flash. Someone needs to tap this, and look at that from Mazzino. Gliding across the grass, sets it up for his own team, if not himself.
How have Leviatán won that retake? Into the pit, spamming, being able to find incredibly important kills. They're coordinated. The Seas drops Melzer down to a fraction of his health. And Taco just sprays into the smoke to kill Davies. The coordination with how they put their aggression together is great. But also, Crew have got to be kicking themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. You're feeling it. Passion.
Both of these coaches know the slimmest of margins could well define which of their teams makes it to champions. And there are some rounds where you can't even control really what happens. And I feel like that was one of them. You know, Crew don't really do much wrong there, but Leviatán are able to swarm back in and pull things within one round.
Yeah. I mean, the smallest of missteps. Think if the movement doesn't get a jar there when Kesman is satcheling in with the showstopper, if he finds value of it, if he gets a kill early. King bringing him down might have just been the difference maker, despite the still overwhelming ult advantage. I mean, Lev's retake there was so damn good, and you can feel it. It's on a knife's edge, man. I mean, this is for champs, but not just champs as well. You got to think about it. It's the success story of your entire season as a team. Whether you qualify for these international events and actually make a deep run of things, that's what people are going to remember at the end of the day.
Yeah, people very rarely remember who came second place in LCQ.
Oh, silver means nothing in LCQ, man. You don't want to be aiming for that at all.
And so many of these players have experience in this kind of situation. I said last year, Crew won the South American LCQ and made it to champions off that. Also, on the other side of things, Noswa has always made it to champs via LCQ. Always. Every year. He doesn't want to see a streak like that end today.
It's more the economy taking a tumble here for Crew. Lev really should be set up for this one. As it's a pop flash play, they want to disrespect it. Taco from the high ground position. Melzer seeking to punish and capitalize, and he gets out with his life.
No Klaus alive, though, to be able to heal him up. And a 3v3 with guns dropped in places where the Crew players have no chance of being able to recover them.
Yeah. Not really a chance of it.
So still favored towards Leviatán, and Taco's done enough here.
I can't believe Mazzino here. I mean, this deep push out of A main, and you're up against the half buy.
Yeah, and also the angle that he's fighting on is kind of favored for Stingers.
It's risky, isn't it? Davies is there, though. Only the ghost in his hand to really try and challenge that.
Mazzino is a very confident player, but we've seen him get punished a few times in this series, and he's looking like he's about to be punished.
Melzer, he capitalizes!
Those are the mistakes that are gonna cut you off at the knees.
And what a brutal one. Yeah, you've granted all that space, yeah, but you've handed over the rifle. And now, sightline set, grouped up once more. King has to try and do it. The spray down does not receive two. He's brought down with the trade. Plant. More time being bought into the round, but it leaves it once more to Shy. He has been a difference maker. The numbers he's putting up, nothing short of that spectacular moment, but he just opens himself up. He's not favored for it. And that's a backbreaker, Josh.
That's an enormous error from Leviatán, and Owner has no more timeouts. He was just gifted an opportunity to talk to the team by the fact that Crew wanted to take one. Taco gets a 2K there, and it's a great play by Melzer. That one, excellent. Trying to find the timing just as Taco used the nade. But you pointed it out immediately as soon as it happened. It's a massive overstep by Mazzino. When do you ever see an Omen playing in that kind of position either? The jump spot just doesn't... It doesn't clear enough. You just expose yourself. These are the small mistakes that happen when there's everything on the line. And King's popped his Viper's Pit at the very start of this round based off a bit of noise happening over towards Rubble.
Very early.
This is a really heavy A setup right now. Look at the alarm bot here too. You know, even if King has people walk inside of his ultimate, they're not going to be able to get through uncontested. So King can play very safe inside of this and still help over towards B. Oh. It's C, where Mazzino is, that's weak. And Mazzino cannot afford to fall here again.
No, he's a lone player to hold back all of it. The onslaught that might just be coming in his direction. Cross mound. Crew are hungry. Drawing him away. It's spam. Bullets raining through the angles. No damage done.
Nobody stayed over towards A. So it's going to be a little more difficult to return in that direction. Davies can pop his lockdown, though, and they'll have access to the B site. It is going to be tough to deal with King inside the pit, though.
All picked up. Klaus.
Big ultimates to work with.
Got it online. They're going to aim to try and fake this. They just handed the spike over to Melzer. He has his ult. 25 seconds left. It's the goal to draw rotations. Damage being done. It's the rifles. Being them down into the angles, a lockdown on top of it. They want to try and hit maybe into C. There's no time, 15 seconds. Got to get a move on, but it's being watched for. The lockdown will push them back. You have to respect this one, King. Not getting detained, giving it away. 7 seconds remaining, has to be the plan, and he will commit to it. Now the ult. Committed to get themselves onto the site. They've granted it, but they don't have any of the extremities. Shy pushed up, lockdown into the smoke. Timing is everything, and he's got the knife out. Not enough, though. King defends it. The lockdown's still alive, and it just... I mean, it's going to be pushing them all the way, and all the way back. King. Such a play to make in a moment. Might have just done it. Down and out, Kesnet aims to take the one, but King, my God, man. How much can one leader do?
He's been there as a rock every time Leviatán need him. Pulling his team through with his individual play. Sure, there's been sloppiness in terms of the decision-making and some of the calls at times. But when he's asked to deliver, he's been there to step up. And he trades perfectly here. And this defense of the lockdown, that's really what wins him the round, I think, too. So many ults used in that. Crew are now poor. Only Kesnet close to his showstopper with a hero rifle on himself and Melzer. Is this opportunity to go to champions going to slip away from Crew? They're 2 rounds away, but this one looks difficult. Surely we're set up for an 11-11 game.
You got to think. Mazzino.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke committed there to the front section of B.
Mazzino wants to get
down.
Yeah. I mean, my eyes are now drawn to Kesnet.
Oh. What is that off?
Who knows? Feeling.
Yeah, damage done though, but a heal used to bring him back up. Still, not enough to deal with that alarm bot. Now they're going to be walking right into Mazzino. Breaking a Trailblazer is good. Moves a key piece of util. Not going to have that one to clear through. Paranoia on top. Kesnet wants to try and face wider. Here's a showstopper. At work in play. Mazzino out wide in the open.
Caught again on the anti-eco. They can't afford to be playing 4v5s in these kind of spots.
Mistakes like that will cost you. Taco. Stalwart. The defender. Nightfall. This is to try and supplement and help him out again. That supportive ult. Scatters his way across, but it's sidestepped by Crew. They want to set the sights again over towards B. There is util here. Melzer pressing forwards. Alarmbot spots it. Ow, but Shy just didn't know where to aim. They are falling and they are crumbling. This is a round the Crew really shouldn't have won, but now the spike planted. The positioning is good of the players. They have a massive advantage here. And Taco and King, do you fall into your old ways and save? It looks like the decision is made for them. No money in the bank.
And Leviatán in a 2v5 forced to make a terrible decision here. To the jeers of the crowd as Crew get up to match point, to tournament point. 1 round away from champions.
My ult's ready.
And they've managed to do it here on this map by winning 2 thrifties, both of which feature Mazzino being the first, or not first, but a large error. The Crew are able to capitalize on. Caught out playing too aggressively over towards A. Yeah. Not respecting the showstopper enough in this round. Trying to fake the teleport away, hoping Kesnet would fire it off into the distance.
Match point.
Lev need 2 in a row. Here's the play that made all the difference. Kesnit's showstopper, and those two hero rifles, one on Nagset,
Precise.
singing sweetly.
And now, there are no more second chances. There's no breathing room, no buffer at all. Like you said, Josh, it's that 12th round for Crew. It's map point, match point, tournament point.
And look at where they're going. I mean, Crew are set up to go for some kind of A hit here.
Oh, they're pushing out a B.
There's no one home for
Complete
Leviatán.
push all the way out. Taco. It's a showstopper offloaded. Shy. He does collect. It's corralled. Davies had nowhere to run for that one, but he's going to be calling that one out surely. All that pressure was going their way, and Crew not wasting time with this one. Spike. Starting to get planted, but already space being granted to them as well.
And a 4v5 postman. Who does this favor?
Yeah, LEV have surrounded them. They didn't actually give up too much map control here. Pings abound. All comes down to these individual duels. Is Klaus really going to make a go of this one here with the rifle? Anything to clear into the corner. A nade. Prowler, it expires. At least broken in the middle of it. Satchel. Now on top, time running short. This is it. This is for everything. Klaus, he finds one. Tree fight taken. Melzer, not enough damage to really bring them down, but everybody falling. It's left up to King, but he will go down. Crew pulling off the miracle. And that's the usurpers coming for the crown.
The team that started this year 0-10 throughout Lock-In and VCT Americas, 5-0 clean in LCQ. They had no second chances at the start of this tournament. They hadn't earned them. They didn't deserve them. And yet this run has changed the way that everybody is going to look at this team's year. They've redefined, rewritten the history books. Success, it evaded them. Every twist and turn, every close map. And there were many of them. But here at LCQ, they've delivered pain upon their LATAM rivals in close fashion. But the region is getting representation here at Champs, and it's Crew to do it. One of the teams that's been to the most international tournaments is going to feature once more.
How much it means to all of them, Josh. I mean, listen. Welcome back, Crew, to the international stage. We have missed you. Hell of a run to earn their spot as one of the representatives for Americas. And the right to represent LATAM as a region.
When I think about some of the all-time runs that have been fun to watch, first of all, this is going to feature in the history books of Valorant. The 0-9 team from the regular season. 0-10 when you include Lock-In this year. Going on a run through LCQ. Unheard of. But also, when I think about teams that have gone on runs like that, I do think of Crew. At Champions that long time ago. I think of Zeta Division going on their run to third place, who have also made it through LCQ over in the Pacific Division.
Oh yeah.
This team is putting themselves among the names of Zeta, Giants, Na'Vi to escape. The off-season does not call just yet.
No.
You've got a chance at making history, and to be honest, you've already done so right here.
Anything's possible. You get onto the big stage like this. Crew, I mean, the resilience they've showcased as well. Not giving up. They came into LCQ. That reset in the mental, you know, a long break. Just in all of their play, but man, oh man, pulling this off is something special. And how they set their sights. Not too far away, is it, chaps? Just around the corner. Same place, really.
Yeah, but it'll have a very different feel. And look at the pop-off. This is everything to these guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure, even with all the belief they have, they couldn't imagine a better way to get there. Incredible scenes, genuinely incredible stuff.
Respect being shown, of course, on either side. I mean,
they're all good friends.
It's regional rivalry, but yeah, only when it comes to the server.
And it's going to be tough for the Leviatán guys to feel happy for the others, but my God, Leviatán actually looked like a team that was capable of winning this.
Oh yeah.
And that's somewhere that they can build from. They had a disappointing regular season, but they came out here and proved that they had what it took to be able to take down some of the other middle-of-the-pack teams and go on a run. Defeated by a squad that's just been on such a heater.
Yeah.
You can't help but get behind them. Probably the greatest redemption run of all time in Valorant. Revitalizing careers.
Stage certainly looks pretty in pink, doesn't it? How much it means to all of them.
And the fans too, sticking ride or die the entire time, turning up to every match, and they get this.
Even the arena, electric. Loved it from beginning to end. This LCQ has been more than memorable. Let's send it down to the stage where Smix and Dryad are standing by with our LCQ winners.
Riot Games Arena, make some noise for your Last Chance Qualifier champions. It is Crew! What an incredible moment. Melzer, please step down here. Let's have a chat because what an incredible run from everyone on the team. There's no question that this was such a difficult journey for you and the boys. You started out the season with difficult loss after difficult loss, but here, when it mattered most, here at the Last Chance Qualifier, you had the hardest road, but you took down MIBR, Furia, Cloud9, and now Leviatán back to back. You are the Last Chance Qualifier champion. What does this mean for you?
No hay dudas de que fue un recorrido bastante difícil en la fase regular, perdiendo, yendo 0-9, pero sigues, sales adelante, derrotando a MIBR, derrotando a Furia, derrotando a Cloud9 y ahora Leviatán 2 veces. ¿Qué significa esto para ti?
O sea, es un sueño cumplido. Es solamente, o sea, yo confiaba en que podíamos ganar este Last Chance. Estamos dedicándonos mucho, cada uno de los chicos, dedicando horas extra individualmente, dedicando mucha intensidad en los entrenamientos, estamos conectados de mejor manera. Entonces, no quiero sonar como un poco como ego, pero yo sabía que por el esfuerzo que estábamos haciendo íbamos a poder clasificar. Así que solo esfuerzo.
It's a dream come true, and it's something that we as a team, and I knew, I don't want it to come as an egotistical thing, but we knew that we were capable of doing this. Everybody individually was putting that work to make it here and to get that win.
It was such a miraculous dream run, but you have done it. We'll be seeing you at Champs, and I can't help but think this must feel doubly surreal for you, going up against Leviatán, the team that you were on before when you were at Champs. How does it feel different this time around walking with these boys?
No, ahora llegas a Champions, pero tiene que ser un sentimiento un poco surreal, porque ahora es el equipo que acabas de derrotar, es el Leviatán del que hacías parte. ¿Cómo se siente eso y el ahora estar del lado de Crew?
O sea, me siento feliz obviamente por ganar con mi equipo, o sea, con mi nuevo equipo, pero también a la vez triste porque muchos de los chicos, o sea, todos los chicos son mis amigos, no éramos solamente compañeros de equipo y solo queda agradecer. O sea, quería llegar a la final con ellos, uno de los dos teníamos que pasar, pero agradecer por todas las enseñanzas que me dejaron en Leviatán y a seguir dándole con mi equipo nuevo.
I'm happy to be able to win with my team, but it's also a sad feeling. On the other side for Leviatán, all of them are my friends, and only one of us could move forward. So I'm still happy to be able to move with my team, with my new team.
Indeed, indeed. And Melzer, it's not just you who had an amazing performance. We also want to speak with Kesnit, the man, the myth, the deus. Kesnit, the man of Last Chance Qualifier. Dryad, take it away.
Kesnit, the first thing I want to ask you is, you, throughout this Last Chance Qualifier, you talked about having rage and playing with rage, playing with anger to be able to make it all the way till the end. How was that rage playing today? Was it just making it to champs, making sure they were not missing a single champion since you started playing Valorant? Kesnit, a través de todo lo que pudimos ver de ti, estabas hablando de que todas estas partidas las jugabas con rabia, con las ganas, con la motivación que tenías, que se te había quedado encerrado cuando estábamos viendo esa fase regular. ¿Cómo jugaba esa rabia el día de hoy para tomarle la victoria en contra del equipo de Leviatán del que fuiste parte antes y para moverte a ese Champions al que siempre has sido parte desde ese 2021?
Primero que nada, saludarlo a todos. Lo otro, nada, yo seguí confiando en lo que venía haciendo y nada, me venía dando buenos resultados, venía jugando bien en Rankeds, había jugado una buena temporada contra todos los equipos y hoy día contra Leviatán entré un poquito apagado, pero después dije ya voy a sacar todo el último pasito y resultó maravilloso para mí.
It's just been about playing well and playing ranks. He's been playing ranked by himself, but he's been stepping up with that individual performance as well. And today, he feels that he felt like he was a little bit down when he started playing, but it was, leaving it all for this match. And my second question for you is, how does it feel to make it to champions with that core of crew that we've seen since 2021 with Clouds and Naxed still part of the squad and you as well? ¿Qué se siente llegar a ser champions nuevamente con ese core que ha sido de crew desde que los conocemos con Naxed y con Clouds?
Yo creo que es espectacular, con los cabros siempre hemos confiado en lo que hemos tenido y nos hemos mantenido siempre unidos. Ahora también tenemos cosas demasiado juntas y yo creo que es fabuloso de nuevo sentir esa sensación que haya jugar un mundial.
It's fabulous. It's spectacular to be able to play with the guys and to have the same things that we had before, but even more that we've been able to build. So it's just a fantastic feeling. Indeed, we talk about that core. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And we're going to be bringing over Klaus, because Klaus, my man, congratulations. What a phenomenal performance we've seen from you throughout the Last Chance Qualifier. I feel like this must feel so surreal and different. We've seen you at Champs before. Last time around, you were actually the in-game leader, but this time around, crew have had a very different journey qualifying and becoming the champions here. Tell us what this moment means for you.
Cuéntanos un poco de qué sientes ahora, sabiendo que ya has estado en Champions antes, pero es un sentimiento un poco diferente. Antes eras el IGL de crew, ahora con una entrada diferente. ¿Y cuáles son tus sentimientos?
No, obviamente muy feliz por lo logrado, o sea, después de terminar una temporada 9-0 y ganar, hacer un lower run así como el que hicimos, fue increíble y lo que más me pone contento es mi performance individual, que es una cara totalmente diferente a la que hice en Américas y siento que quiero seguir así y quiero demostrar lo que en verdaderamente es Klaus.
It's incredible to have that run to go from that regular season of that 0-9 to make it all the way here to have that upper bracket run on this Last Chance Qualifier. But what makes me the happiest is to be able to perform individually, to really show everybody who Klaus is.
You definitely stepped up throughout this Last Chance Qualifier. Congratulations again. And speaking of players from crew who stepped up as well, Nagzet, let's bring you over to speak with you as well. You've had such impact throughout all the games, especially here at the Last Chance Qualifier. Dryad, I know you had some questions for it.
Primero, bueno, has tenido un montón de impacto, lo que está diciendo. And the question I want to ask you, Naxit, is this whole journey for crew. You've been with this team in the highs, in the lows, and tell me about what it feels to know that you're the best, as everybody was saying for crew, and to be closing out the match the way that you did against an opponent that you know. ¿Qué se siente para ti poder tomar esta victoria? Tú que has estado en los altos más altos de crew, en los bajos más bajos, en contra de un oponente también que se conocían también.
Sí, no, la verdad es que si bien no estoy destacando con las estadísticas, estoy con un rol muy pasivo y me toca como apoyar el equipo por la espalda, cuidar la espalda de mi equipo, y estoy orgulloso de hacerlo y saber que mi equipo confía en mí y siempre dar lo mejor por ellos, porque tengo los mejores jugadores del mundo a mi lado, no tengo duda de eso. Y bueno, el rival Leviatán es duro también jugarles contra ellos tantos, porque venimos de la TAM jugando todos los años contra ellos como 5 veces al año, finales todo el rato contra ellos, lo mismo. Una vez nos empezaron a ganar, le empezamos a ganar de nuevo, nos ganaban de vuelta y estábamos así una tras otra. Entonces mucho respeto hacia los cabros y mucho cariño.
playing on a match like this one against Leviatán specifically. It's difficult. It's a difficult match because we come from LATAM and sometimes they win, sometimes we win, and it was going back and forth with the information that we had. But also myself having a more of a passive role, I'm just happy to support the team, not having the most active role, but being there, being behind, and giving that support that the team needs. That is such a pivotal role, and you showed it on the server time and time again. Congratulations again. And last but not least, let's get Davies down on the floor to get his thoughts. Davies, congratulations. It's amazing to see you and the boys be able to accomplish this. And for you specifically, this must mean so much. With this victory, this is actually your first time. You're going to be going to champs for the first time. But also, you are the first Colombian player to be able to do so. That has to feel extra special.
Primero que todo, felicitaciones, y esta victoria para ti debe significar muchísimo. Es la primera vez que vas a llegar a Champions, pero también es la primera vez que vamos a tener un jugador colombiano en ese Champions.
Sí, primer jugador colombiano y primer jugador del año. Creo que también cabe destacar mucho eso, que o sea, desde que empecé siempre supe como mi potencial y también mi objetivo siempre fue como abrir el camino a mi país y a la región, ¿no? Entonces eso, muy feliz, un sueño hecho realidad y ahora el siguiente sueño es ganarlo.
Not only the only Colombian player, but also the only in the first Latin America North player that we've had, and that's been my main point since the beginning, being able to highlight and take that and take my country in the region to move forward. So it's a dream country.
Absolutely, and what an amazing performance. Thank you so much for what you were able to show us in repping Colombia. I'm sure all the fans and family watching you are immensely proud. And last but not least, let's get Coach Adam down here. The man that has been looking so stressed out, as we've been having opportunity time and time again to be able to speak with him between the games, but Coach Adam, congratulations. Finally, you and the boys have done it. When I first spoke to you at the beginning of this Last Chance Qualifier, you talked about how the team needed that reset. After such a difficult season, you got that reset. You took those 20 days off to 31 days of straight practice, then 5 straight matches in a row. You proved that this team is championship caliber. What does it mean that now that you've finally done it?
Desde la primera vez que pude hablar contigo, tú estabas diciendo que necesitaban ese descanso, después de ese descanso jugar esas 5 partidas consecutivas y poder llegar hasta esta instancia. Cuéntanos un poco qué se siente esto.
Bueno, creo que es una alegría muy grande para todos. Creo que no hay alegría más grande que viene después de estar tristes, de estar dolidos. Este es un grupo de jugadores que está acostumbrado a ganar, a representar a su región, y de un año para otro perderlo todo, no sé, a mí me genera mucha admiración y mucho respeto por ellos, porque como deportistas es muy difícil regresar de eso y mantenerte fuerte, y contra un rival como Leviatán que no regala una ronda. Al final el Lotus, ellos sabían de que era nuestro y no nos querían dejar, no nos lo querían dar y no nos lo querían dar, y ahora lo pudimos cerrar, y yo creo que es una felicidad más grande que de cualquier otro equipo que se clasificó normal. Creo que este equipo está en un nivel de plenitud y de confianza en su trabajo que nunca creo que nadie pueda tener.
It's just happiness for everybody, and the main thing is, you know, playing against a Leviatán that even when we were on Lotus, they were not giving you, they were trying to not give you a round. They were holding on to it even though they knew it was Cruz, and that was the way that it was going to go. It's also a crew team that they know, and they're used to being the best. They're used to qualifying for these events. So from one time to another to lose it all is difficult. So I have a lot of respect for what these players have to face and all the different things that they overcame to make this win. And it's a happiness that can't be described.
Indeed, you and the boys have truly shown a phenomenal, inspirational performance for time to come. For now, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Coach Adam, congratulations to Crew and Riot Games Arena. Give it up one last time for your VCT Last Chance Qualifier champions. It is Crew!
Crew do the impossible and make history in the process. 5 games that they needed to win in order to qualify for Champions Los Angeles, and they did just that. I can't believe it. It's just mind-blowing.
Again, it's off of 10 losses in a row. First round in Lock-in, not a single win in the regular season. They were always so close, but it was never quite there. And here in LCQ, they make it the final spot at Champions without dropping a single series. It's got to be like one of the biggest recoveries in Valorant history for Crew.
No, for sure. And it's got to be such a special feeling for those players, man. Going from not getting any wins in the regular season, just completely messing that up, going into the LCQ and not dropping a single series. The most impressive part is they qualified from the upper bracket.
Yeah.
And they had the first 2 games, they were able to just get eliminated flat without a second chance, right? And they took it on the chin. They went through the pressure, went through the adversity, just kept winning, man. It's so inspirational.
How crazy is it that the closest they got to losing was that Furia game? They were down 11-7 on the 3rd map, and they grinded back and won that map 13-11. And here we are. And they are so deserving of this slot. It is unreal. They've proven to me they can play across 6 maps at a super high level. The calls from Melzer were phenomenal all tournament long. Obviously, the star player in Kesnet putting up huge numbers. I mean, there's Klaus, the step up from him. They just did so many things at an S-tier level every single game.
And their adaptability was so impressive. You mentioned Melzer. In this series, the mid-rounding was perfect throughout. He had a great read on Leviatán. For a team that was really just losing every single game, was getting hit on the head repeatedly, they rally so much here. And I think also proved how strong their mental is, that each one of those losses they had, they took something away from that. And they're sitting in a position where they're not just taking things from other teams. We saw them having new ideas, really fast adaptation in the mid-round. It is a Crew, I think, that looks better than any other form we've seen them in before. I think this Crew is stronger than when they made their run at Champs 21. And I think they are a legitimate contender to make it to playoffs and Champions, depending on where they end up.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot of the improvement, like Melzer's calling, all the individuals' utility, Kesnet popping off. And I think a big attribution to that is the coaching staff, right? If the entire team is improving on all levels, utility-based, calling-wise, we saw a macro out of Crew that we've never seen before. Melzer's mid-rounding this entire event has been phenomenal. So shout out to him for learning how to call some of the greatest I've seen, like the push-pulling, the fakes, the pivots in the mid-round when things get hectic. It was so perfect. And what I'm trying to say here is the coaching staff of Crew to take that 0-10 roster into a LCQ Champions and possibly, who knows what they're going to do at Champs. That's so much credit to them. Yeah. And wow, that was special to watch.
And remember, this is like Adam's first big team. He came up with Davies from the LATAM North seed. No one on the international stage really knew who he was. And I think everyone doubted him, thought that the players who were underperforming on the team would likely be dropped going into the 2024 season after how they performed. But here at LCQ, that narrative has been completely switched around. And talk of that core coming from LATAM North, Davies as well, the only Colombian player in VCT, stepped up so much here. He played so many different agents. He helped them define their style by flexing into this chamber role to give Kesnet more maps on the Rays, and he performed incredibly in every single one of those roles.
Yeah, we talk about the bald buff, but I think it could be the Davies full hair buff, you know what I mean? My guy's got a beautiful mane out there. Maybe that's part of the reason why. I don't know. Maybe it's Maybelline. I have no idea. All I know is that this team is unbelievable, and they have managed to pull off truly the impossible. And with that, our last chance qualifier bracket is complete. Congratulations, Crew. Call your taxi because you're going down the road to Los Angeles here for the champs. But it's so exciting. And look, we were starting this tournament. Go back, if anyone watching at home, go back, watch the VOD of what we were talking about with MIBR and Crew in our first pre-match. We were straight up talking about how impossible, how difficult this was going to be to make this kind of a run. And to see that run happen, Valen, as a pro player, that has to feel not only like the most relieving thing, but also like at the start of the tournament, you must look at that journey and be like, oh, damn, that's a lot. How was that from your perspective?
For sure. You look at the bracket ahead of you, and you're like, wow, you have to win 2 BO3s at the beginning, which you have no second chance. If you lose that, you're done. And then you get into the playoff bracket, and you still have to complete all these games with possibly multiple BO5s ahead, but...
Day after day, too.
Right. Day after day as well. But I think the biggest thing is that these players understand you just got to take it game by game. If you look too far ahead, you're always going to crumble early. And the fact that they made it this far, I think they got to have some great mental resiliency, because you just had such a long road ahead of you, and you kind of broke it down into round by round. This is what I preach to my team, too. You got to break it down round by round. What's the first gun? What's the second gun? What's our alt play? And I think that's what they did. That's why they look so perfect in the moment. They weren't thinking too far ahead, and
the results speak for themselves. Well, we know that everyone is excited about Crew, but there's another thing that we're a little excited about, because today was just a preview of what's to come. Crew Esports joins NRG, Loud, and Evil Geniuses to represent the Americas region on stage at Champions, and they'll face off against the best of the best from EMEA, Pacific, as well as China. And if this event proved one thing, it's that in VALORANT esports, truly anything can happen. But now, it's time for our Champions 2023 group draw. We have VCT Global Competition Manager Victoria Horsley standing by with the selections. Let's see.
Welcome to the VCT Champions Los Angeles Group Stage Draw. 16 teams from around the world have qualified for Champions, and now they'll be drawn into 4 GSL-style groups consisting of 4 teams. Regional seeding for champs was based on placement performance from teams that went to Masters, respective to their other regional teams, with LCQ teams representing the lower regional seeds. Now, here are some rules for the draw. Teams from the same region cannot be placed in the same group. If a team from the same region is drawn into the same group as another team from their region, they will be placed in the next available spot. If they were drawn into the last slot, for example, Group D, Slot 4, they will swap with the team immediately before them until a valid draw is complete. With Fnatic winning Masters and bringing 5 EMEA teams to Champions, there is one exception to this rule, and it applies only to the teams from the EMEA region. EMEA teams in pools 1, 2, and 3 cannot be in the same group. However, when the EMEA LCQ number 2 team, or in this case Navi, is drawn into the same group as another EMEA team, they will remain in that slot. This exception will only be made for Navi. Now, let's get started. In Pool 1, we will draw for Group A, Slot 1. We have PRX. Moving to Group 2, or Group B, Slot 1, we will have EG. For Group C, Slot 1, we will have Fnatic. For Group D, Slot 1, the final team of Pool 1, we will have Team Liquid. Now, let's move to Pool 2. For Group A, Slot 2, we will have DRX, but they are already drawn into a group with another Pacific team, so they will move to Group B. Back to Group A, Slot 2, we will have EDG. For Group C, Slot 2, we will have NRG. And finally, for the end of Pool 2, we will have Group D, Slot 2, we will have Foot. This is not a valid placement, so they will be moved all the way back to Group B, Slot 2, and then DRX will be moved to Group D, Slot 2, to avoid any regional matchups in groups. We'll move to Pool 3. For Group A, Slot 3, we will have Giants. Group B, Slot 3, we will have T1. Group C, Slot 3, we will have BLG. And the final team for Pool 3 in Group D, Slot 3, we will have Loud. Now, for the final pool of the Champions Group Stage Draw, Pool 4. Reminder that Navi can be drawn into another group with an EMEA team in it. For Group A, Slot 4, we have Zeta, but this is not valid, so they will be moved to the next valid slot, which will be Group C, Slot 4. So redrawing Group A, Slot 4. We will have FPX, where another China team resides. So we will move them to Group B, which is the next valid slot for FPX. Redrawing Group A, Slot 4. We will have the newly crowned winners of the Americas LCQ. And finally, the last team of the Champions Group Stage draw. In Group D, Slot 4, we will have Navi. VCT Champions Los Angeles will begin August 6th, so good luck to all of the competitors. We hope to see you there.
And there you have it. The group draw is complete. And hopefully we can bring that up in a little bit so that we can talk about it, because I'm not going to lie to you. Don't know how Victoria did that in one take. Impressive. In any case, though, here it is. All right. So, yeah, this lays out where we are right now. Group A, PaperX, Crew, EDG, and Giants. Group B, you got EG, FPX, Foot, as well as T1. Group C, Fnatic, Zeta Division, Energy, and Billy Gaming, BLG. And then we got Group D, Team Liquid, Navi, DRX, and Loud.
Group of death.
DRX, Loud.
Yeah, so Group D is Group of Death.
Oh
right?
my.
Yeah, that's brutal, man.
Everyone's dying in this group. Yeah, this is
You have
nutty.
the winner of Americas from the split. You have the winner of Pacific. You have TL, who is the winner of EMEA as well, and the Navi, who's Navi.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they did. They qualified obviously because Fnatic winning out in Tokyo got the EMEA region 5 spots for champions, which is massive for them. So I guess the question is whether or not.
The thing is, even though Navi's been struggling, that's a team that will
Navi.
always, anytime you think they're dead, they always find that upset. So that group's going to be crazy. But there's some other interesting matchups here as well. That Group B, I think, could be cool. You have EG in there. Looks like a pretty good path for them.
Yeah.
Potential EDG PRX matchup.
That actually would be.
I'm excited for Group C. NRG Fnatic in the groups.
That's actually pretty fire too.
After the
rematch
matchup.
Yeah. You know, honestly, Group C kind of feels a little bit like a group of death as well, because you're in there with the blender, Fnatic. So, you know, that's going to be really tough to have to deal with.
Fnatic is the group of death.
Exactly. So this is certainly going to change things up a little bit. And then obviously, you know, my eyes immediately get drawn to the runners-up at Tokyo, you know, EG, FPX, Foot, as well as T1. Actually not the worst draw for honestly, EG or T1 here. And I'm curious to see what Foot does, because they look good at Tokyo. It's just a matter of whether or not they were able to clean up those things leading into champions. And an FPX, unknown commodity for myself personally, so I'm curious to see what they do.
Yeah, it'll be FPX's second shot internationally after making it to lock-in. But for the only team that it will be their first international event is Billy in Group C there. You have Zeta, who also, after having a really tough year, makes it through the LCQ too. So I think Energy Fnatic, the clear favorites in that group, could be interesting with those 2 Asian squads coming in as well. Overall, man, I mean,
This
I'm
looks
just
good.
excited for this event.
Excited.
So stacked.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. You honestly couldn't have asked for a better a group of teams that, you know, to be collected here for Champs LA. And really, I think if Tokyo is any indication, heck, if this LCQ is any indication, that you look at this and we could honestly have a final that's BLG and Foot. At this point, that's kind of where the
you never know.
We never know, man.
It's a really similar group that EG had in Tokyo, right? Who was in their group? It was Foot. Was it T1?
I think so, yeah.
Oh,
this group is
That
super
sounds
similar
right.
to their Tokyo group.
Oh, well, hate to see that one.
You know,
You're gonna
the
run it
one
back.
thing I think this is the first time we've ever had an international event where NRG and Loud have avoided each other in the group stage.
True.
So great work on the draw.
We did it.
We finally did it.
We
guys.
heckin' did it.
Did you see how I think PRX and DRX were supposed to be in Group A together, but there's like a rule that they couldn't be?
Yeah.
Yes.
That would have been
gonna happen
crazy
again.
if they were. If that rule wasn't in place, man.
Yeah, everyone in the Pacific region, Achilleos breathed a sigh of relief watching that on bated breath. But, oh, man, what an incredible run this has been. Guys, I want to, you know, thank you all so much. You guys were incredible throughout the entirety of the event. Always a pleasure to work with you all. Of course, shout out to Brendan Sideshow, our entire talent team, everyone who brought it. And, of course, I want to give a massive thank you to the people that are are behind the camera there, the crew that makes this show happen, the crew that's over there that makes this show happen, our jib operators, everyone over there. Without them, this show does not happen. So thank you guys so much for everything that you do. And, you know, we are very appreciative of you guys. And that's basically going to do it for us here at the Riot Games Arena. That's it. The next time you're going to see us is over at the Shrine for Champions. And it's going to be awesome. And we hope that you join us for it. And we hope that you are as excited for this event as we are. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you very, very soon at Champions 2023. But for now, we'll leave you with your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. And we'll see you soon.
Crew's going to have a long Uber over.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride. 25 minutes.
Oh, that's crazy.
The stakes couldn't be higher. You got 7 teams that are vying for the last spot at Champions LA, and you've got to win it all or your year is done.
It's just single elimination. You play a game, you win, your season continues for a bit longer, and if not, it's just over and you're headed home.
Chosen finally opens up the site for a bit. The showstopper up. Klaus also spikes that down. The plant coming down, and that's a 14 and ace for Klaus.
It seemed like Crew, who were on the precipice of winning so many games this past season, they could actually be at that level now to take those wins that they couldn't find before.
There's that flash to peek right back out. The trades are good for both of the teams. Now finally in favor of MIBR. Only 5 seconds left. Flooding now inside the side. GZZ with 4 kills, looking for the ace. Just around the corner, and he's gonna land it.
We gave them noise-canceling headphones to make their bracket. Take it away, boys. Nothing can go wrong.
Boy, I love hoodies. I'm wearing a hoodie.
What do you hold?
Yes, yes.
100.
100.
The shield! Like that! For the Red Bull clutch!
Crew knocking out MIBR. Sentinels, Sentinels.
What? Kind of want to see what's been going on with the rest of the squads. Let's check in, see what they've been doing over the break, right?
And as they rotate back,
oh,
is there! The fourth to come in!
They actually stopped by the zoo to free the big cats. Nothing can go wrong, obviously.
But Keston, the last man standing solo, catches Benzine off guard, does have 10 bullets left in the chamber of the Phantom. Paint shells on the ground, right at the feet of DGZ. Us Crew claim another victim! And they move forward in the LCQ gauntlet!
Guys, let's just be honest here. There's a good chance you're probably hearing me on a co-stream right now. So I just want to say, hello, Tarek and Kaide. Hope you guys are doing really well. In any case, so today marks...
What? So aggressive with no one to trade. There's the collapse. What?
Guys, you're at the beach. Smile, you know?
Yeah, they're having no fun at all.
Something must be going around, Tens. He's just trying to slam them as well as they're trying to take control of it. Knives still hitting. The refreshers there into the pit with the right clicky faces. All of them. And Sentinels are moving forwards.
What a big win to try and generate some momentum here in LCQ.
Mimi and Bren, you guys, what's going on here? You're extras in the Fast and Furious 3.
Fantastic help from Leaf there, joining in with the rest of them. But wall goes up right now. They're isolating fights. Big Cutter goes huge.
Guys, we're here to talk about the LCQ, not Sen. There's more teams. Oh.
Time is so short, they can just spam their way through this.
One enemy remaining.
Sassy, surely he can't.
Oh my God, no.
There's no way, right? There's no way.
Let's go! Yo, look at me! Let's go! Let's go!
Patience pays off for Cloud9, for Jake, as they take down Sentinels 2-1.
Well, I guess we'll do the real show then, shall we?
Yep.
The first swing out does not connect. The other one does. Opportunity to refresh and reload, but then it swings like no elbow. And Crew continue to right their wrong as they move forward in the LCQ and will meet Cloud9 in the upper finals.
This is what believing in Leviatán does to a dude.
Oh. What happened to you?
Today, our final 4 becomes a final 3, and one team is moving on to the grand final.
Doesn't have any mobility, really. He has to wait it out. As soon as he looks down for the cloudburst, he gets swung on. Pit in, Leaf down.
We have to constantly ask ourselves the question, how did this happen? How did we get here?
They're gonna dash again. There's the flash, same thing.
Oh, so aggressive!
What is that?
Looking for the fourth to put him away, and he does.
You've got to be kidding me, man. I can't do this segment with you anymore. Listen, you could be my lover, but I don't want you to be my breakdown buddy. I'll take the hug. I appreciate that.
The alarm bot gonna give his position away. The double face! Crew keep their glass slipper and take down Cloud9.
That's Crew. I do believe in Crew.
Sen just struggling to deal with it. Oh, yeah. flawless.
It's time for Baby Bay Watch.
I mean, this looks like if the Monopoly Man was in a circus, right?
Down, drive around to the side. Good movement from King. Wow. Claiming 2. Will he get the 3rd? Yes, he will. The series is done, and Sentinels are out of LCQ.
All right, let's do this.
Cloud9 versus Leviatán. They find themselves in the lower bracket final and fighting for that last spot.
Shy tried cleaning him up. Jake's got 3.
One enemy remaining.
He's got the pitch. Can he play around it? He's going in aggressive with the Seekers, and Jake gets 4.
Hold up, what is the location? Is this in the bathroom?
Leviatán have just destroyed Cloud9. One map to decide it all, as Leviatán take us to map 5.
This is a special game that we like to call What Are the Chances?
And I think there's a 50% chance that King might be my brother.
Really taking a little bit of damage. Mizzino's gonna push it. Mizzino's gonna push it! They've done it! They've freaking done it! It's a miracle in Santa Monica as Leviatán take down Cloud9!
In a reverse sweep. Only the 2nd time in the main VCT circuit.
What if Crew went on a run?
No.
What if Crew went on a run?
It's not going to happen, right?
You have Crew Esports, a team that is on one of the greatest runs that we have seen, and then you have a confident, hungry Leviatán that is ready to quell the fire that Crew have lit up here. And this is the stuff that we all want to see in this sport.
Playing a rolling retreat. Crossfire setup. Together, it's ramp. With him and King, Nosworth, can you do the most here? Well, it's all King, seemingly. It's 3 on the board, dodges the flash. Magnificent. Has the spike, sticking it down here. Melzer, does he choose to take the time with it? It's planted. Damage done. Only 78. Hopping around the corner with the right clicks. Crew winning map number 1 here. Dodging to the side. Players are dropping like flies. King, half of the defuse, backing away, lands it when it mattered most. Davies in main. He's going to do so much more, but there's a wall in his face. It is the last one left. That's the map. It's secured. It's locked up. 4 in a round for Mizzino. Massively giving up control of mid damage. Right through the wall as well. The wall back killed. Taco's fallen. He's 1 HP. Swinging. 1 HP. Kesnit. Davies is left wondering where is the opposition. Shy, still healthy, low enough. There's the shot that lands with Klaus. Just sublime. You get to the second half of Ascent, they were completely in control. Judge in his hands, but fully blinded up. Boom Bonds there. And there's certainly damage done, but Davies, what a response, man. No way. Wow. Just ridiculous. No plays really falling for it. Mizzino, he's low enough, and there's damage being done, certainly, but time now ticking. Crew, they find the 10th round. Crew pulling off the miracle, and as the usurpers come in for the crown.
The team that started this year 0-10 throughout Lock-In and VCT Americas. 5-0 clean in LCQ. They had no second chances at the start of this tournament, and yet this run has changed the way that everybody is going to look at this team's year.